tells us really that it's largely just a piece of fun. It's not going to lead us to the heights as other plays that Shakespeare penned does, the heights and the depths for that matter. But it ends very significantly in verse, and that's because the moral of the story is given at the end, and therefore Shakespeare heightens the language, beautifies the language, elevates the language to accompany the elevated message that comes at the end of the play. And really the lesson that needs to be learned is by Beatrice and by the other female character hero is given by Friar Francis, so again a Franciscan friar, as being the spokesman of wisdom, which is often the case in Shakespeare plays. He says, "Come, lady, die to live." And of course, this is a crucial Christian maxim, paradox, that to love is to live, and to live, therefore, is to lay down our lives for others. We have to die to ourselves in order to fully live, in order to fully love. And that is ultimately the moral test that this play presents to us. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing.
The hour of villainy. While Don John and his henchmen are perpetrating their dirty work, the force of law and order assembles. Through the quiet streets resounds the tramp of the night watch coming on duty. At their head is old Dogberry, the constable.
This is your charge. You shall comprehend all vagrant men. You are to bid any man stand in the prince's name.
However, will not stand, Master Dogberry.
Why, then, take no note of him, but let him go. And presently call the rest of the watch together, and thank God you're rid of a knave. You shall also make no noise in the streets. For the watch to babble and to talk is most tolerable and not to be endured.
We will rather sleep than talk, Master Dogberry. We know what belongs to a watch.
Why, you speak like an ancient and most quiet watchman. But I cannot see how sleeping should offend. Only have a care your bills be not stolen. You're to call at all the alehouses, and bid those that are drunk get them to bed.
How if they will not, Master Dogberry?
Why then, let them alone till they're sober. If you meet a thief, you may suspect him by virtue of your office to be no true man. And for such kind of men, the less you meddle or make with them, why, the more is be your honesty.
If we know him to be a thief, shall we not lay hands on him?
Truly, by your office you may. But I think they that touch bitch will be defiled. If you hear a child cry in the night, you must call to the nurse and bid her still it.
How if the nurse be asleep and will not hear us?
Why then, depart in peace, and let the child wake her with crying. For the ewe that will not hear her lamb when it bars, will never answer a calf when he bleats.
Oh, 'tis very true.
This is the end of the charge. Well, masters, good night. and if any matter of weight chances, call of me. I pray you watch about Signor Leonato's door. For the wedding being there tomorrow, there's a great coil tonight. And you, be vigilant, I beseech you.
Will Don John's plot to slander hero succeed? Or will these simple watchmen thwart his cunning villainy? What will happen to Claudio's romance? We must wait until sunrise to find out.
You have been listening to the first part of the Columbia Network's presentation of Much Ado About Nothing, which stars Leslie Howard and Rosalind Russell. The second part will begin in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, we begin the second part of Much Ado About Nothing, starring Leslie Howard as Benedict and Rosalind Russell as Beatrice. Conway Turl comes forward as narrator to set the scene.
The wedding day dawns bright and fair as the guests assemble in the church to witness the marriage of Claudio and Hero. Hero, leaning on her father's arm, is radiantly happy, with no thought that Don John's villainy has already blasted her happiness. Beatrice is Hero's bridesmaid. And beside Claudio stand Benedict and Don Pedro. Leonardo, the proud father, speaks to the priest.
Come, Friar Francis, be brief. Only to the plain form of marriage, and you shall recount their particular duties afterwards.
You come hither, Count Claudio, to marry this lady?
No, to be married to her, Friar. You come to marry her.
Lady, you come hither to be married to the Count?
I do.
If either of you know any inward impediment why you should not be conjoined, I charge you on your souls to utter it.
Know you any, Hero?
None, my lord.
Know you any, Count?
I dare make his answer. None.
Oh, what men dare do, what men may do, what men daily do, not knowing what they do. Stand thee by, Friar. Father, by your leave, will you with free and unconstrained soul give me this maid, your daughter?
As freely, son, as God did give her me.
And what have I to give you back whose worth may counterpoise this rich and precious gift?
Nothing, unless you render her again.
Sweet prince, you learn me noble thankfulness. There, Leonato, take her back again. Give not this rotten orange to your friend. She's but the sign and semblance of her honor. Behold, how like a maid she blushes there. But she is none. Her blush is guiltiness, not modesty.
What do you mean, my lord?
Not to be married, not to knit my soul to an approved wanton.
Dear my lord, if you, in your own proof, have vanquished the resistance of her youth...
No, Leonato. I never tempted her with word too large, but as a brother of his sister showed bashful sincerity and homely love.
And seemed I ever otherwise to you?
Out on thee, see me. You seem to me as Dian in her orb, as chaste as is the bud ere it be blown. But you are more intemperate in your blood than Venus, or those pampered animals that rage in savage sensuality.
Is my lord well that he does speak so wide?
Don Pedro, why speak not you?
What should I speak? I stand dishonored that have gone about to link my dear friend to a wanton.
Are these things spoken? Or do I but dream?
Let me but move one question to your daughter, and by that fatherly and kindly power that you have in her, bid her answer truly.
I charge thee do so, as thou art my child.
Oh, God defend me. How am I beset? What kind of catechizing call you this?
What man was he talked with you yesternight out at your window betwixt 12 and 1?
I talk with no man at that hour, my lord.
Why then are you no maiden? Leonato, I am sorry you must hear. Upon mine honor, myself, my brother, and this grieved count did see her, hear her, at that hour last night, talk with a ruffian at her chamber window, who hath indeed, most like a liberal villain, confessed the vile encounters they have had 1,000 times in secret.
Oh, hero, what a hero hadst thou been, if half thy outward graces had been placed about the thoughts and counsels of thy heart. But fare thee well, most foul, most fair. Farewell!
Hath no man's dagger here a point for me?
How now, cousin? Wherefore sink you down?
How doth the lady?
Dead, I think, hero. Why, hero.
O fate, take not away the heavy hand. Death is the fairest cover for her shame that may be wished for.
How now, cousin, hero?
Do not live, hero. Do not ope thine eyes. Or did I think thou wouldst not quickly die? Thought I thy spirits were stronger than thy shames? Myself would on the rearward of reproaches strike at thy life. Grieved I had but one. Oh, one too much by thee. Oh, she's fallen into a pit of ink that the wide sea hath dropped too few to wash her clean again.
Oh, on my soul, my cousin is belied.
Would the two princes lie, and Claudio lie, who loved her so? Speaking of her foulness, washed it with tears. Hence from her, let her die.
Leonardo storms from the church, which is now emptied of its festive throng. Beatrice sinks down on the altar steps, weeping her heart out. Benedict, troubled and shy in his newfound love, approaches her timidly.
Lady Beatrice, have you wept all this while?
Yea, and I will weep a while longer.
I will not desire that.
You have no reason. I do it freely.
Surely I do believe your fair cousin hero is wronged.
Ah, how much might the man deserve of me that would right her?
Is there any way to show such friendship?
A very even way, but no such friend.
May a man do it?
It is a man's office, but not yours.
I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange?
As strange as a thing I know not. It was possible for me to say I love nothing so well as you. But believe me not, and yet I lie not. I confess nothing, nor I deny nothing. I am sorry for my cousin.
By my sword, Beatrice, thou lovest me.
Do not swear and eat it.
I will swear by it that you love me, and I will make him eat it that says I love not you.
Then do not eat your word.
With no sauce that can be devised to it, I protest I love thee.
Oh, why then, God forgive me.
What offense, sweet Beatrice?
You have stayed me in a happy hour. I was about to protest I loved you.
And do it with all thy heart.
I love you with so much of my heart there is none left to protest.
Come, bid me do anything for thee.
Kill Claudio.
Ha! Not for the wide world.
You kill me to deny it. Farewell.
Harry, sweet Beatrice.
I am gone, no, I am here. There is no love in you. Nay, I pray you, let me go.
Beatrice.
In faith, I will go.
We'll be friends first.
You dare easily be friends with me than fight with mine enemy.
Is Claudio thine enemy?
Is he not approved in the height of villain, that has slandered, scorned, dishonored my kinswoman? Oh, that I were a man. Must bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then with public accusation, uncovered slander, and mitigated rancor. Oh, God, that I were a man. I would eat his heart in the marketplace.
Hear me, Beatrice.
Talk with a man out of the window, a proper thing.
Nay, but Beatrice.
Sweet hero, she is wrong, she is slandered, she is undone.
Beatrice.
Oh, that I were a man, or that I had a friend would be a man for my sake. I cannot be a man with wishing. Therefore I will die a woman with grieving.
Tarry, good Beatrice. By this hand I love thee.
Use it for my love some other way than swearing by it.
Think you in your soul the Count Claudio hath wronged hero?
Yea, as sure as I have a thought or a soul.
Enough. I am engaged. I will challenge him. I will kiss your hand, and so I leave you. By this hand, Claudio shall render me a dear account. As you hear of me, so think of me, and so farewell.
Meanwhile, the priest, Friar Francis, persuades Leonardo to pretend that Hero has died of shame and grief. Thus, he says, the world will turn its sympathy to Hero, and perhaps the source of this villainy will come to light. Leonardo reluctantly agrees, but he cannot reconcile himself to his disgrace. He faces the street before his palace with his brother Antonio, the father of Beatrice.
Leonardo, if you go on that, you will kill yourself. I pray thee, cease thy counsel. bring me a father that so loved his child, whose joy of heart is overwhelmed like mine, and bid him speak of patience.
Therein do men from children nothing differ.
I pray thee peace. I will be flesh and blood. Never was philosopher yet could endure the toothache patiently.
Yet vent not all the harm upon yourself. Make those that do offend you suffer too.
There thou speakst reason. Ay, I will do so. My soul doth tell me hero is belied. And that shall Claudio know. So shall the prince, and all of them that thus dishonor her.
Here comes Don Pedro and Claudio, hastily.
Good day, good day.
Good day to both of you.
Hear you, my lord.
We have some haste, Leonato.
Some haste, my lord. Well, fare you well, my lord. Are you so hasty now? Well, all is one.
Nay, do not quarrel with this good old man. If he could right himself with quarreling, some of us would lie low.
Who wrongs him?
Marry, thou dost wrong me, thou dissembler. Thou, oh, Claudio, to thy head, thou hast so wronged my innocent child and me, that I am forced to lay my reverence by, and with grey hairs and bruise of many days, to challenge thee to trial of a man. I say thou hast belied mine innocent child.
You say not right, old man.
My lord, I'll prove it on his body if he dare.
Away, I will not have to do with you.
Canst thou so daft me? Thou hast killed my child.
Let him answer me. Come, follow me, boy. Come, sir, boy, come, follow me. Sir, boy, I'll whip you from your foining fence. Nay, as a gentleman, I will.
Brother.
Content yourself. God knows I loved my niece, and she is dead, slandered to death by villains that dare as well answer a man indeed as I dare take a serpent by the tongue. Boys, it's brackets, jacks, stop.
Brother Anthony.
Hold you content. What, man, I know them, yea, and what they weigh, even to the utmost scruple. Scambling, outfacing, fashion-monging boys that lie and cog and flout, deprave and slander, go antically, show outward hideousness, and speak off half a dozen dangerous words. Now they might hurt their enemies if they durst, and this is all.
But, Brother Anthony...
It is no matter, do not you meddle. Let me deal in this.
Gentlemen, both, we will not wait your patience. My heart is sorry for your daughter's death, but on my honor, she was charged with nothing but what was true and very full of proof.
My lord.
I will not hear you.
No, I will be heard.
And shall, or some of us will smart for it.
Come, brother.
Good day, my lord.
Ah, now, Signor Benedict, what news?
Welcome, Signor. You are almost come to part, almost to pray.
We had like to have had our two noses snapped off with two old men without teeth.
In a false quarrel there is no true valor.
We have been up and down to seek thee, for we are high-proof melancholy, and would fain have it beaten away.
I came to seek you both.
As I'm an honest man, he looks pale. Art thou sick or angry?
What courage, man! What though care killed a cat? Thou hast mettle enough in thee to kill care.
Sir, I shall meet your wit in the career, and you charge it against me. I pray you choose another subject.
By the slight, he changes more and more. I think he be angry indeed.
Well, I speak a word in your ears.
God bless me from a challenge.
You're a villain. I jest not. I will make it good how you dare, with what you dare, and when you dare. Do me right, or I will protest your cowardice. You have killed a sweet lady, and her death shall fall heavy on you. Let me hear from you.
Well, I will meet you, so I may have good cheer.
But when shall we set the savage bull's horns on the sensible Benedict's head?
Yea, and text underneath, here dwells Benedict, the married man.
There you will, boy. You know my mind. I will leave you now to your gossip-like humor. My lord, for your many courtesies, I thank you. I must discontinue your company. You have among you killed a sweet and innocent lady. For my lord Lackbeard there, he and I shall meet. Till then, peace be with him.
He is in earnest.
In most profound earnest.
Comedy has turned to tragedy, and love has fostered hate. But have no fear. This is the Bard of Avon in a kindly mood. This is Much Ado About Nothing. Sure enough, the night watch comes to the rescue in the nick of time. They've overheard Don John's henchmen talking of their villainy and have haled him into court before old Dogberry, the constable.
He addresses the court.
Is our old assembly appeared?
Oh, a stool and a cushion for the sexton.
Which are the offenders that are to be examined? Let them come before Master Constable.
Yes, Mary, let them come before me. What's your name, friend?
Borachio.
Pray write down Borachio. Yours, sirrah.
I am a gentleman, sir. My name is Conrad.
Write down Master Gentleman Conrad. Masters, do you serve God?
Yea, sir, we hope.
Write down they hope they serve God. And write God first, for God defends, but God should go before such villains. Let the watch come forth. Masters, I charge you in the prince's name, accuse these men.
This man said, sir, that Don John, the prince's brother, was a villain.
Write down Prince John a villain. Why, this is flat poetry to call a prince's brother villain.
Master Constable.
Pray thee, fellow, peace. I do not like thy look, I promise thee.
What heard you him say else, watchman?
Marry, that he had received 1,000 ducats of Don John for accusing the lady hero wrongfully.
Flat burglary as ever was committed.
Yes, by mass, that it is.
What else, watchman?
And that Count Claudio did mean, upon his words, to disgrace Hero before the whole assembly and not marry her.
Oh, villain. Thou wilt be condemned into everlasting redemption for this.
What else, watchman?
This is all.
And this is more, masters, than you can deny. Prince John is this morning secretly stolen away. Hero was in this manner accused, in this very manner refused, and upon the grief of this suddenly died. Master Constable, let these men be bound and brought to Leonatus. I will go before and show him their examination.
Come, let them be opinioned.
Let them be in the hand.
Answer!
Oh, Costello!
Answer!
Sir Sexton, let him write down the prince's officer Coxcomb. Come, find them! Find them! Thou naughty varlet!
Away! You are an ass! You are an ass!
Dost thou not suspect my place? Dost thou not suspect my years? Masters, remember that I am an ass. Though it not be written down, yet forget not that I am an ass. No, thou villain, thou art full of piety. I shall be proved upon thee by good witness. I am a wise fellow, and which is more, an officer, and which is more, a householder, and which is more, as pretty a piece of flesh as any is in Messina, and one that knows the law go to, and a rich fellow enough go to, and a fellow that hath had losses, and one that hath 2 gowns and everything handsome about him. Bring him away! Oh, that I had been ripped down an ass!
Meanwhile, Leonato is still pretending that Hero is dead. But old Dogberry drags Borachio and Conrad into the presence of Dom Pedro and Claudio to tell their story.
How now? 2 my brother's men bound? Borachio 1?
Hearken after their offense, my lord.
Officers, what offense have these men done?
Marry, sir, they have committed false report. Moreover, they have spoken untruths. Secondarily, they are slanders. 6, and lastly, they have belied a lady. Thirdly, they have verified unjust things, and to conclude, they are lying knaves.
Who have you offended, masters? This learned constable is too cunning to be understood. What's your offense, Borachio?
Sweet prince, let me go no farther to mine answer. Do you hear me, and let this count kill me? I have deceived even your very eyes. What your wisdoms could not discover, these shallow fools have brought to light. Who in the night overheard me confessing to this man how Don John, your brother, incensed me to slander the lady Hero. How you were brought into the orchard and saw me court Margaret in Hero's garments. My villainy they have upon record. which I had rather seal with my death than repeat over to my shame. The lady is dead upon mine and my master's false accusation. And briefly, I desire nothing but the reward of a villain.
Claudio, runs not this speech like iron through your blood?
I have drunk poison while he uttered it. Sweet hero, now thy image doth appear in the rare semblance that I loved it first.
But did my brother set thee on to this?
Yea, and paid me richly for the practice of it.
He is composed and framed of treachery.
Come, bring away the plaintiffs. By this time our sexton hath reformed Signor Leonato of the matter. And masters, do not forget to specify when time and place shall serve that I am an ass.
Here comes Master Senior Leonato and the sexton too.
The slave that with thy breath hast killed mine innocent child.
Yea, even I alone.
No, not so, villain. Thou beliest thyself. Here stand a pair of honorable men. A third is fled that had a hand in it. I thank you, princes, for my daughter's death. Recorded in your high and worthy deeds, was bravely done, if you bethink you of it.
I know not how to pray your patience, yet I must speak. Choose your revenge yourself. Impose me to what penance your invention can lay upon my sin. Yet sinned I not, but in mistaking.
I'm a soul, nor I. And yet to satisfy this good old man, I would bend under any heavy weight that he'll enjoin me to.
I cannot bid you bid my daughter live. That were impossible. But I pray you both, possess the people in Messina here, how innocent she died.
Villainy receives its true reward, and love conquers all. But you may be sure that when Claudio learns that Hero has been alive all this time, the two lovers are once more united. Let us leave them to their recaptured happiness, and go with Benedict into the fragrant garden to find Beatrice. For after all, this is their story.
Beatrice. 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 Sweet Beatrice, wouldst thou come when I called thee?
Yea, Signor, and depart when you bid me.
Oh, stay but till then.
Oh, then is spoken. Fare you well now.
I pray thee now, tell me for which of my bad parts didst thou first fall in love with me?
For them all together, which maintain so politic a state of evil that they will not admit any good part to intermingle with them. But for which of my good parts did you first suffer love for me?
Suffer love? A good epithet. I do suffer love indeed, for I love thee against my will.
In spite of your heart, I think. Alas, poor heart. If you spite it for my sake, I will spite it for yours. For I will never love that which my friend hates.
Beatrice.
I answer to that name. What is your will?
Do not you love me?
I know. No more than reason.
Why, then your uncle and the prince and Claudio have been deceived. They swore you did.
Do not you love me?
Troth, no. No more than reason.
Why, then my cousin Margaret and Ursula are much deceived. For they did swear you did.
They swore that you were almost sick for me.
They swore that you were well nigh dead for me.
There's no such matter. Then you do not love me?
No, truly. But in friendly recompense.
Come, I will have thee. But by this light, I take thee for pity.
I would not deny you. But by this good day I yield upon great persuasion. And partly to save your life, for I was told you were in a consumption.
Peace. I will stop your mouth.
Production in Columbia's Shakespearean cycle for 1937. In tonight's cast were also Dennis Green, who played Claudio, John Davidson, who played Don Pedro, Ben Webster, who played Leonato, Jack Smock, who played Baracchio through courtesy of Universal Pictures, Lionel Graham, who played Dogberry, and Conway Pearl, who acted as narrator.
For I will never love that which my friend hates.
Beatrice,
I answer to that name. What is your will?
do not you love me?
I know. No more than reason.
Why, then your uncle and the prince and Claudio have been deceived. They swore you did.
Do not you love me?
Troth, no. No more than reason.
Why, then my cousin Margaret and Ursula are much deceived. For they did swear you did.
They swore that you were almost sick for me.
They swore that you were well nigh dead for me.
There's no such matter. Then you do not love me.
No, truly, but in friendly recompense.
Come, I will have thee. But by this light, I take thee for pity.
I would not deny you. But by this good day I yield upon great persuasion. And partly to save your life, for I was told you were in a consumption.
Peace. I will stop your mouth.
Production in Columbia's Shakespearean cycle for 1937. In tonight's cast were also Dennis Green, who played Claudio, John Davidson, who played Don Pedro, Ben Webster, who played Leonato, Jack Smock, who played Baracchio through courtesy of Universal Pictures, Lionel Graham, who played Dogberry, and Conway Pearl, who acted as narrator.
About Nothing starred Leslie Howard and Rosalind Russell and was produced by CBS Radio under the production company Columbia Presents, thus partially unveiling the mystery of what the acronym CBS stands for, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Howard would also perform in other 1937 Shakespeare classics for CBS, including Julius Caesar, The Taming of the Shrew, Henry IV, and Twelfth Night. Rosalind Russell was a very accomplished film actress after her 1941 turn with Cary Grant in My Girl Friday. And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents the conclusion of Much Ado About Nothing.
What is past is prologue. That sums up the radio world before the Crusade Channel came along. The world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival sums up the radio world afterward.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com. Did you know that MAGA caps are now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap for free. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership and the cap is yours for free. Sign up today at crusadechannel.com/offer. Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his 2nd cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
In 4 years of hosting Free Farm Fridays here on the Crusade Radio Network, I've been blessed to meet so many great people who've discovered that a flourishing future must be inspired by what flourished in the past. And one of the most important players in this discovery are the men, women, and families of the Catholic Land Movement. If you'd like to meet some of these folks, then make plans to attend their Midwest Appalachia Conference, September 13th to 15th at the Edelweiss House in Greenburgh, Indiana. For details and tickets, go to CatholicLandMovement.info. That's CatholicLandMovement.info, and tell them the King Dude sent you.
Listen up, maggots! Every time you buy a book at Scamazon, Jeff Bezos gets money to add to his army of Terminator robots! Now you tell me, what kind of patriot does that? Certainly not the kind that listens to the My Church Show! You want to see the world now, don't you?
Come with me if you want to read.
That's why you're going to shop for books in the Founders Trading Post store at shop.mychurch.com. Be a hero, save the free world, and as for Bezos...
Put him in the chopper.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Error has no rights in the public square, and you won't hear it here on the Crusade Channel or crusadechannel.com.
The Taming of the Shrew. This musical version of The Taming of the Shrew debuted on March the 21st, 1940, as part of the Columbia Workshop. The Taming of the Shrew itself is one of Shakespeare's early plays. We're not exactly sure of when it was written, but it seems to date from the early 1590s, sometime between 1590 and 1593. And we see here, I think, Shakespeare as the novice playwright. This is funny, and it remains enduringly and endearingly popular because it is funny, but it isn't the greatest of Shakespeare's plays, it must be said. And one of the reasons is that it's somewhat two-dimensional. There's no real depth in what it says. And I'd like to actually read something along those lines from the Shakespeare Encyclopedia. If I can get it, here we are. Bear with me. So we say, such duty as the subject owes the prince, even such a woman oweth to her husband. So that's a very black and white understanding of things. And of course, on one sense, no one's going to argue with the morality of that statement. And yet, on the other hand, we do know from some of Shakespeare's more nuanced and complex and theologically deep plays that sometimes characters such as Cordelia in King Lear have to choose to not obey the prince if the prince is asking them to do something which is immoral. And certainly within the Taming of the Shrew, there's a lot of what we might even be considered abusive behavior on the part of the characters. So I would argue that this is not the deepest of Shakespeare's plays. I want to read something also from Father Millward, if I can, briefly here, because Father Millward, a Shakespeare scholar, does reference the fact that one of the sources for the plays was probably something by the great Christian humanist Erasmus, who was a friend of St. Thomas More. And it was, widely thought that St. Thomas More's second wife, Alice, was something of a shrew, if you might call a nagging, a domineering wife. I think what we actually know of Thomas More suggests it wasn't as bad as that, but certainly Erasmus wrote something about this, and this is taken as being indicative, according to Father Millward, of perhaps Shakespeare's connecting himself with Sir Thomas More, which he actually wrote a play on Sir Thomas More later. So that's that would tend to buttress what Father Millward says. And the best thing I like about The Taming of the Shrew, because it's not one of my favorite plays, which you may have gathered, is that the climax to it, which is very conventional in terms of Christian morality, very much infuriated that other playwright, an anti-Christian, George Bernard Shaw, who wrote angrily about the fact that the play was great except for the Christian twist at the end. So I would be tempted to argue the opposite, that it's not one of the Shakespeare's greatest plays, but thanks be to God for the Christian twist at the end. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's The Taming of the Shrew.
What is past is prologue. That sums up the radio world before the Crusade Channel came along. The world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival sums up the radio world afterward.
The Columbia Workshop presents William Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew. William Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew. Well, that's slightly exaggerated. We are presenting Mr. Shakespeare's celebrated comedy, but in this modern version, especially adapted for radio, we've taken a lot of liberties with scenes, characters, and speech. We've added some original songs and lyrics in the best Broadway tradition, and from Broadway, to play Catherine the Shrew, we've also borrowed one of its finest dramatic stars, Nan Sunderland. Our story is still the tale of the maddest, rowdiest wooing in all literature, and how Petruchio brought about the taming of the shrew. But now it's curtain time, so let's have the overture. The story opens, as did Shakespeare's play, in a public place in Padua. Padua is just a small town in Italy. On a hot summer day, the sun burns down, the sky is blue, people are in the market square, and a pleasant laziness pervades the whole place. It presents quite a charming scene. For instance, there's Pedro, the happy blacksmith. He goes busily about his work. And right over there, the children play in the square. Running, laughing, and sometimes fighting among themselves, I suppose. And over in front of that little shop, the bookmaker is mending his shoes. And, of course, the traditional fountain plays in the sun. You see, it's all very much like a watercolor from a picture book come to life. It's pretty. It's picturesque. It's Padua. It's Italy. You can tell by the scenery. You can tell by the smell. And the heat of Hades. And the rest of the ladies. That this is Italy. And Italian to us. That's Italian to us. You can tell by the sky and the blue of the harbors and the upright harbors that this is Italy. When they can leave, when they can know. When they can leave, when they can know. This is Italy.
If you show his will to make a tailor me with this mate, take him away, or I'll call his noddle with a three-legged stool. I don't want him. I won't have him. Take him away. Who is that woman?
An angry wench.
Mad, you mean?
That's Catherine.
Oh. I never heard of her. Who is he?
Listen, Catherine's the meanest, the vilest, the most unreasonable, the quickest-tempered wench in all of Italy. Confidentially, Catherine is a shrew.
I have none of it. He married?
Married. No one's good enough.
You mean bad enough?
But old man Batista would like to marry her off. I guess that's what all the commotion was about.
What's the matter there? Here's a town on the series.
It's Catherine the Cursed. She's at it again.
Oh, yeah, that's too bad, Romeo. It's too bad.
I know. It's only too well, Hortensia.
You know, every time Catherine loses her temper, it means she's turned down some other man.
And every time she turns down a man, it means that we're so much farther away from being able to marry Bianca.
Daniel Romeo, it touches us both to labor and affects one thing especially.
Oh? What's that, I pray?
To get Catherine a husband.
Oh, no. Even though her father's dowry amounts to real social security, thinkest thou that any man is so very a fool to be married to that?
No, it's still true. But there's small choice in rotten apples. Rotten. Yeah. But after all, by helping Catherine to her husband, we set the younger free for one of us. And I hope it's me.
I'm agreed. I'd give the best horse in Padua to the man who would thoroughly woo Catherine, wed her, and bed her, and rid the house of her. Does that sound familiar to you?
Of course it does. Who else would ride through Padua like that except that madman?
Of course! Petruchio!
Yeah!
Hello, Hortensio! Hello, Petruchio! Oh, boy! Oh, that's it. Quiet. How are you, boys? Petruchio, we're glad to see you.
How are you, Petruchio?
Just fine, right in the pink.
Oh.
Boys, it's good to see your shining face. And no one is more welcome than you, dear Petruchio. But what fate brings you to Padua? Fame and fortune. Or only fortune. Or even a wife if she comes with a fortune. Oh, you wouldn't mean only if she comes with a fortune, would you, Petruchio? Money has its attractions, Gremio.
And a woman?
As attractive as the size of a dowry.
Oh.
Be she as foul as was Florentia's love. As old as Sybil and as cursed and shrewd as Socrates and Xantippe. I come to wive it wealthily in Padua. And if wealthily, then happily in Padua. What can you do about it?
Well, if you really want to know...
No, nothing. Couldn't do a thing with a bad way ourselves. Now, come, boys, out with it. Hortensio, you were about to say something. Who is she?
Why, it's a cute little number.
Catherine.
Oh, yes, certainly. It's Catherine.
Yes, Catherine. I never heard of her.
Never heard of Catherine?
No, never. What about her?
She has beautiful black hair. And wonderful black eyes.
Hortensio, Gremio, please take me to her.
Now, just a minute. Can a meeting be arranged, Romeo?
Oh, it's possible, Hortensio. Possible. Perhaps. It must be done now. Say, my good pals, why haven't you sought to wed this Catherine? You are gentlemen of taste and discrimination.
But not foolhardy.
A mere matter of temperament, Petruchio. Whose temperament?
Catherine.
Yes. You see, Catherine has a temper, and she's something of a shrew, but...
A mere Susan.
Oh, yes. A bit of a shrew. Stubborn wench. Is that all?
Is that enough?
Have I not in my time heard lions roar? Have I not heard great ordnance in the field and heaven's artillery thunder in the skies? And you warn me of a woman's tongue.
What a man.
Catherine shall be mine. I am Petruchio. Of course. I'll woo her. Yes, winner. Yes, winner. Yes, and tamer.
I laugh, I sing. Why shouldn't I laugh and sing at spring? And all the world has the golden glow because it's so. Now I am happy, I dance I. Oh, my spirit is as high. Why do I cry aloud with mirth? Because I'm quite the happiest man. No.
The impetuous Petruchio met Catherine's father, Batista, who ardently welcomed this surprise suitor. Petruchio wasted few words in asking for Catherine's hand, and Batista wasted even less words in granting permission for Petruchio to wed his eldest daughter and arranging a very handsome dowry. After all the details are set, we find Petruchio anxiously awaiting his first meeting with Catherine.
I will attend her here and woo her with some spirit when she comes. Say that she rails, why then I'll tell her plain she sings as sweetly as the nightingale. Say that she frowns, I'll say she looks as clear as morning roses newly washed with dew. Oh, but here she comes, and now Petruchio speak. Good morrow, Kate. That's your name, I hear.
Well, have you heard? Still you're hard of hearing. They call me Catherine, that do talk of me.
Then, gentle Catherine, hear me now. I move to woo you for my wife.
Well, you can move right out of here.
I am Petruchio Verona, a husband for you.
A husband? A devil.
I say a husband.
I say a devil.
Come, you waspish. You're too angry.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
Oh. Well, she's a lusty wench. Oh, kindest Kate, who hangs about my neck and with kiss on kiss, protesting oath on oath, that in a twink has won me to her love.
Won me to your love. Oh, you buzzard!
You pretty thing.
A pretty Pete! I'll put a finger in your eye!
What sobriety! If I woo this wildcat, I'll charm her first to keep her tongue. Kate, 'twas told me you were rough and coy, but now I find report a very liar, for thou art exceedingly pleasant, slow in speech, sweet as springtime flowers.
Rail on, you fool. I'm not even listening.
Come closer, that I may gaze into your lovely eyes. Don't move. For by this light whereby I see thy beauty did thus make me like thee well. Thou shalt be married to no man but me.
My lady isn't staying, on that I will avert. And yet I sing a hymn to her. But oh, she smiles so quaintly, I grow as soft as fur. And so I sing a hymn to her. Yes, she is an angel. Sing hallelujah. And when I speak her name, I can't but her, though stern. Her temper she has faintly, but still it won't differ. My lovesick prayer to one so fair, my hymn to her. Yes, she is an angel, sing hallelujah, and when I speak her name, I cannot help but the temper she has saintly, but still my lovesick prayer to one so fair, my hymn to
her. Oh, just one of those serenaders from Verona. Huh.
Putting all this chat aside, thus in plain terms, your father has consented that you shall be my wife.
Your wife? I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth. There's my father. There's my father. A scream, a scold, I'll raise a storm!
Shut up! I'll wed you though you chide as loud as thunder when the clouds in autumn crack. You'll marry me and like it.
I'd sooner marry a puppet, an old trot without a tooth in his head. Why, you madcap ruffian!
I can endure your lot alarms, cause come Sunday you shall be my wife.
That's what you think, you one-half lunatic!
Oh, she loves me. Farewell, Kate the Cursed, my lovely Kate. I go now to Venice. Sunday comes apace. We will have rings and things in fine array. So kiss me, Kate. We will be married Sunday.
I'll see you.
Come Sunday, and Padua was treated to a wedding so nightmarish they still talk of it in the marketplace. Everybody was ready for the ceremony. Hours passed, but Petruchio was nowhere to be found.
It is my own shame to give my hand into a mad brain who wooed in haste and means to marry later.
Catherine wept, Batista moaned, the guests snickered, and it looked like the wedding was off when suddenly...
Petruchio is coming in a new hat and old jerkin. An old rusty sword with a broken hilt. An old horse possessed with the glanders, full of wind galls and swayed in the back. What a wedding outfit for a groom.
She's married, not my clothes. Now there's the church. Petruchio is raging and stamping. Look there now. He drinks the health and flings the stops in the sexton's beard. The ceremony is finally over. But Petruchio carries off the raging Catherine on his broken-down horse. Of all mad matches, never was the like.
Get up, old friend, old charger. Take Petruchio and Catherine, his lovely bride, home. Sit up and hold tight to me, my Kate.
Your Kate. Your love, your bride. After a wedding like ours, you ought to be ashamed to call me a bride.
Perhaps you're right, Catherine. I shan't call you a bride then. And as for disparaging the wedding, well, after all, you are different from all other women. So if your wedding was a little out of the ordinary, well, that's only natural.
Only natural. Was a disgrace.
Oh, Kate, content thee. Be not angry.
None of your silly taffy, Petruchio. The way you were dressed. The way you kept me waiting at the church. The way you dragged me from our wedding supper.
Amusing, wasn't it? So unconventional, I thought.
Amusing. And now a honeymoon on a horse.
A honeymoon on a horse. La 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 la.
Stop that noise. It creaks like a rusty
La 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 la.
You make my flesh creep. You even frighten the horse.
La 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 la. Oh, Moon, look down upon me. She is so lovely, is she not, Moon?
More rubbish. Hold your tongue.
Shut up, and I'll compose a song.
How dare.
Hush. Moon, are you listening?
Behold the fairest thing in the 16th century. Here is beauty, here is wenchery. There she sits, my happy fate. Lovely, lovely, gentle Kate.
Mag sings better than you do.
Behold the rarest thing in the 16th century. I'm love thirsty, she's the quenchery. All my life I did await. Lovely, lovely, gentle Kate. She is a shrew, but who can blame her? She never knew the man to tame her, or lame her, or break her in two. Smack her and woo her, that will I do. Black her and blue her, that will I do. She is a comely lass, but she's not respectable. Maybe that's why she's delectable. Hail the conqueror and his mate. Hail Petruchio and Kate.
La 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 la.
What, Catherine, you sing too?
Oh, yes, I composed a song for you.
Be careful, Kate.
Oh, Moon, are you listening? Behold the crazy clown of the 16th century. He thinks he is so adventurous. He is better than a show. Husband mine, Petruchio.
What beautiful lines.
Behold a masterpiece of inhuman knavery. What a madman, so unsavory. Lower even than the low. Husband mine, Petruchio.
Hey, you, remember you're my horse.
He is a fool, but who can blame him? A stubborn mule needs one to tame him and shame him and break him in two. Smash him and thrash him, that will I do. Lash him and bash him, that will I do. He is a silly lad, but it's comprehensible. Where would he learn to be sensible? Who could have a milder foe than this fool?
That's so. Well, here you go, my proud and haughty Kate, into the mud.
Don't you dare.
But I do right up to your lovely neck,
Stop it.
Katie.
Stop it.
You'll be covered with wet brown mud.
No, no,
I hold you
no.
tightly about the waist and lift you up the horse so, and slowly dip you like I'd dunk a donut. Mud. Thick mud all over you. Your clothes are wet. Aren't you a sight? Oh, Kate, you look so funny. Master! What has happened? Nothing, Romeo, my faithful servant. Just some sport between your mistress and me. Mud improves her. Don't you think so, Grumio? Oh, yes, master. Greatly. There's an observant fellow. Now, right ahead, Grumio, and prepare our house. Good food and drink and lovely warm clothes for Petruchio's bride. At once, master. Petruchio, your master, will be here in a short while, and with him his bride. The bride?
Bring us home a bride, Petruchio. And so we just to prepare for her.
Because we know we're positively going to care for her. Petruchio's bride, so sweet. We're also gay inside, Petruchio. Because at last you have to come to us, her maiden charms. And tonight you will hold her in your strong young arms. And we know she will cry, oh, Petruchio. She will adore your loving soul. She won't say no, she'll be a blow, Petruchio. That she's covered with mud. She's a lady, a gentle lady. Don't stand there, you blockheads. Off with my boots, you rogues. Where's my spaniel toilet? Where are my slippers? Where's food for my lovely bride?
Here's food for you and the mistress. So tender, so juicy, garnished with the rarest spices. In short, mighty tasty.
It smells so good.
You call this mutton? This for your mistress? Burnt, dry. Take it away! Where's the rascal cook?
Petruchio, it's not that bad. I'm so hungry.
I tell you, Kate was burnt and dried. It'll make you choleric. Where are the new clothes for my Kate?
Ooh, la la, Mimi. Here are the new clothes for your worship, you don't dare. Is this hat not just too divine and this?
Velvet dish? Looks like a baby's cap or a walnut shell. Take it away!
Why, it was the rage in the Padua fashion show.
I like the cap, and I will have it or none.
You're positively right. It is a Zoram.
Shut up, you thimble!
It's lovely, and I like it.
It's the latest fashion, your worship, and made just as you want, Dad. Cut low in the back with a sweeping train.
What? Thou liest, thou friend! Thou thimble! Thou remnant! Away, nay!
But gentle women wear such gowns as these.
When you are gentle, you shall have one too. And not till then.
Oh, well, have it your way. I'm going to lie down here and get some sleep. I'm so exhausted, my every bone aches. Oh, this is so soft and good.
Get up, Catherine. I say get up. It's drafty there. It's not good for you.
He kills a wife with kindness. I get no food, no hat, no gown. And he does it under name of perfect love.
Get up, Catherine.
I'm staying here. It's comfortable.
It's not comfortable.
And I'm tired. Petruchio, please, you've denied me everything. Just let me stay here.
You say it's comfortable. It's not comfortable. It's like wood. Go sit by the window. Oh, how bright and goodly shines the moon.
The moon? The sun. Not moonlight now.
I say it is the moon that shines so bright.
I know it is the sun that shines so bright.
Now, by my mother's son, and that's myself, it shall be moon or star or what I will. I'm never more crossed than crossed, nothing but crossed.
Be it moon or sun or what you please, and if you please to call it a rush candle, henceforth I vow, it shall be so for me.
I say it is the moon.
I know it is the moon.
Nay, then you lie. It is the blessed sun.
Then God be blessed. It is the blessed sun. But sun it is not. When you say it is not. And the moon changes even as your mind. Even what you will have it named, even that it is. And so it shall be so for Catherine.
What? Oh, wonderful. Ah, Kate, kiss me. I do love you, Kate. You are Petruchio's bride. Sweet Catherine, I think now our wedding feast has been too long delayed. Come, we'll go back to Padua for a celebration befitting the wife of Petruchio.
Welcome back to Padua again, Petruchio, and congratulations.
Thank you, Hortensio, thank you.
And let me present your new brother-in-law.
You, Hortensio?
No, Lucentio here.
Lucentio?
Yes, while Gremio and Hortensio were busily engaged in their friendly rivalry, I just stepped in and married Bianca.
Yes, they pulled a fast one, all right. I guess both our bachelor days are ended.
Hortensio, you too?
Oh, yes, sir. A widow, Petruchio. Not many children, but lots of money.
That's great, Hortensio. This is really an occasion for a party.
Well, I'll bet being married to Catherine is no party, eh, Petruchio?
But Catherine, my dear Hortensio, Catherine is quite changed. And if you insist, I suppose I shall have to prove it.
Yes.
A little bet, my friends, will settle this argument to everyone's satisfaction. Say 100 crowns?
You're on.
That's fine, but how will you prove it?
Well, we each have a wife in the next room, within calling distance. Each of us, in turn, will call for her. The one who responds most obediently will have one for her husband. Simple?
Very good. Who goes first?
Well, Hortensio is married to a widow.
Don't remind me.
If her husband calls, well, she should know what to do.
Yes, of course. No doubt she'll come on the run. I'll go first. Why?
Stop your shouting, Hortensio. I'm busy. And speak like a gentleman. This is no bar room.
Isn't that bad? I mean, yes, dear. She's a little cranky tonight, I suppose.
Yes, some women are like that. Call Bianca, Lucentio. Bianca! Bianca! Bianca!
Madame says you are not to shout. It is bad for your throat.
Well, man, take your turn, Petruchio.
Yes. Catherine. Catherine.
Yes, Petruchio.
Go fetch Bianca and Hortensio's wife, too. Immediately, dear.
Oh, I never would have believed it.
I can't understand it. Gentlemen, there's nothing to it. Marriage is simply a synonym for peace and love and obedience.
Here are the wives of Hortensio, Lucentio, dear husband.
Kate, tell these headstrong women what duty they owe their lords and husbands.
Such beauty as the subject owes the prince. Even such a woman oweth to her husband. And when she is forward, peevish, sullen, sour, and not obedient to his honest will, what is she? But a foul, contending rebel and a graceless traitor to her loving lord. I am ashamed that women are so simple to offer war where they should kneel for peace or seek for rule, supremacy, and sway when they are bound to serve, love, and obey. But I, for one, am always happy to make any sacrifice. It needs only Petruchio's word, and I shall do his bidding.
Why, there's a wench. Come and kiss me, Kate.
Ah, Petruchio, I love you.
And you are a good wife, Kate.
Come on, Bianca. Let's go home now.
One moment, I must say goodnight to Catherine.
Catherine, please. One word with you.
Yes, sister?
Catherine, did you mean what you said just then?
Bianca, only when a woman acts like a lamb can she pull the wool over her husband's eyes. Come, Petruchio, dear husband.
He is an angel. Sing hallelujah.
And when I speak his name, I cannot help but cry.
So the curtain rings down on the Columbia Workshop's musical presentation of Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew, starring Nan Sunderland as Catherine and Carlton Young as Petruchio. The role of Hortensio was played by Don Costello, Romeo by Carl Swenson, and Dean Carlson was narrator. The play was especially adapted for radio by Joseph Gottlieb, with songs and lyrics written by Irvin Graham and sung by Buddy Clark and Audrey Marsh. The orchestra and chorus were directed by Lynn Murray, with orchestrations by Van Cleve, and the production was under the direction of Phil Cohan. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Why, there's a wench. Come and kiss me, Kate.
Ah, Petruchio, I love you.
And you are a good wife, Kate.
Come on, Bianca. Let's go home now.
One moment, I must say goodnight to Catherine.
Catherine, please. One word with you.
Yes, sister?
Catherine, did you mean what you said just then?
Bianca, only when a woman acts like a lamb can she pull the wool over her husband's eyes. Come, Petruchio, dear husband.
He is an angel. Sing hallelujah.
And when I speak his name, I cannot help but cry.
rings down on the Columbia Workshop's musical presentation of Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew, starring Nan Sunderland as Catherine and Carlton Young as Petruchio. The role of Hortensio was played by Don Costello, Romeo by Carl Swenson, and Dean Carlson was narrator. The play was especially adapted for radio by Joseph Gottlieb, with songs and lyrics written by Irvin Graham and sung by Buddy Clark and Audrey Marsh. The orchestra and chorus were directed by Lynn Murray, with orchestrations by Van Cleve, and the production was under the direction of Phil Cohan. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoyed the Taming of the Shrew. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with Julius Caesar, featuring Orson Welles, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
Folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Join us in beautiful Richmond, New Hampshire this autumn for St. Benedict Center's annual conference, October 11 and 12. This is Brother Andre Marie of Reconquest. I'll be there, and so will Mike Church. Our other speakers are no strangers to these airwaves either. Charles Colomb, Commander John Sharp, C.J. Doyle, and Sisters Maria Filomena and Marie Gabrielle. Come stimulate your intellect, motivate your will, and enjoy Catholic camaraderie with us this fall. Go to Catholicism.org/conference. That's Catholicism.org/conference.
Did you know that MAGA caps are now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap for free. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership and the cap is yours for free. Sign up today at crusadechannel.com/offer.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com. Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy Tommy!
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
What does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast Coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
In 4 years of hosting Free Farm Fridays here on the Crusade Radio Network, I've been blessed to meet so many great people who've discovered that a flourishing future must be inspired by what flourished in the past. And one of the most important players in this discovery are the men, women, and families of the Catholic Land Movement. If you'd like to meet some of these folks, then make plans to attend their Midwest Appalachia Conference, September 13th to 15th at the Edelweiss House in Greenburgh, Indiana. For details and tickets, go to CatholicLandMovement.info. That's CatholicLandMovement.info, and tell them the King Dude sent you.
Listen up, maggots! Every time you buy a book at Amazon, Jeff Bezos gets money to add to his army of Terminator robots. Now you tell me, what kind of patriot does that? Certainly not the kind that listens to the My Church show! You want to see the world now, don't you?
Come with me if you want to read.
That's why you're going to shop for books in the Founders Trading Post store at shop.mikechurch.com. Be a hero, save the free world, and as for Bezos...
Put him in the chopper.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Do you hear that, Maggie?
Do I hear what?
You don't hear the sound of bees buzzing about?
No, I see the result of that buzzing about in these beautiful new beeswax candles.
We sell candles now?
Not just any candles. These are handmade beeswax candles.
Well, that explains me imagining bees.
And they come in different sizes. There's a votive, a 3-day, and a 7-day size too.
Well, that should start a buzz in the store.
It better, or you'll get the buzz.
Order handmade beeswax candles today while supplies last at shop.mikechurch.com. Hey folks, back in the day when women were women and men weren't, you only needed a half a dozen resources to keep up with the news and get reliable insight and commentary. Now with literally hundreds of thousands of choices, it's almost impossible to stay informed without previewing and fact-checking till your eyes turn MAGA red. That's why you should sign up for my new daily email newsletter, the Daily Truth Trilogy, with my quote of the day, lead show topic, and 3 stories you can't do without. Subscribing is easy and free at mikechurch.com/dude.
Error has no rights in the public square, and you won't hear it here on the Crusade Channel or crusadechannel.com.
Hello, Crusaders, and welcome to the inaugural William Shakespeare Radio Film Festival. I am your Master of Ceremonies, Joseph Pearce. Over the next 2 days, we will present to you a treasury of the Bard's works, performed especially for radio by some of the greatest stage actors of the last century. Actors include Sir John Gielgud, Orson Welles, Sir Laurence Olivier, Cedric Hardwicke, Peter Finch, Richard Widmark, Maurice Evans, Richard Burton, Vivian Lee, Rosalind Russell, and many others. I'm going to treat each of these radio masterpieces as a lecture in an elective course on Shakespeare, and will offer you my thoughts and years of reflection on each play. Wherefore Shakespeare? Why is Shakespeare so important And why is he so important, especially to Catholics? Although Shakespeare was a Catholic, and the evidence proves that beyond any reasonable doubt, he's not just for Catholics. He's one of the greatest writers who ever lived. And he wrote about things that are profoundly important to all Christians. He defended religious liberty against the power of secularism. We have to understand that King Henry VIII's Reformation in England was not a Protestant Reformation. It was not a theological Reformation. It was a Machiavellian secular Reformation, where basically the king took all the wealth and property of the church to himself and handed it to his cronies. And so Shakespeare's writing about religious freedom. He's writing about the good, the true, and the beautiful. He's writing about Jesus Christ in an orthodox manner, in a way that's applicable to Catholics and non-Catholic Christians alike. Well, first of all, Shakespeare is important to everybody because he's one of the greatest writers who ever lived. He's also especially important to Catholics because he was a believing, and all the evidence suggests, a faithful Catholic in very anti-Catholic times, during the reign of Elizabeth I and James I, a time when it was actually illegal to be a Catholic. Very heavy fines were paid for people that refused to attend the services of the state religion, the Anglican Church, and to be a priest in England was punishable by death. To harbour a priest in England was punishable by death. So this is the backdrop that we have to have in mind and bear in mind whenever we are watching, listening, or reading any of the Bard's plays. Shakespeare then was living during the reign of Elizabeth I and James I. And we see in his plays evidence of his Catholicism. But there are two ways of discerning and detecting Shakespeare's Catholicism. There's the biographical evidence, the evidence from the facts that we know of his life, and there is the textual evidence, the facts that we know from the plays and the poems. And I see these two types of evidence as forming a Gothic arch, with one set of the biographical evidence supporting the textual evidence, and the textual evidence in turn supporting the biographical evidence. In this brief introduction, I'm going to just give the biographical evidence, and the textual evidence will emerge in my brief introductions to each of the plays that you'll be listening to in this radio film festival of William Shakespeare. So Shakespeare was born in the early years of the reign of Elizabeth I in very anti-Catholic times. He was born into a very militant Catholic family. So basically, Catholics in England were fit into three distinct categories. There were the conformists, those who were Catholics by inclination and by sympathy, but nonetheless conformed to the state religion in order to avoid the fines. Then there were the church papists, those who were living a double life. Outwardly, they were conforming in order to avoid paying the fines, but secretly, if there was a priest in the neighborhood, they would also attend clandestine mass and confession and the sacraments. So they were living a double life. And then there was the most militant or the most devout or the most courageous of the Catholics, and they were the recusants. To recuse is to refuse. These were those who refused to attend the services of the state religion and paid the fines in consequence. William Shakespeare's family was one of the most notorious recusant families. So his father was fined in 1592 for his recusancy. That was during the time that Shakespeare had arrived in London and was writing some of his early plays. Prior to that, John Shakespeare, Shakespeare's father, had retired from active politics. He had been Lord Mayor of Stratford-upon-Avon. He retired from active politics when it became necessary to take the oath of supremacy, which declared the the Queen to be the supreme head of the church in England, and not wishing to take that oath, he therefore retired from politics. Shakespeare's daughter, Susanna, was also fined for her recusancy in 1606, a time when Shakespeare was writing some of his darkest plays. We'll come to that when we talk about the plays. As for Shakespeare's mother's family, the Ardens, they were one of the most notorious recusant families, and some of Shakespeare's cousins were actually executed for their part in so-called papist plots. So Shakespeare was raised in a militantly Catholic family. We know he had to leave in a hurry from Stratford-upon-Avon, having made an enemy of the local lord of the manor, Sir Thomas Lucy. What we know of Sir Thomas Lucy, he was a great enemy of the Catholics who got great joy out of leading and organizing raids on Catholic homes. The fact that Shakespeare's home was raided, or at least was in danger of being raided, is proved by the fact that 150 years after Shakespeare's death, when they were renovating the house in which he lived as a child, they discovered the last will and testament, the spiritual last will and testament of John Shakespeare in the rafters of the house. This was a Catholic document in which Shakespeare's father confessed his Catholic faith in the words written by the great Italian saint St. Charles Borromeo. So we know that that was obviously hidden there because they didn't want it to be discovered when the house was raided. Shakespeare made an enemy of the person who organized those raids and had to leave. Why, we don't know. But the fact is he had to leave, making an enemy of someone who was very anti-Catholic. Throughout his time in London, Shakespeare never attended an Anglican service, and this is taken by modern critics as proof that he was an agnostic or an atheist, whereas in fact it merely proves and shows he's the same as his parents and his daughter, that he's a recusant, he refused to attend the services of the state religion. We know that he was involved in a court case in which he was alleged to have threatened the life of two men. And these two men were known enemies of the Catholic Church, who we have correspondence from them in which they boasted of raiding Catholic homes and of making bonfires of crucifixes and Catholic devotional prayer books outside the houses of the Catholics whom they'd raided. Very gleefully. So these were men that were not liked by the Catholics. These two men took Shakespeare and some co-defendants, who include people we know were recusants, to court, and he was bound over to keep the peace. In other words, found guilty of the charge. So Shakespeare had friends who were recusants and were taken to court, as was he himself, against anti-Catholics. When Queen Elizabeth I died, Shakespeare was the only leading poet who refused to write a single word of eulogy to her. His silence was deafening, and he was accused of such by some of his contemporary poets. We know that he was an acquaintance of the Jesuit martyr St. Robert Southwell, and in many of Shakespeare's plays, he actually alludes to the poetry of the Jesuit St. Robert Southwell, such as, for instance, in the graveyard scene in Hamlet, in various parts of Romeo and Juliet, in King Lear especially. One of the last things that Shakespeare did before retiring back to Stratford-upon-Avon, retiring from the stage and from writing plays, was to buy the Blackfriars Gatehouse. The Blackfriars Gatehouse was, as its name implies, the gatehouse to Blackfriars Priory, the religious house of the Dominicans in London, which was, of course, destroyed in the dissolution of the monasteries by Henry VIII. But the gatehouse, the large house at the entrance to that, remained in Catholic hands from the time of the dissolution of the monasteries in the 1530s until the time when Shakespeare bought it in 1612. So for a period of 80 years, we know from the property deeds, it remained from one Catholic to another, and it was a centre for secret and obviously illegal Catholic activity in London throughout those years. And there were raids on the house and reports about the house having secret passageways down to the River Thames so that people could escape. We know that Jesuit priests who were being pursued by the authorities sought shelter there. This was the house that Shakespeare bought before leaving London, and he stipulated that the tenant who was living there already should stay living there. That tenant's name was John Robinson, indicating that the house would still be used for the same purposes it had been in the past. John Robinson's brother, in the same year that Shakespeare bought that house, entered the English college in Rome to study for the priesthood, and John Robinson himself was the only one of Shakespeare's London friends to be with Shakespeare in his final illness, and he signed his will. As regards Shakespeare's will itself, his last will and testament, many of the beneficiaries of his will were known recusants in Stratford-upon-Avon, and the executress of his will was his own daughter, Susanna, who had been fined for her Catholic recusancy. I could say much more, and indeed I would refer you to my book, The Quest for Shakespeare, The Bard of Avon, and The Church of Rome, for a far more detailed summary of the evidence of Shakespeare's Catholicism. But this is important for us to know as we embark on this inaugural William Shakespeare Radio Film Festival on the Crusade Channel, that we are dealing with a profoundly Catholic playwright in the plays we're about to hear. Ado About Nothing, starring Leslie Howard and Rosalind Russell. This feature debuted on July the 19th, 1937 on the Columbia Theatre for radio. The play, Much Ado About Nothing, was originally performed in around 1598, so towards the end of the reign of Elizabeth I. We have in the character of Beatrice a femme formidable, a formidable woman, a woman of some power, shall we say, some strength. But she's witty, she's sharp, but she's also proud. And she needs to learn to love. And she needs to learn that love is inseparable from humility. She needs to know the difference. She needs to learn the difference between cleverness and wisdom. And this, if you like, is the moral dynamic of the comedy. Within it, as usual, we get the villain. In this case, it's Don John, who's a malevolent force within the play, motivated by envy, and is similar to some of Shakespeare's other villains, such as Iago in Othello or Edmund in King Lear. Dogberry is one of Shakespeare's most memorable comic characters, and although he is a comedian and somewhat slapstick and is there for the laughs, as Shakespeare warns us in Hamlet, we should not turn off our attention when there's a comic scene for light relief, because sometimes what the comic characters are saying is crucial to the unraveling of the plot and the denouement. And in this, it certainly is the case with Dogberry. In one of the scenes, basically, there's a major leverage. The plot turns upon what he says and does. The play is very largely in prose, and Shakespeare, generally speaking, uses prose when he's dealing with matters of a lower moral level, and then elevates the language into verse when he's speaking on a higher moral level. So the fact that this play is mostly in prose tells us really that it's largely just a piece of fun. It's not going to lead us to the heights as other plays that Shakespeare penned does, the heights and the depths for that matter. But it ends very significantly in verse, and that's because the moral of the story is given at the end, and therefore Shakespeare heightens the language, beautifies the language, elevates the language to accompany the elevated message that comes at the end of the play. And really the lesson that needs to be learned is by Beatrice and by the other female character hero is given by Friar Francis, so again a Franciscan friar, as being the spokesman of wisdom, which is often the case in Shakespeare plays. He says, "Come, lady, die to live." And of course, this is a crucial Christian maxim, paradox, that to love is to live, and to live, therefore, is to lay down our lives for others. We have to die to ourselves in order to fully live, in order to fully love. And that is ultimately the moral test that this play presents to us. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet?
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com. Did you know that MAGA caps are now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap for free. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership, and the cap is yours for free. Sign up today at crusadechannel.com/offer.
Join us in beautiful Richmond, New Hampshire this autumn for St. Benedict Center's annual conference, October 11 and 12. This is Brother Andre Marie of Reconquest. I'll be there, and so will Mike Church. Our other speakers are no strangers to these airwaves either. Charles Colomb, Commander John Sharp, C.J. Doyle, and Sisters Maria Filomena and Marie Gabrielle. Come stimulate your intellect, motivate your will, and enjoy Catholic camaraderie with us this fall. Go to Catholicism.org/conference. That's Catholicism.org/conference.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA Coffee Code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his 2nd cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
In 4 years of hosting Free Farm Fridays here on the Crusade Radio Network, I've been blessed to meet so many great people who've discovered that a flourishing future must be inspired by what flourished in the past. And one of the most important players in this discovery are the men, women, and families of the Catholic Land Movement. If you'd like to meet some of these folks, then make plans to attend their Midwest Appalachia Conference, September 13th to 15th at the Edelweiss House in Greenburgh, Indiana. For details and tickets,
version of Julius Caesar features the voice of Orson Welles and was part of the Depression era's WPA-sponsored Federal Theatre project. Embedded within Shakespeare's Julius Caesar are metadramatic references to the turbulent politics of Shakespeare's own day. Caesar's reference to Cassius as one who is not to be trusted because he loves no plays and hears no music is clearly an attack on the Puritans in Elizabethan England, who considered the theatre and dancing to be sinful and who were against the use of polyphony or chant in the liturgy. Caesar's words are a reiteration of the words of Lorenzo in the final act of The Merchant of Venice, which Shakespeare had written 3 or 4 years earlier. And to quote the words here of Lorenzo, "The man that hath no music in himself, nor is not moved with concord of sweet sounds, is fit for treasons, stratagems, and spoils. The motions of his spirit are dull as night, and his affections dark as Erebus. Let no such man be trusted. Mark the music." As is so often the case in Shakespeare's plays, his villain is tagged by these topical references as both a Machiavellian and a Puritan, reminding us that Shakespeare was always writing with his own turbulent time in mind, even when his theme is ostensibly the distant past or distant countries. Although Shakespeare's Caesar is a somewhat pathetic figure, it is a grievous misreading of the play to see his assassination as justifiable or even praiseworthy. Cassius, the progenitor of the plot to kill Caesar, is clearly the play's overarching villain. Motivated by hatred and envy and prone to corruption, Cassius is cast in the role of the Machiavel, the cynical manipulator who appears in many of Shakespeare's plays. He is numbered with Iago, King Claudius, Polonius, Edmund, Richard III, and the Macbeths, as those without faith or principle who prey upon the virtuous and godly. It is inconceivable that a plot hatched by such a serpent could be seen as justifiable. The villainy of Brutus is by no means as obvious, but is nonetheless as real. His high ideals do not excuse his low actions, and he reminds modern readers, perhaps, of the many deadly idealists who have washed themselves clean, as they see it, in the blood of their victims. We think perhaps of Robespierre and the Great Terror of the French Revolution, or of Lenin and the Gulag Archipelago, or of Hitler and the Holocaust. In the final analysis, the most striking feature of Julius Caesar is that none of its principal characters are particularly virtuous. This is not unique in the Shakespearean canon. We think perhaps of Romeo and Juliet, in which none of the characters show much virtue except for the fatally flawed friar. It is, however, unusual to see the absence of virtue to such a striking degree. It is not like the Shakespeare that we know and love. On the most obvious level, Shakespeare is echoing the words of Mercutio in Romeo and Juliet. He is calling down a plague on all their houses, in the sense that he is pouring scorn on Caesar's vanity, on Antony's bloodthirsty opportunism, on Cassius's ambition, on Brutus's brutal idealism. Yet, unlike Mercutio, he is not cursing from the perspective of a worldly cynicism, but from that of a believing Christian, at a time when believing Christians were being tortured and put to death by the vanity of monarchs, by bloodthirsty opportunists, by political ambition, and by brutal idealism. There is, however, a deeper level of meaning that is all too often overlooked completely. It is the sound of silence within the play, the scream in the vacuum of the play's vacuity. It is the unheard and unheeded voice of the virtuous. 'Tis the voice of Calpurnia, which, if heeded, would have saved Caesar's life. It is the voice of Portia, which, if heeded, might have urged Brutus to think twice about his involvement with the conspirators. It is the voice of the soothsayer and the augurers. It is the voice of Artemidorus, a teacher of rhetoric, whose note to Caesar is devoid of all rhetorical devices and direct to the point of bluntness. Caesar, it says, beware of Brutus, take heed of Cassius, come not near Casca, have an eye to Cinna, trust not Trebonius, mark well Metellus Cimber, Decius Brutus loves thee not, thou hast wronged Caius Ligarius, there is but one mind in all these men, and it is bent against Caesar. If thou beest not immortal, look about you, security gives way to conspiracy, the mighty gods defend thee. The note is not read, the voice is not heard, and the consequences are fatal. All that was missing in the play is the one thing necessary, the still, small voice of calm that the proud refuse to hear. And now, Julius Caesar.
Act 1, Scene 1, Rome, a public place. 'Tis a festive, sunshiny day, and a crowd of common people are gathered here. 2 tribunes enter, Flavius and Marullus.
Hence, home, you idle creatures, get you home. Is this a holiday? What, though you're not being mechanical, you ought not walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession? Speak, what trade art thou?
Why, sir, a carpenter.
Where is thy leather apron and thy rule?
What dost thou with thy best apparel on?
He wheels about and waves at another.
You, sir, what trade are you?
The commoner bows low, his eyes twinkling.
A trade, sir, that I hope I may use with a safe conscience, which is indeed, sir, a mender of bad souls.
What trade, thou knave, thou naughty knave, what trade?
Nay, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me. Yet if you be out, sir, I can mend you.
What meanst thou by that? Mend me, thou saucy fellow.
Why, sir, cobble you.
What a cobbler art thou?
I am indeed, sir, a surgeon to old shoes.
But wherefore art not in thy shop today? Why dost thou leave these men about the streets?
Truly, sir, to wear out their shoes to get myself into more work. But indeed, sir, we make holiday to see Caesar and to rejoice in his triumph.
Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings he home? What tributaries follow him to Rome? You blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. You not Pompey! Many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and battlements, to towers and windows, yea, to chimney tops, your infants in your arms, and there have sat the livelong day with patient expectation to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. And you now put on your best attire, and do you now call out a holiday, and do you now strew flowers in his way that comes in triumph of a Pompey's blood? Begone! Run to your houses, fall upon your knees, pray to the gods to intermit the plague that needs must light on this ingratitude. Go, good countrymen.
The crowd scatters and moves down the street. The 2 tribunes watch them as they hurry off.
They vanish tongue-tied in their guiltiness. Go you down that way towards the Capitol. This way will I. Disrobe the images if you do find them decked with ceremonies.
May we do so? You know it is the Feast of Lupercal.
It is no matter. Let no images be hung with Caesar's trophies. I'll about and drive away the vulgar from the streets. So do you, too, where you perceive them thick. These growing feathers plucked from Caesar's wing will make him fly an ordinary pitch. Who else would soar above the view of men and keep us all in servile fearfulness?
Saluting, the tribunes exit in different directions. The noise of the approaching parade grows in volume. Crowds back up the street crying excitedly and waving. Soldiers appear and clear them from the road. Julius Caesar appears, followed by his train. Calpurnia, Portia, Mark Antony, Cicero, Decius, Brutus, Cassius, and Casca. More commoners follow after them until the stage is choked with people.
Calpurnia, cease home! Caesar speaks. Calpurnia.
Here, my lord.
Send you directly in Antonius' way when he doth run his course. Antonius?
Caesar, my lord.
Forget not in your speed, Antonius, to touch Calpurnia. For our elders say the Baron, touched in this holy chase, shake off their sterile curse.
I shall remember. When Caesar says do this, it is performed.
Set on, and leave no ceremony out.
Caesar!
Huh? Who called?
Bid every noise be still! Speak yet again!
Who is it in the press that calls on me? I hear a tongue shriller than all the music cry, Caesar! Speak! Caesar is turned to hear.
Beware the Ides of March!
What man is that?
A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March.
Set him before me. Let me see his face.
Hello, come from the throne. Look upon Caesar.
What sayest thou to me now? Speak once again.
Beware the Ides of March.
He is a dreamer. Let us leave him. Pass.
The procession moves off. Cassius looks across to Brutus, standing alone at the other side of the stage, engrossed in thought. When the others have gone, he calls over to him.
Will you go see the order of the course?
Not I.
I pray you do.
I am not gamesome. I do lack some part of that quick spirit that is in Antony. Let me not hinder, Cassius, your desires. I'll leave you.
Brutus, I do observe you now of late. I've not from your eyes that gentleness and show of love as I was wont to have. You bear too stubborn and too strange a hand over your friend that loves you.
Cassius, be not deceived. If I have veiled my look, I turn the trouble of my countenance merely upon myself. Vexed I am of late with passions of some difference, conceptions only proper to myself, which give some soil, perhaps, to my behaviors.
Then, Brutus, I have much mistook your passion. Tell me, good Brutus, can you see your face?
No, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself, but by reflection, by some other thing.
'Tis just. And it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow. I have heard where many of the best respect in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus and groaning underneath this age's yoke, have wished that noble Brutus had his eyes.
Into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius? That you would have me seek into myself for that which is not in me.
Therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear. And since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of. And be not jealous of me, gentle Brutus. Were I a common laugher, or did use to stale with ordinary oaths my love to every new protester, if you know that I do fawn on men and hug them hard, and after scandal them, or if you know that I profess myself in banqueting to all the rout, then hold me dangerous.
What means this shouting? I do fear the people choose Caesar for their king.
Aye? You fear it? Then must I think you would not have it so.
I would not, Cassius. Yet I love him well. But wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it that you would impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honor in one eye and death in the other, and I will look on both indifferently. For let the gods so speed me as I love the name of honor more than I fear death.
I know that virtue to be in you, Brutus, as well as I do know your outward favor. Well, honor is the subject of my story. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life, but for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar. So were you. We both are fed as well, and we can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. For once, upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, "Darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood and swim to yonder point?" Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in and bade him follow, so indeed he did. The torrent roared. We did buffet it, with lusty sinews, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive the point proposed, Caesar cried, "Help me, Cassius, or I sink." I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I the tyrant Caesar. And this man is now become a god, and Cassius is a wretched creature, and must bend his body, with Caesar carelessly but nod on him. He had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him, I did mark how he did shake. 'Tis true, this god did shake. His coward lips did from their color fly, and that same eye, whose bend doth o'er the world, did lose his luster. I did hear him groan, aye, and that tongue of his that bade the Romans mark him, and write his speeches in their books. Alas, it cried, give me some drink, Titinius, as a sick girl. Ye gods, it doth amaze me. A man of such a feeble temper should so get the start of the majestic world, and bear the palm alone.
Another general shout. I do believe that these applauses are for some new honors that are heaped on Caesar.
Why, man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus. And we, petty men, walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Brutus and Caesar, what should be in that Caesar? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? Write them together, yours is as fair a name. Sound them, it doth become the mouth as well. Weigh them, it is as heavy. Conjure with them, Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now, in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed, that he is grown so great? Age, thou art shamed. Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods. When could they say till now that talked of Rome, that her wide walls encompass but one man? Oh, you and I have heard our fathers say, there was a Brutus once that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome, as easily as a king.
That you do love me, I am nothing jealous. What you would work me to, I have some aim. How I have thought of this and of these times I shall recount hereafter. Till then, my noble friend, chew upon this. Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions as this time is like to lay upon us.
I am glad that my weak words have struck but thus much show of fire from Brutus.
The games are done and Caesar is returning.
As they pass by, pluck Casca by the sleeve. And he will, after his sour fashion, tell you what hath proceeded worthy note today.
I will do so. But look you, Cassius. The angry spot doth glow on Caesar's brow, and all the rest look like a chidden train.
Casca will tell us what the matter is.
Antonius.
Caesar, my lord.
Let me have men about me that are fat, sleep-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous.
Fear him not, Caesar. He's not dangerous. He's a noble Roman and well given.
Would he were fatter. But I fear him not. Yet if my name were liable to fear, I do not know the man I should avoid so soon as that fair Cassius. He reads much. He is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. He loves no plays as thou dost, Antony. He hears no music. Seldom he smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself, and scorned his spirit that could be moved to smile at anything. Such men as he be never at heart's ease while they behold a greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear, for always I am Caesar. Come on my right hand, for this here is death, and tell me truly what thou thinkst of me.
Exit Caesar and his train, Casca remaining behind.
You pulled me by the cloak. Would you speak with me? Aye, Casca. Tell us what hath chanced today that Caesar looks so sad.
Why, there was a crown offered him, and being offered him, he put it by with the back of his hand thus. And then the people fell a-shouting.
What was the second noise for?
Why, for that, too.
They shouted thrice. What was the last cry for?
Why, for that, too.
Was the crown offered him thrice?
Aye, and he put it by thrice, every time gentler than the other. And at every putting by, mine honest neighbors shouted.
Who offered him the crown?
Why, Antony.
Tell us the manner of it, gentle Casca.
I can as well be hanged as tell the manner of it. It was mere foolery. I did not mark it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown. Yet 'twas not a crown, neither. 'Twas one of these coronets. And as I told you, he put it by once. But for all that, to my thinking, he would fain have had it. Then he offered it to him again. And then he put it by again. And then he offered it the third time. And still as he refused it, the rabblemen shouted and clapped their chopped hands and threw up their sweaty nightcaps and uttered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown that it had almost choked Caesar, for he swooned it and fell down at it. For mine own part, I durst not laugh for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air.
But soft, I pray you. What? Did Caesar swoon?
He fell down in the marketplace and foamed at the mouth and was speechless.
'Tis very like he hath the falling sickness.
No, Caesar hath it not, but you and I and honest Casca, we have the falling sickness.
What said he when he came into himself?
Mary, before he fell down, when he perceived the common herd was glad he refused the crown, he plucked me ope his doublet and offered them his throat to cut. And I had been a man of any occupation, if I would not have taken but a word, I would I might go to hell among the rogues. And so he fell. When he came to himself again, he said if he had done or said anything amiss, he desired their worships to think it was his infirmity. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, alas, good soul, and forgave him with all their hearts. But there's no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar'd stabbed their mothers, they'd have done no less.
And after that he came thus sad away?
Aye.
Did Cicero say anything?
Aye, he spoke Greek.
To what effect?
Nay, and I tell you that, I'll ne'er look you in the face again. But those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. I could tell you more news, too. Marullus and Flavius, for pulling scarfs off Caesar's images, are put to silence. Fare you well. There was more foolery yet, if I could remember it.
Will you sup with me tonight, Casca?
No, I'm promised forth.
Will you dine with me tomorrow?
Aye, if I be alive and your mind hold and your dinner worth the eating.
Good. I will expect you.
Do so. Farewell, both.
Exit Casca.
What a blunt fellow is this grown to be. He was quick metal when he went to school.
So is he now in execution of any bold or noble enterprise. However, he puts on this tardy form. This rudeness is a sauce to his good wit, which gives men stomach to digest his words with better appetite.
And so it is. For this time, I will leave you. Tomorrow, if you please to speak with me, I will come home to you. Or, if you will, come home to me, and I will wait for you.
I will do so. Till then, think of the world. Exit Brutus. Cassius stands looking after his retreating figure. Well, Brutus, thou art noble. Yet I see thy honorable metal may be wrought from that it is disposed. Therefore 'tis meet that noble minds keep ever with their likes. For who so firm that cannot be seduced? Caesar doth bear me hard, but he loves Brutus. If I were Brutus now, and he were Cassius, he should not humor me. I will this night in several hands in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens, writings all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar seat him sure, or we will shake him, or worse days endure. Act 1, Scene 2, Rome, a street. 'Tis the eve of the Ides of March. A month has elapsed since first Cassius approached Brutus. A terrible night. Driving rain and violent thunder and lightning. As the curtain rises, Cassius is discovered near the center, probably taking refuge under some form of shelter. Casca hurries up to him. Who's there?
A Roman.
Casca, by your voice.
Your ear is good. Cassius, what night is this?
A very pleasing night to honest men.
Whoever knew the heavens menace so?
Those that have known the earth so full of faults.
Are you not moved when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing unfirm? Oh, Cassius, I have seen tempests when the scolding winds have rived the knotty oaks, and I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam to be exalted with the threatening clouds. But never till tonight, never till now did I go through a tempest-dropping fire. Either there is a civil strife in heaven, or else the world, too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction.
Now could I, Casca, name to thee a man most like this dreadful night. A man no mightier than thyself or me in personal action, yet prodigious grown and fearful as these strange eruptions are.
Indeed, they say the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king. And he shall wear his crown by sea and land in every place save here in Italy.
I know where I will wear this dagger then. Cassius from bondage will deliver Cassius. That part of tyranny that I do bear I can shake off at pleasure.
So can I.
And why should Caesar be a tyrant then? Poor man. I know he would not be a wolf, but that he sees the Romans are but sheep. He were no lion, were not Romans hinds. Enter Cinna.
Stand close a while, for here comes one in haste.
Cinna, I do know him by his gait. He is a friend. Cinna! Where haste you so?
Find you out. Who's that? Metellus Timber?
No, it is Casca, one incorporate to our attempts. Am I not stayed for, Cinna?
I'm glad on't. What a fearful night is this. As 2 or 3 of us have seen strange sights.
Am I not stayed for? Tell me.
Yes, you are. Oh, Cassius, if you could but win the noble Brutus to our party.
Be you content. Good Cinna, take this paper and look you lay it in the praetor's chair where Brutus may but find it. And throw this in at his window. Set this up with wax upon old Brutus' statue. All this done, repair to Pompey's porch where you shall find us. Is Decius Brutus and Trebonius there?
All but Metellus Timber, and he's gone to seek you at your house. Well, I will hie and so bestow these papers as you bade me.
That done, repair to Pompey's theater. Exit, Cinna. Come, Casca. You and I will yet ere day see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already. The man entire upon the next encounter yields him ours.
Oh, he sits high in all the people's hearts. And that which would appear offense in us, his countenance, like richest alchemy, will change to virtue and to worthiness.
Him and his worth and our great need of him you have right well conceded. Let us go. It is after midnight, and ere day we will awake him and be sure of him. Act 2, Scene 1. Rome, Brutus' orchard. Brutus comes down center, looks anxiously about him and up at the sky. Then he calls his serving boy.
What, Lucius? Ho!
I cannot by the progress of the stars give guess how near today.
Lucius, I say!
I would it were my fault to sleep so soundly.
When, Lucius? When? Awake, I say! What, Lucius?
Enter Lucius.
Call you, my lord?
Get me a taper in my study, Lucius. When it is lighted, come and call me here.
I will, my lord.
Exit, Lucius. Brutus is alone in his garden. He speaks his thoughts.
It must be by his death. And for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him. But for the general, he would be crowned. How that might change his nature. There's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder, and that craves wary walking. Crown him. That. And then I grant we put a sting in him that at his will he may do danger with. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affections swayed more than his reason. But 'tis a common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when once he attains the upmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may. Then, lest he may, prevent.
Re-enter Lucius.
The taper burneth in your closet, sir. Searching the window for a flint, I found this paper thus sealed up. And I'm sure it did not lie there when I went to bed.
Get you to bed again. It is not day.
Lucius starts to go.
Is not tomorrow, boy, the Ides of March?
I know not, sir.
Look in the calendar and bring me word.
I will, sir.
Lucius exits. Brutus opens the letter.
The exhalations whizzing in the air give so much light that I may read by them. Brutus, thou sleepst. Awake and see thyself. Shall Rome, etc. Speak, strike, redress. Brutus, thou sleepst, awake. Such instigations have been often dropped where I took them up. Shall Rome, etc. Thus must I piece it out. Shall Rome stand under one man's awe? What? Rome? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquin drive when he was called a king. Speak, strike, redress. Am I entreated to speak and strike? O Rome, I make thee promise, if the redress will follow, thou receivest thy full petition at the hand of Brutus.
Re-enter Lucius.
Sir, March has wasted 14 days.
Is good. Go to the gate. Somebody knocks.
Exit Lucius.
Cassius first did wet me against Caesar. I have not slept. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection.
Re-enter Lucius.
Sir, here's your brother Cassius at the door, who doth desire to see you.
Is he alone?
No, sir, there are more with him.
You know them?
No, sir. Their hats are plucked about their ears, and half their faces buried in their cloaks, but by no means I may discover them by any mark of favor.
Let them enter.
Exit Lucius.
They are a faction. O conspiracy, shamest thou to show thy dangerous brow by night, when evils are most free? O then by day, where wilt thou find that cavern dark enough?
The conspirators appear at the entrance. Cassius comes forward. I think we are too bold upon your rest. Good morrow, Brutus. Do we trouble you?
I've been up this hour, awake all night. Know I these men that come along with you?
Yes, every man of them. This is Trebonius.
He is welcome hither.
This Decius Brutus.
He is welcome too.
This Casca. This Cinna. And this Metella Simba.
They are all welcome. What watchful cares to interpose themselves betwixt your eyes and night?
Shall I entreat a word? Brutus and Cassius go off a little in the garden and whisper together. The others stir uneasily and manufacture some conversation about the weather.
Here lies the east. Does not the day break here?
No.
Oh, pardon, sir, it does. Yon gray lines that fret the clouds are messengers of day.
You shall confess that you're both deceived. Here, as I point my sword, the sun arises.
Brutus rejoins the group.
Give me your hands all over, one by one.
And let us swear our resolution.
No. Not an oath. If not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the time's abuse, if these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. What need we any spur but our own cause to prick us to redress, when every drop of blood that every Roman bears, and nobly bears, is guilty of a several bastardy, if he do break the smallest particle of any promise that hath passed from him?
Shall no man else be touched, but only Caesar?
Decius, well urged. I think it is not meet Mark Antony, so well beloved of Caesar, should outlive Caesar. Let Antony and Caesar fall together.
Our course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off and then hack the limbs, like wrath in death and envy afterwards. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrificers, but not butchers, Caius. We all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, that we could come by Caesar's spirit and not dismember Caesar. But alas, Caesar must bleed for it. And gentle friends, let's kill him boldly, but not wrathfully. Let's carve him as a dish fit for the gods, not hew him as a carcass fit for hounds. And for Mark Antony, think not of him, for he can do no more than Caesar's arm when Caesar's head is off.
Yet I fear him, for in the engrafted love he bears to Caesar...
Peace. Count the clock.
Clock has stricken 3.
Time to part.
But it is doubtful yet whether Caesar will come forth today or no. For he is superstitious grown of late. It may be these apparent prodigies, the unaccustomed terror of this night, and the persuasion of his augurers may hold him from the capital today.
Never fear that.
If he be so resolved, I can o'ersway him. Let me work. For I can give his humor the true bent, and I will bring him to the capital.
Nay, we will all of us be there to fetch him. Cassius and the others start to leave.
By the 8th hour? Is that the uttermost?
Be that the uttermost, and fail not then. Exit the conspirators. Brutus turns, facing the audience, and sighs thoughtfully. Dawn is showing in the sky. Waking out of his reverie, he calls,
Boy! Lucius! Fast asleep. It is no matter. Enjoy the honey-heavy dew of slumber. Thou hast no figures, nor no fantasies, which busy care draws in the brains of men. Therefore thou sleep so sound.
Enter Portia.
Brutus, my lord.
Portia, what mean you? Wherefore rise you now? It is not for your health thus to commit your weak condition to the raw, cold morning.
Nor for yours neither. You've ungently, Brutus, stole from my bed. And yesternight at supper you suddenly arose and walked about, musing and sighing with your arms across. And when I asked you what the matter was, you stared at me. Ungentle looks and with an angry wafture of your hand gave sign for me to leave you. I did, hoping it was an effect of humor, which sometimes has its hour with every man. It will not let you eat, nor talk, nor sleep. And could it work so much upon your shape as it has much prevailed on your condition, I should not know you, Brutus. Dear my lord, make me acquainted with your cause of grief.
I am not well in health, and that is all.
Brutus is wise. And were he not in health, he would embrace the means to come by it.
Why, so I do. Good Portia, go to bed.
Is Brutus sick? And is it physical to walk unbraced and suck up the humors of the dank morning? No, my Brutus. You have some sick offense within your mind, which for the right and virtue of my place I ought to know of. Within the bond of marriage, tell me, Brutus, is it accepted I should know no secrets that appertain to you? Am I yourself but as it were in sort or limitation, to keep with you at meals, comfort your bed, and talk to you sometimes? Dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure? It be no more Portia, Brutus harlot, not his wife.
You are my true and honorable wife.
If this were true, then should I know this secret. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman that Lord Brutus took to wife. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman well reputed, Cato's daughter. Think you I am no stronger than my sex, being so fathered and so husbanded? Tell me your counsels. I will not disclose them. I've made strong proof of my constancy, giving myself a voluntary wound here in the thigh. Can I bear that with patience, and not my husband's secret?
Oh, ye gods, render me worthy of this noble wife. Hark, hark, one knocks. Portia, go in a while, and by thy bosom shall partake the secrets of my heart. All my engagements I will construe to thee, all the charactery of my sad brows. Leave me with haste. Lucius, who's that knocks?
Portia turns and goes into the house. Enter Lucius.
Here is a sick man that would speak with you.
Enter Ligarius.
Caius Ligarius? Boy, stand aside.
Vouchsafe good morrow from a feeble tongue.
Oh, what a time have you chose out, brave Caius, to wear a kerchief. Would you were not sick.
I am not sick if Brutus have in hand any exploit worthy the name of honor.
Such an exploit have I in hand, Ligarius. Had you a healthful ear to hear of it?
By all the gods that Romans bow before, I here discard my sickness. Soul of Rome, brave son, derived from honorable loins, thou, like an exorcist, hast conjured up my mortified spirit. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible, yea, get the better of them. What's to do?
A piece of work that will make sick men whole.
That are not some whole, that we must make sick.
That must be also. What it is, my Caius, I shall unfold to thee as we are going, to whom it must be done.
Set on your foot, and with a heart new fired I follow you. To do, I know not what, but it sufficeth that Brutus leads me on.
Follow me, then.
Act 2, Scene 2, Caesar's house. It is now several hours since the meeting of the conspirators in Brutus's orchard, the morning of the Ides of March. Outside it's raining again, and there is the sound of thunder. Enter Caesar.
Nor heaven nor earth have been at peace tonight. Thrice hath Calpurnia in her sleep cried out, "Help, ho, they murder Caesar." Who's within?
Enter a servant.
My lord? Go bid the priests do present sacrifice and bring me their opinion of success.
I will, my lord.
Exit the servant. Enter Calpurnia.
What mean you, Caesar? Think you to walk forth? You shall not stir out of your house today.
Caesar shall forth. The things that threatened me ne'er looked but on my back. When they shall see the face of Caesar, they are vanished.
Caesar, I never stood on ceremonies, yet now they fright me. There is one within, besides the things that we have heard and seen, recounts most horrid sights seen by the watch. A lioness hath whelped in the streets, and graves have yawned and yielded up their dead. Fierce fiery warriors fought upon the clouds in ranks and squadrons in white form of war, which drizzled blood upon the Capitol. The noise of battle hurtled in the air. Horses did neigh, and dying men did groan, and ghosts did shriek and squeal about the streets. Oh, Caesar, these things are beyond all use, and I do fear them.
What can be avoided whose end is purposed by the mighty gods? Yet Caesar shall go forth, for these predictions are to the world in general as to Caesar.
When beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes.
Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come.
Enter the servant.
What say the augurers?
They would not have you to stir forth today. Plucking the entrails of an offering forth, they could not find a heart within the beast.
The gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today for fear. No, Caesar shall not. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he. We are two lions littered in one day, and I the elder and more terrible, and Caesar shall go forth.
Alas, my lord, your wisdom is consumed in confidence. Do not go forth today. Call it my fear that keeps you in the house, and not your own. We'll send Mark Antony to the Senate House, and he shall say you are not well today. Let me upon my knee prevail in this.
Mark Antony shall say I am not well, and for thy humor I will stay at home.
Enter Decius.
Here's Decius Brutus. He shall tell them so.
Caesar, all hail. Tomorrow, worthy Caesar, I come to fetch you to the Senate House.
And you are come in very happy time, to bear my greetings to the senators and tell them that I will not come today. Cannot is false, and that I dare not falser. I will not come today. Tell them so, Decius.
Say he is sick.
Shall Caesar send a lie? Have I in conquest stretched mine arm so far to be afeard to tell graybeards the truth? Decius, go tell them. Caesar will not come.
Most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause, lest I be laughed at when I tell them so.
The cause is in my will. I will not come. That is enough to satisfy the Senate. But for your private satisfaction, because I love you, I will let you know. Calpurnia here, my wife, stays me at home. She dreamt tonight she saw my statua, which like a fountain with 100 spouts did run pure blood, and many lusty Romans came smiling and did bathe their hands in it. And these doth she apply for warnings and portents and evils imminent, and on her knee hath begged that I will stay at home today.
This dream is all amiss interpreted. 'Twas a vision fair and fortunate. Your statue spouting blood in many pipes, in which so many smiling Romans bathed, signifies that from you great Rome shall suck reviving blood, and that great men shall press for tinctures, stains, relics, and cognizance. This by Calpurnia's dream is signified.
And this way have you well expounded it.
I have, when you have heard what I can say. And know it now, The Senate have concluded to give this day a crown to mighty Caesar. If you shall send them word you will not come, their minds may change. Besides, it were a mock apt to be rendered for someone to say, break up the Senate till another time when Caesar's wife shall meet with better dreams. If Caesar hide himself, shall they not whisper, lo, Caesar is afraid? Pardon me, Caesar. My dear love to your proceeding bids me tell you this.
How foolish do your fears seem now, Calpurnia. I am ashamed I did yield to them. Give me my robe, for I will go.
Decius darts a quick look of triumph at the heartbroken Calpurnia. As the servant is dressing Caesar in his robe of state, the conspirators and Publius enter.
And look where Publius has come to fetch me.
Good morrow, Caesar.
Welcome, Publius. What, Brutus?
Caesar?
Are you stirred so early, too? Good morrow, Casca. Caius Ligarius. Caesar was ne'er so much your enemy as that same ague which hath made you lean. What is the clock?
Caesar, 'tis Stretton 8.
I thank you for your pains and courtesy.
Enter Mark Antony.
See, Antony that revels longer nights is notwithstanding up. Good morrow, Antony.
So to most noble Caesar.
Bid them prepare within. I am to blame to be thus waited for. Now, Cinna. Now, Metellus.
Caesar.
What, Trebonius? I have an hour's talk in store for you. Remember that you call on me today. Be near me that I may remember you.
Caesar, I will.
He bows and steps away. Caesar starts out with the senators. Trebonius, lagging behind, turns to Brutus.
And so near will I be that your best friend shall wish I had been further.
They exit, leaving Calpurnia alone. Act 3, Scene 1. The Capitol. Caesar and other officials have not yet entered, but the forestage is crowded with people. Drawn apart from the others is the old teacher of rhetoric, Artemidorus. He holds a paper, reading its message to himself.
Caesar, beware of Brutus. Take heed of Cassius. Come not near Casca. Have an eye to Cinna. Trust not Trebonius. Mark well Metellus Cimber. Decius Brutus loves thee not. Thou hast wronged Caius Ligarius. There is but one mind in all these men, and it is bent against Caesar. If thou beest not immortal, look about you. Security gives way to conspiracy. The mighty gods defend thee, thy lover Artemidorus. Here will I stand till Caesar pass along, and as a suitor I will give him this. If thou read this, O Caesar, thou mayst live.
Hail Caesar!
Enter Caesar with Mark Antony, Publius, Popilius, and the conspirators. Passing through the crowd, he is confronted suddenly by the soothsayer.
The Ides of March are come.
Aye, Caesar, but not gone.
Caesar turns away with a wave of dismissal. Artemidorus presses forward.
Hail Caesar, read this schedule.
Decius brushes him aside.
Trebonius doth desire you to o'erread at your best leisure this his humble suit.
Oh, Caesar, read mine first. For mine's a suit that touches Caesar nearer. Read it, great Caesar.
What touches us ourselves shall be last served.
Delay not, Caesar. Read it instantly.
What, is the fellow mad?
Sirrah, give place.
He pushes the old man out of Caesar's way. Caesar mounts the steps to his chair and sits down. Popilius comes over to Cassius.
I wish your enterprise today may thrive.
What enterprise, Popilius?
Fare you well.
Popilius goes up the steps to Caesar.
What said Popilius, Lena?
We wish today our enterprise might thrive. I fear our purpose is discovered.
Look how he makes to Caesar. Mark him.
Casca, be sudden. We fear prevention.
Cassius, be constant. Popilius Lena speaks not of our purposes, for look, he smiles, and Caesar doth not change.
Trebonius knows it's time for look you, Brutus. He draws Mark Antony out of the way. Exit Antony and Trebonius.
Where is Metellus Cimber? Let him go and presently prefer his suit to Caesar.
He is addressed. Press near and second him.
Decius leaves them, going up to Caesar.
Casca, you are the first that rears your hand.
Are we all ready? What is now amiss that Caesar and his senate must redress?
Most high, most mighty, and most puissant Caesar, Metellus Cimber throws before thy feet and humble heart.
I must prevent thee, Cimber. Thy brother by decree is banished. If thou dost bend and pray and fawn for him, I spurn thee like a cur out of my way. No, Caesar doth not wrong. nor without cause will he be satisfied.
Is there no voice more worthy than my own to sound more sweetly in great Caesar's ear for the repealing of my banished brother?
I kiss thy hand, but not in flattery, Caesar, desiring thee that Publius Cimber may have an immediate freedom of repeal.
What, Brutus?
Pardon, Caesar. Caesar, pardon. As low as to thy foot doth Cassius fall to beg enfranchisement for Publius Cimber. Casca is standing behind Caesar. From the folds of his cloak he brings out a short Roman sword.
I could be well moved if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me. But I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks. They are all fire, and every one doth shine. But there's but one in all doth hold his place. So in the world is furnished well with men, and men are flesh and blood and apprehensive. Yet in the number I do know but one that unassailable holds on his rank unshaked of motion, and that I am he. Let me a little show it, even in this, that I was constant Cimber should be banished, and constant do remain to keep him so.
Caesar!
Hence, wilt thou lift up Olympus?
Speak hands for me!
Casca rings down the sword, stabbing Caesar in the back. Caesar wheels about and Decius stabs him. A few of the braver citizens start up the steps in defense, but by this time all the conspirators have brought out swords. They menace the others with them, and most of the people fly out of the room. Caesar, roaring furiously, throws himself at Cassius, who triumphantly runs him through. One by one, the conspirators all thrust at him. Caesar, scarcely able to move, staggers down the steps and drags himself painfully up to Brutus, one hand stretched out to him in appeal. Averting his face, Brutus stabs him.
Good day. Then fall, Caesar.
Falls to the floor, dead.
Liberty. Freedom. Tyranny is dead. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets. Come to the common pulpits and cry out, liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement.
People and senators, be not affrighted. Fly not, stand still. Ambition's debt is paid.
Go to the pulpit, Brutus.
And Cassius, too.
Where's Publius? Here, quite confounded with this mutiny.
Stand fast together, lest some friend of Caesar's should chance.
Talk not of standing.
As Publius leaves, Brutus calls out to him,
Publius, good cheer. There is no harm intended to your person, nor to no Roman else. So tell them, Publius.
Re-enter Trebonius. Where's Antony?
Fled with house of maize. Men, wives, and children stare, cry out, and run as it were doomsday. Fates, we will know your pleasures. That we shall die, we know. 'Tis but the time and drawing days out that men stand upon.
Why, he that cuts off 20 years of death cuts off so many years of fearing death.
Grant that, and then is death a benefit. So are we Caesar's friends that have abridged his time of fearing death. Stoop, Romans, stoop, and let us bathe our hands in Caesar's blood up to the elbows and besmear our swords. Then walk we forth, even to the marketplace, and waving our red weapons o'er our heads, let's all cry, peace, freedom, and liberty.
Stoop, then, and wash. How many ages hence shall this our lofty scene be acted over? In states unborn, and accents yet unknown.
How many times shall Caesar bleed in sport, that now on Pompey's basis lies along, no worthier than the dust?
So oft as that shall be, so often shall the knot of us be called the men that gave their country liberty. Enter a servant to Mark Antony.
Thought, who comes here?
A friend of Antony's.
Thus, Brutus, did my master bid me kneel. Thus did Mark Antony bid me fall down. Being prostrate, thus he bade me say, Brutus is noble, wise, valiant, and honest. Caesar was mighty, bold, royal, and loving. Say I love Brutus, and I honor him. Say I feared Caesar, honored him, and loved him. If Brutus will vouchsafe that Antony may safely come to him, and be resolved how Caesar hath deserved to lie in death, Mark Antony shall not love Caesar dead so well as Brutus living. So says my master Antony.
My master is a wise and valiant Roman. I never thought him worse. Tell him, so please him come unto this place, he shall be satisfied. And by my honor, depart untouched.
I'll fetch him presently.
Exit the servant.
I know that we shall have him well to friend.
I wish we may. But yet have I a mind that fears him much. But here comes Antony. Mark Antony is standing in the entrance. Welcome, Mark Antony. Antony salutes them in silence. Then, catching sight of Caesar, he throws himself before the corpse.
Almighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils shrunk to this little measure? Fare thee well.
He rises and faces the conspirators. I know not, gentlemen, what you intend. Who else must be let blood? Who else is rank? If I myself, there is no hour so fit as Caesar's death hour, nor no instrument of half that worth as those your swords, made rich with the most noble blood of all the world. I do beseech if ye bear me hard, now whilst your purpled hands do reek and smoke, fulfill your pleasure. Live 1,000 years, I shall not find myself so apt to die. No place will please me so. No mean of death as here by Caesar. And by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of this age.
Oh, Antony, beg not your death of us. Though now we must appear bloody and cruel, our hearts you see not. They are pitiful, and pity to the general wrong of Rome. As fire drives out fire, so pity, pity, hath done this deed on Caesar. For your part, to you our swords have leaden points, Mark Antony.
Your voice shall be as strong as any man's in the disposing of new dignities.
Only be patient till we have appeased the multitude beside themselves with fear, and then we will deliver you the cause why I, that did love Caesar, when I struck him, have thus proceeded.
I doubt not of your wisdom. Let each man render me his bloody hand. Friends, am I with you all, and love you all upon this hope that you shall give me reasons why and wherein Caesar was dangerous.
Or else were this a savage spectacle. Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you, Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied.
That's all I seek. And am moreover suitor that I may produce his body to the marketplace and in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral.
You shall, Mark Antony.
Brutus, a word with you. He takes him aside. You know not what you do. Do not consent that Antony speak in his funeral. Know you how much the people may be moved by that which he will utter?
By your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first and show the reason of our Caesar's death.
Returning to the others.
Mark Antony, here, take you Caesar's body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do't by our permission. Else shall you not have any hand at all about his funeral. And you shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended.
Be it so. I do desire no more.
Prepare the body then, and follow us.
Mark Antony watches them go, then turning back to Caesar's corpse, he falls on his knee before it.
Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers.
Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war, all pity choked with custom of fell deeds. And Caesar's spirit, ranging for revenge with Atti by his side, come hot from hell, shall in these confines, with a monarch's voice, cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war.
You shall, Mark Antony.
Brutus, a word with you. He takes him aside. You know not what you do. Do not consent that Antony speak in his funeral. Know you how much the people may be moved by that which he will utter?
By your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first and show the reason of our Caesar's death.
Returning to the others.
Mark Antony, here, take you Caesar's body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do't by our permission. Else shall you not have any hand at all about his funeral. And you shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended.
Be it so. I do desire no more.
Prepare the body, then, and follow us.
Mark Antony watches them go. Then, turning back to Caesar's corpse, he falls on his knee before it.
Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war, all pity choked with custom of fell deeds. And Caesar's spirit, ranging for revenge with Atti by his side, come hot from hell, shall in these confines, with a monarch's voice, cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war.
Wells, and coming off his groundbreaking voodoo Macbeth done in Harlem in 1936 as part of the Federal Theatre Project, a New Deal program, part of the Works Progress Administration. Wells mounted a modern dress production of Julius Caesar at New York City's Mercury Theatre in 1937. And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents Julius Caesar.
Did you know that a Make America Great Again cap is now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap, the next best thing, for free. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership that includes all my podcasts, the 24/7 premium live stream, and much more. And the cap is yours for free. We'll even throw in a POTUS 45% discount. There's only 24 free caps available, so you gotta act now. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church.
producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Radio, radio, wherefore art thou, radio? Well, if it's live, relevant, and extremely well done, it's here on the home of the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, the Crusade Channel.
This is Brother Andre Marie of Reconquest inviting you to join Mike Church and me in beautiful Richmond, New Hampshire this fall for our St. Benedict Center Conference, October 11 and 12. Come learn, pray, and fellowship with us this fall. Go to catholicism.org/conference.
Hey folks, back in the day when women were women and men weren't, you only needed a half a dozen resources to keep up with the news and get reliable insight and commentary. Now with literally hundreds of thousands of choices, it's almost impossible to stay informed without previewing and fact-checking till your eyes turn MAGA red. That's why you should sign up for my new daily email newsletter, the Daily Truth Trilogy, with my quote of the day, lead show topic, and 3 stories you can't do without. Subscribing is easy and free at mikechurch.com/dude.
Did you know that the Rosary began as a tool to give laity a form of common prayer like what was being prayed in monasteries? And monasteries were praying all 150 psalms from the Bible. But most laity couldn't afford a Bible, and most couldn't read, so they began praying the Our Father 150 times a day. Today the Rosary is prayed by millions, and each one is a work of art. There is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell and the Little Bayou Rosary. Find her Rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, it's the King Dude for My Pillow. Mike Lindell sent me my first set of My Pillows 14 years ago. I loved them then, and I still love that same set of original My Pillows today. True story. Now, that's a testament to the craftsmanship and quality of the My Pillow. But don't take my word for it. Go try it for yourself. Use my unique code and get huge discounts and free shipping on all orders by going to mypillow.com/King Dude. That's mypillow.com/King Dude. Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Error has no rights in the public square, and you won't hear it here on the Crusade Channel or crusadechannel.com.
Hello, fellow Shakespeareans. Tommy, where are you going with that sheet?
This is my new costume. I'm going to turn it into a toga.
Why a toga?
Because I'm going to recite the best Shakespeare line ever. Etouffee, Bluto.
No, Tommy, it's et tu, Brute.
Et tu, Rick. Et tu, Rick. Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
Act 3, Scene 2, the Forum. Brutus and Cassius are a little apart from the mob, talking together.
And give me audience. Cassius, go you into the other street and part the numbers. Those that will hear me speak, let them stay here. Those that will follow Cassius, go with him. And public reason shall be rendered of Caesar's death.
I will hear Brutus speak. I will hear Cassius and compare their reasons when severally we hear them rendered.
Cassius goes off, followed by a part of the throng. Brutus mounts to the pulpit.
The noble Brutus is ascended. Silence!
Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause, and be silent that you may hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor, that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses that you may the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus's love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves, than that Caesar were dead to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honor him. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. There is tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any, speak, for him have I offended. Who is here so rude that would not be a Roman? If any, speak, for him have I offended. Who is here so vile that will not love his country? If any, speak, for him have I offended. I pause for a reply.
None, none.
Then none have I offended. I have done no more to Caesar than you shall do to Brutus. The question of his death is enrolled in the Capitol.
Enter Mark Antony. After him come attendants bearing Caesar's body covered over with a cloak.
Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying, a place in the Commonwealth, as which of you shall not? With this I depart, that as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself, when it shall please my country to need my death.
Live, Brutus, live. Bring him his triumph home to his house. Give him a statue with his ancestors. Let him be Caesar. Caesar's better part shall be crowned in Brutus. We'll bring him to his house with shouts and clamor.
My countrymen.
Silence! Brutus, speak.
Good countrymen, let me depart alone, and for my sake, stay here with Antony. Do grace to Caesar's corpse and grace his speech, tending to Caesar's glories, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke.
The crowd parts to give him way. Exit Brutus.
Say, oh, let him go up with the public chair. We'll hear him. No, let Antony go up. For Brutus' sake, I say holding to you. For Brutus' sake, he finds himself beholding to us all. For best he speaks the harm of Brutus here. Caesar was a tyrant. We are blessed to Romans, rid of him. Let him hear what I...
You gentle Romans, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones.
so let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus has told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here on the leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men, come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept, ambition should be made of sterner stuff, yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did Caesar on the Lupercal. I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. Antony turns away. There is a silence. Then the first citizen says to his neighbor,
Methinks there is much reason in his saying. If thou consider rightly the matter, Caesar has had great wrong.
As he masters, I fear there will a worse come in his place.
Mark his words, he would not take the crown, therefore this certainly was not ambitious.
If it be found so, someone dare abide it.
Poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping.
There's not a nobler man in Rome than Antony.
Now watch him. He begins again to speak.
But yesterday, the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. Oh, masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, who you all know are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. But here's a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. 'Tis his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read, and they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood, yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and dying mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue.
We'll hear the will. Read it, Mark Antony!
Have patience, gentle friends. I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you. It will make you mad. 'Tis good you know not you are his heirs.
Read the will, we'll hear it, Antony.
Will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I have o'ershot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. You will compel me then to read the will? Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend, and will you give me leave? Antony comes down the steps. Nay, press not so upon me. Stand far off. Antony is standing directly over Caesar's bier. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. 'Twas on a summer's evening in his tent. That day he overcame the nervii. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this, the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and as he plucked his
accursed steal away. Mark how the blood of Caesar followed it, as rushing out of doors to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knocked, or no. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. This was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stabbed, ingratitude more strong than traitor's arms quite vanquished him, then burst his mighty heart. And in his mantle, muffling up his face even at the base of Pompey's statua, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. What a fall was there, my countrymen. Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep. And I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here. Here is himself, marred as you see with traitors.
Stay, countrymen! Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not. What made them do it, they are wise and honorable, and will no doubt with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain, blunt man. I tell you that which you yourselves do know. Show you sweet Caesar's wounds, poor, poor, dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny. Yet hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak. Why, friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your loves? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then. You have forgot the will I told you of. The will? Here is the will, and under Caesar's seal to every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. Hear me with patience. Moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbors and new planted orchards on this side Tiber. He hath left them you and your heirs forever, common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar. When comes such another? Never!
We'll burn his body in the holy place, and when the brands flare, the house will be clear. Take up the body! Oh, fetch fire! Look down, venture! Look down, fall!
Antony is alone. In a while, the sky over the city starts to glow red. Now let it work. Mischief. Thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt. A servant comes running in. Antony descends from the pulpit and goes up to him.
How now, fellow? Sir, Octavius has already come to Rome.
Where is he?
He and Lepidus are at Caesar's house.
And thither will I straight to visit him. He comes upon a wish. Fortune is merry, and in this mood will give us anything.
Heard him say, Brutus and Cassius are rid like madmen through the gates of Rome.
Belike they had some notice of the people, how I had moved them.
Bring me to Octavius.
Act 3, Scene 3. A street. Enter Cinna, a poet.
I dreamt tonight that I did feast with Caesar, and things unluckily charge my fantasy. I have no will to wander forth of doors, yet something leads me forth.
Enter a group of citizens. Some of them are carrying bludgeons, some of them are drunk. They halt before the poet, menacing.
What is your name?
Whither are you going?
Where do you dwell?
Are you a married man or a bachelor? Answer every man directly.
Aye, and briefly.
Aye, and wisely.
Aye, and truly.
What is my name? Whither am I going? Where do I dwell? Am I a married man or a bachelor? To answer every man directly and briefly, wisely and truly. Wisely. I say I am a bachelor. Directly, I am going to Caesar's funeral.
As a friend or enemy?
As a friend.
Be it dwelling, briefly.
Briefly, I dwell by the Capitol.
Your name's Sir Truly.
Truly, my name is Sinner. I am Sinner the poet. I am Sinner the poet.
Tear him for his bad verses.
I am not Sinner the conspirator.
It is no matter. His name's Sinner.
They close in on him.
Tear him! Tear him!
Act 4, Scene 1, a house in Rome. Around a table sit the triumvirate. Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus. A list of names is spread out before them. These many then shall die. Their names are pricked.
Your brother too must die. Consent you, Lepidus?
I do consent.
Prick him down, Antony.
Upon condition Publius shall not live, who is your sister's son, Mark Antony.
He shall not live. Look, with the spot I damn him. But Lepidus, go you to Caesar's house. Fetch the will hither. And we shall determine how to cut off some charge in legacies.
What shall I find you here?
Or here or at the Capitol.
Exit Lepidus. This is a slight, unmeritable man, meet to be sent on errands. Is it fit the threefold world divided, he should stand one of the three to share it?
So you fought him?
Octavius, I have seen more days than you, and though we lay these honors on this man to ease ourselves of divers slanderous loads, he shall but bear them as the ass bears gold, to groan and sweat under the business.
You may do your will, but he's a tried and valiant soldier.
So is my horse, Octavius, and for that I do appoint him store of provender. Do not talk of him but as a property. And now, Octavius, listen great things. Brutus and Cassius are levying powers. We must straight make head. Therefore let our alliance be combined, our best friends made, our means stretched, and let us presently go sit in council how covert matters may be best disclosed, and open perils surest answered.
Let us do so, for we are at the stake, and bade about with many enemies. And some that smile have in their hearts, I fear, millions of mischiefs.
Act 4, Scene 2, Brutus' tent. Brutus sits at a table reading a book by lamplight. Lucius, his serving boy, stands guard at the door. Titinius and Lucilius of Brutus' army enter and salute.
What now, Titinius? Is Cassius near?
He is at hand.
A word, Titinius, how he received you. Let me be resolved.
With courtesy and with respect enough, but not with such familiar instances, nor with such free and friendly conference as he hath used of old.
Thou hast described a hot friend cooling. Ever note, Lucilius, when love begins to sicken and decay, it useth an enforced ceremony. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith. Comes his army on?
They mean this night in Sardis to be quartered. The greater part, the horse and general, are come with Cassius.
Stand!
Hark, he has arrived.
Cassius, in full armor, with his servant Pindorus and certain of his staff, appear at the entrance.
Most noble brother, you have done me wrong.
Judge me, you gods. Wrong I mine enemies? And if not so, how should I wrong a brother?
Brutus, this sober form of yours hides wrongs, and when you do
Cassius, be content. Speak your grief softly. I do know you well. Before the eyes of both our armies here, which should perceive nothing but love from us, let us not wrangle. Bid them move away.
Pindorus, bid our commanders lead their charges off a little from this ground.
Tinius, do you the like, and let no man come to our tent till we have done our conference.
They all exit except Brutus and Cassius.
That you have wronged me doth appear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letters, praying on his side because I knew the man, were slighted off.
You wronged yourself to write in such a case.
In such a time as this, it is not meet that every knight's offense should bear his comment.
Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm to sell and march your offices for gold to undeservers.
I am itching palm. You know that you are Brutus that speaks this.
By the gods, this speech were else your last.
The name of Cassius honors this corruption, and chastisement doth therefore hide his head.
Chastisement!
Remember March, the Ides of March, remember. Did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touched his body that did stab, and not for justice? What shall one of us that struck the foremost man of all this world but for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes, and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? I had rather be a dog and bay the moon than such a Roman.
Brutus, bait not me. I'll not endure it. You forget yourself to hedge me in. I am a soldier, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions.
Go to. You're not Cassius.
I am.
I say you are not.
Urge me no more. I shall forget myself. Have mind upon your health. Tempt me no farther.
Away, slight man.
Is possible. Must I endure all this?
All this? Aye, more. Fret till your proud heart break. Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. For from this day forth I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter when you're waspish.
Is it come to this?
You say you are a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noble men.
You wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus. I said an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better?
If you did, I cannot.
When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me.
Peace, peace. You durst not so have tempted him.
I durst not!
No.
What? Durst not tempt him?
For your life, you durst not.
Do not presume too much upon my love. I've made you that I shall be sorry for.
You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me by as the idle wind which I respect not. I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me. For I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I had rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection. I did send to you for gold to pay my legions, which you denied me. Was that done like Cassius? Could I have answered Caius Cassius so? When Marcus Brutus goes so covetous, be ready, gods, with all your thunderbolts. Dash him to pieces.
I denied you not.
You did.
I did not. He was but a fool that brought my answer back. Brutus hath rived my heart. A friend should bear his friend's infirmities, but Brutus makes mine greater than they are.
I do not till you practice them on me.
You love me not.
I do not like your faults.
A friendly eye could never see such faults.
A flatterers would not, though they do appear as huge as high Olympus.
Come, Antony and young Octavius, come. Revenge yourselves alone on Cassius. For Cassius is a weary of the world, hated by one he loves, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. Oh, it could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There is my dagger, and here my naked breast, within a heart dearer than Plutus mine, richer than gold. If that thou be'st a Roman, take it forth. I that denied thee gold will give my heart. Strike, as thou didst at Caesar. For I know, when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovest him better than ever thou loved Cassius.
Sheathe your dagger. Be angry when you will. It shall have scope. Do what you will. Dishonor shall be humor. Oh, Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb that carries anger as the flint bears fire. Who much enforceth shows a hasty spark, and straight is cold again.
Hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus? When grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him.
When I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too.
Do you confess so much? Give me your hand.
And my heart too.
Oh, Brutus.
What's the matter?
Have you not love enough to bear with me when that rash humor which my mother gave me makes me forgetful?
Yes, Cassius. And from henceforth, when you are over earnest with your Brutus, you think your mother chides and leave you so. Lucius, a bowl of wine.
Enter the serving boy. I did not think you could have been so angry.
Cassius, I am sick of many griefs.
Of your philosophy you make no use if you give place to accidental evils.
No man bears sorrow better. Portia is dead.
Huh? Portia?
She is dead.
How scaped I killing when I crossed you so? Upon what sickness?
Impatient of my absence and grief that young Octavius with Mark Antony have made themselves so strong. She fell distracted, and her attendants absent. Swallowed fire.
And died so?
Even so.
O ye mortal gods.
Speak no more of her. Give me a bowl of wine. In this I bury all unkindness, Cassius.
My heart is thirsty for that noble pledge. Fill, Lucius, till the wine o'erswell the cup. I cannot drink too much of Brutus' love. 2 officers appear at the entrance.
Come in, Titinius. Welcome, good Messala. Now, sit we close about this taper here and call in question our necessities.
Portia, art thou gone?
No more, I pray you. Messala, I have here received letters that young Octavius and Mark Antony come down upon us with a mighty power, bending their expedition toward Philippi.
Myself have letters of the selfsame tenor.
Well, to our work alive. What do you think of marching to Philippi presently?
I do not think it good.
Your reason?
'Tis better that the enemy seek us. So shall he waste his means, weary as soldiers, doing himself offense, whilst we, lying still, are full of rest, defense, and nimbleness.
Good reasons must of force give place to better. The people twixt Philippi and this ground do stand but in a forced affection, for they have grudged us contribution.
Hear me, good brother.
Under your pardon, you must note beside that we have tried the utmost of our friends. Our legions are brimful, our cause is ripe. The enemy increaseth every day. We at the height are ready to decline. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our venture.
Then, with your will, go on. We'll along ourselves and meet them at Philippi.
The deep of night is crept upon our talk, and nature must obey necessity. There is no more to say?
No more. Good night. Early tomorrow will we rise and hence.
Lucius, my gown. Farewell, good Messala. Good night, Titinius.
Exit the 2 officers.
Noble, noble Cassius. Good night, and good repose.
Oh, my dear brother. This was the ill beginning of the night. Never come such division between our souls. Let it not, Brutus.
Everything is well.
Good night, my lord.
Good night, good brother.
Exit Cassius. Lucius is holding Brutus' gown.
Give me the gown. Where is thy instrument?
Here in the tent.
What? Thou speakst drowsily? Poor knave, I blame thee not. Thou art o'erwatched. Canst thou hold up thy heavy eyes a while and touch thy instrument a strain or 2?
Aye, my lord, and please you.
It does, my boy. I trouble thee too much, but thou art willing.
It is my duty, sir.
I should not urge thy duty past thy might. I know young bloods look for a time of rest.
I have slept, my lord, already.
It was well done, and thou shalt sleep again. I will not hold thee long. If I do live, I will be good to thee. This is a sleepy tune. O murderous slumber, lace thou thy leaden mace upon my boy that plays thee music. Gentle knave, good night. I will not do thee so much wrong to wake thee. If thou dost nod, thou breakst thy instrument. I'll take it from thee.
He takes the lute from the boy and covers him with his cloak.
Good boy,
Good night.
Brutus returns to his chair and picks up a book.
Let me see. Not the leaf turned down where I left reading. Here it is, I think.
He starts to read. The light grows dim.
How ill this taper burns.
Turning in his chair to adjust the light, Brutus sees the ghost of Julius Caesar.
Who comes here? I think it is the weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition. Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil that makes my blood cold and my hair to stare? Speak to me what thou art. My evil spirit, Brutus.
Why comest thou?
To tell thee thou shalt see me at Philippi.
Now I have taken heart, thou vanishest. Ill spirit, I would hold more talk with thee. Boy, Lucius.
Lucius stirs in his sleep.
The strings, my lord, are false.
Lucius, awake.
My lord?
Didst thou dream, Lucius, that thou so criedst out?
My lord, I do not know that I did cry.
Yes. That thou didst. Didst thou see anything?
Nothing, my lord.
Go and commend me to my brother Cassius. Bid him set on his powers betimes before, and we will follow.
Act 5, Scene 1. The plains of Philippi. Cassius enters, closely followed by Titinius.
Oh, look, Titinius. Look, the villains fly.
Oh, Cassius, Brutus gave the word too early, who, having some advantage on Octavius, took it too eagerly. His soldiers fell the spoil, whilst we by Antony are all enclosed.
Enter Pindarus.
Fly further off, my lord. Fly further off. Mark Antony is in your tents, my lord. Ride up on noble Cassius. Fly far off.
This hill is far enough. Look, Titinius. Are those my tents where I perceive the fire?
They are, my lord.
Titinius, if thou lovest me, mount thou my horse, and hide thy spurs in him, till he have brought thee up to yonder troops and here again. I may rest assured whether yon troops are friend or enemy.
I will be here again, even with a thought.
Exit Titinius. Go, Pindarus, get higher on that hill. My sight was ever thick. Regard, Titinius, and tell me what thou knowest about the field. Pindarus climbs the hill. This day I breathed first. Time has come round. And where I did begin, there shall I end. My life is run its compass.
Oh, my lord!
What news?
Titinius is enclosed round about with horsemen that make to him on the spur. Yet he spurs on. Now they are almost on him. Now Titinius! Now sunlight! Oh, he lies too! He's pale and hard! They shout for joy!
Come down, behold no more. Oh, coward that I am, to live so long. Come hither, Sirrah. In Parthia did I take thee prisoner, and then I swore thee saving of thy life, that whatsoever I did bid thee do, thou shouldst attempt it. He urges a sword on him, hilt foremost. Come now, keep thine oath. Now be a free man, and with this good sword that ran through Caesar's bowels, search this bosom. Stand not to answer, here take thou the hilts. And when my face is covered, as 'tis now, guide thou the sword. Obediently, Pindarus stabs him, drawing the sword quickly away and stepping back. Cassius stares at it, and Pindarus lets it fall. Caesar, thou art revenged, even with the sword that killed thee. He drops to the ground, dead.
So, I am free. It would not so have been, durst I have done my will. O Cassius, far from this country Pindarus shall run, where never Roman shall take note of him.
Exit Pindarus. For a while the stage is empty, save for the dead body. Finally from below come Brutus and certain of his followers, Messala, Cato, Clytus, Volumnius, and Strato.
Lo, yonder.
They go to the body, and Cato picks the mantle off Cassius' face.
He is slain.
O Julius Caesar, thou art mighty yet. Thy spirit walks abroad and turns our swords in our own proper entrails. The last of all the Romans, fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow. Friends, I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. Come, poor remains of friends, rest on this rock.
Tertullius showed the torchlight, but my lord, he came not back. He is or ta'en or slain.
Sit thee down, Clytus. Slaying is the word. 'Tis a deed in fashion. Hark thee, Clytus.
He whispers in the ear of Clytus.
What?
I, my lord.
No, not for all the world.
Peace then, no words.
I'll rather kill myself.
Come hither, good Volumnius. This the word.
What says my lord?
Why, this, Volumnius. The ghost of Caesar hath appeared to me. I know my hour is come.
Not so, my lord.
Nay, I am sure it is, Volumnius. Thou seest the world, Volumnius, how it goes. Our enemies have beat us to the pit. It is more worthy to leap in ourselves than tarry till they push us. Good Volumnius, thou knowest that we two went to school together. Even for that our love of old, I prithee, hold thou my sword hilt, whilst I run on it.
That's not an office for a friend, my lord.
Fly, fly, my lord! There is no tarrying here!
Farewell to you, and you, and you, Volumnius. Strato, thou hast been all this while asleep. Farewell to thee too, Strato. Countrymen, my heart doth joy that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once, for Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life's history. Night hangs upon mine eyes. My bones would rest.
Fly, my lord, fly!
Hence! I will follow.
They all hurry off except Strato.
Strato, thou art a fellow of a good respect. Thy life hath had some smatch of honor in it. Hold then my sword, and turn away thy face, while I do run upon it. Wilt thou, Strato?
Give me your hand first. Fare you well, my lord.
Strato levels the sword. Without a word, Brutus throws himself against it. Strato pulls out the sword and lets it fall. Brutus supports himself on his shoulder.
Farewell, good Strato.
Strato runs down the hill and away.
Caesar, now be still. I kill not thee with half so good a will.
He falls on his face and rolls over dead. The sound of fighting grows to a quick crescendo. Then the bugles blare, and on the crest of the hill appear Octavius and Mark Antony. Behind them rise the spears and standards of their army. They look down at the body at their feet. Octavius kneels.
So Brutus should be found.
Dusk has fallen over the plains. The army stands silent. This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only, in a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man.
My heart doth joy that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once, for Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life's history. Night hangs upon mine eyes. My bones would rest.
Fly, my lord, fly!
Hence! I will follow.
They all hurry off except Strato.
Strato, thou art a fellow of a good respect. Thy life hath had some smatch of honor in it. Hold then my sword, and turn away thy face, while I do run upon it. Wilt thou, Strato?
Give me your hand first. Fare you well, my lord.
Strato levels the sword. Without a word, Brutus throws himself against it. Strato pulls out the sword and lets it fall. Brutus supports himself on his shoulder.
Farewell, good Strato.
Strato runs down the hill and away.
Caesar, now be still. I kill not thee with half so good a will.
He falls on his face and rolls over dead. The sound of fighting grows to a quick crescendo. Then the bugles blare, and on the crest of the hill appear Octavius and Mark Antony. Behind them rise the spears and standards of their army. They look down at the body at their feet. Octavius kneels.
So Brutus should be found.
Dusk has fallen over the plains. The army stands silent. This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only, in a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man.
You enjoyed William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with The Tempest, starring Cedric Hardwicke, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
In the beginning there was beer, and man saw that beer was good. And man said, "Wouldn't 6 of these packaged together be even better?" Then man created the 6-pack and saw that it was good. Next, man invented the cigar, and man saw that the cigar was good. And man said, "Let's pack them up in boxes of 25. Then man... 25? What was wrong with 6?
Announcing an idea whose time has come. MB Fuma Off the Boat Cigars. Now in 6-pack and 4-pack samplers. Right alongside Manchupi and Maria's cigars in singles and 4-pack samplers. On sale now at shopmikechurch.com. That's shopmikechurch.com. And this is supposed to be a 60-second tight spot. So one more time, shopmikechurch.com.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
All the world's a stage. But there were no live radio players on it until the Crusade Channel came along. You're listening to the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival on the Crusade Channel.
Did you know that MAGA caps are now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap for free. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership and the cap is yours for free. Sign up today at crusadechannel.com/offer.
Temperatures are heating up, and so are the deals at Bulldog Kia. Hi, I'm Seth Greenwald, the General Sales Manager at Bulldog Kia, and I'm excited to share with you some great offers we have running all summer long at Bulldog Kia. During the summer sales event, you can get a brand new 2024 Kia Forte for $1,750 off. That's a Bulldog Kia discount of $1,000 and Kia customer cash of $750. The Kia Forte is an excellent vehicle and definitely one of our most popular sedans. With over 20 new 2024 Kia Fortes in stock, you have a great selection to choose from. Check us out at bulldogkia.com or visit us in person on Atlanta Highway in Athens. We look forward to helping you find a great new Kia Forte for a great price during our summer sales event. We'll see you at Bulldog Kia.
Dealer retains all rebates and incentives. Taxes, tag, title, and fees not included. Example stock number K24147M. MSRP $21,615 with sales price of $19,865 on select models only while supplies last. Summer sales event ends September 3rd, 2024. See dealer for details.
If you're on a quest to make the perfect steak, then you need the perfect steak seasoning for that. And my Acadiana steak seasoning is the perfect choice because unlike many off-the-shelf rubs, Acadiana is nearly salt-free, so you control the quantity of salt to your taste. For steaks, I like to use a healthy dose of very coarse grind kosher salt, and I heavily season both sides to make a blackened sear. Acadiana is also great on seafood and veggies too. Pick up a bag or 6 today at shop.mikechurch.com. In the beginning there was beer, and man saw that beer was good. And man said, "Wouldn't 6 of these packaged together be even better?" Then man created the 6-pack and saw that it was good. Next, man invented the cigar, and man saw that the cigar was good. And man said, "Let's pack them up in boxes of 25. Then man... 25? What was wrong with 6?
Announcing an idea whose time has come. MB Fuma Off the Boat Cigars. Now in 6-pack and 4-pack samplers. Right alongside Manchupi and Maria's cigars in singles and 4-pack samplers. On sale now at shopmikechurch.com. That's shopmikechurch.com. And this is supposed to be a 60-second tight spot, so one more time, shopmikechurch.com.
Folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. Do you hear that, Maggie?
Do I hear what?
You don't hear the sound of bees buzzing about?
No, I see the result of that buzzing about in these beautiful new beeswax candles.
We sell candles now?
Not just any candles. These are handmade beeswax candles.
Well, that explains me imagining bees.
And they come in different sizes. There's a votive, a 3-day, and a 7-day size, too.
Well, that should start a buzz in the store.
It better, or you'll get the buzz.
Order handmade beeswax candles today while supplies last at shop.mikechurch.com.
The Crusade Channel is bringing back a slice of 2020 by featuring heterosexual, happy opposite-sex couples in our commercials. Right after the hetero happies with 9 kids.
The Tempest, starring Cedric Hardwicke. The Tempest was broadcast on November the 24th, 1940. The Tempest was Shakespeare's final play, and in many ways it was Shakespeare's farewell, as is shown by the words towards the end of the play. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own, which is most faint. One of the many mysteries surrounding the life of William Shakespeare is the reason for his early retirement, perhaps as early as 1610 and certainly no later than 1612, at a time when he was still at the height of his powers and while he was still apparently in good health. He announces his retirement in dramatic fashion at the end of his final play, The Tempest, when Prospero walks on stage alone after the final curtain has fallen to announce that he has relinquished his powers. The fact that a character addresses the audience directly, breaking the spell that had sustained the viewer's suspension of disbelief, is seen by most critics as the playwright himself appearing in persona Prospero to take his final bow. So why perhaps did Shakespeare choose to take what amounts to early retirement when he was still at the height of his powers? And I think it has a lot to do with the very turbulent times in which he was living, when it was getting very dangerous, quite frankly, to be a Catholic playwright in King James I's England, getting harder and harder. So, for instance, the Puritan preacher William Crashaw delivered at St. Paul's Cross in London in 1608 a sermon in which he said, "The ungodly plays and interludes so rife in this nation, what are they but a bastard of Babylon?" A euphemism for Rome in puritanical Bible speak, a daughter of error and confusion, a hellish device, the devil's own recreation to mock at holy things, by him delivered to the heathen, and by them to the papists, and from them to us. Apart from its relevance to Shakespeare, this attack on papist plays by the puritanical Crashaw is noteworthy as being one of the pithiest put-downs of Western culture ever made. In one terse, bombastic sentence, the entire legacy of the West is dismissed as being a contagious disease passed from the devil to the Greeks and then to the Romans and the Catholics until finally, via Shakespeare and his fellow playwrights, it had contaminated modern England. 2 years later, in February 1610, Crashaw was again equating Shakespeare and his ilk to the devil in a sermon he preached to the Lord Governor of Virginia. On this occasion, he fulminated that the greatest threat to the new-founded colony was to be found in Catholicism, culture, and other satanic manifestations. Quote, "We confess this action hath three great enemies, but who be they? Even the devil, papists, and players." Responding to these puritanical attacks upon plays and players, Philip Rossiter, a Catholic actor and lessee of the Whitefriars Theatre, retorted in December 1610 that a man might learn more good at one of their plays or interludes than at 20 of our roguish sermons. In addition to these general attacks on the theatre, Shakespeare's own plays came under scrutiny in 1610, following the conviction of a Catholic recusant gentleman for hosting a group of players who performed papist plays at his own and at other recusant houses. These included King Lear and Pericles, showing that Catholic recusants knew of Shakespeare's Catholicism and also knew of the Catholic subplot of those plays. And in his History of Great Britain by John Speed, which was published in 1611, around the same time as The Tempest was being written, he wrote, discussing the Lollard leader, that's Sir John Oldcastle, a sort of forerunner, if you like, of the Reformation. Speed was at pains to discredit attacks upon his reputation by papists and playwrights, complaining that the Jesuit Robert Parsons had described Oldcastle as a ruffian, a robber, and a rebel. Speed riposted by suggesting that Parsons was a liar, along with his poet, Shakespeare. And I'm quoting now from Speed. And his, Parsons' authority, taken from the stage players, is more befitting the pen of his slanderous report than the credit of the judicious being only grounded from this papist Parsons and his poet Shakespeare, of like conscience for lies, the one ever feigning and the other ever falsifying the truth. In the year prior to that, in 1610, there was a new royal proclamation, quote, "for the due execution of all former laws against recusants," which ushered in a new wave of persecution against the Catholics. It was this backdrop which caused Shakespeare to, if you like, let the final curtain fall on his career as a playwright with the final curtain fall of The Tempest. Desiring a peaceful life, Shakespeare turned his back on The Tempest, returning to his home and family in Warwickshire and disappearing into the sunset of his own life. As he bid farewell to London and the stage, taking his final bow, his last words to posterity were spoken in the last words of his last play. Fittingly, they were a request for prayer. "And my ending is despair, unless I be relieved by prayer, which pierces so that it assaults mercy itself and frees all faults. As you from crimes would pardoned be, let your indulgence set me free." And now, the Crusade Channel Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's The Tempest.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays. Great Plays. For its 7th production this season in the series of great plays, the National Broadcasting Company presents Shakespeare's romantic comedy, The Tempest, with Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Jessica Tandy, Louis Hector, and Irene Wicker. This charming and imaginative drama represents the Bard of Avon at the full maturity of his art. It may have been the last play that he wrote. It is certainly his most highly original work. It stands alone in bold perfection among the great plays of all literature.
Be not afeard. The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked after long sleep will make me sleep again. And then, in dreaming, the clouds methought would open and show riches ready to drop upon me, that when I waked, I cried to dream again.
So spoke the monster Caliban, for a time the only inhabitant on the uncharted remote island which is the scene of the Tempest. Caliban, the misshapen son of the witch Sycorax, inherited the marks of evil which disfigured his mother's mind. Sycorax died soon after she had borne this grotesque son of hers, and Caliban grew up alone on the island, eating what food he could get with his hands, speechless, for he knew no language, more like an animal than a man. One day, Caliban's solitary kingdom was invaded by a man from the outer world, and a small girl that was his daughter. They were Prospero and Miranda, marooned here by the treachery of Prospero's enemies. Before he was cast away on this island. But he was not the type of ruler to succeed in a corrupt world. Rather than pomp and glory, he preferred ease and quiet. Rather than warfare, he chose a scholar's life. Instead of being wary and suspicious, Prospero was a trusting man, quick to smile. Foolishly, he put his faith in his brother Antonio. Leagued with the king of Naples, Antonio usurped Prospero's ducal throne.
12 years since, Miranda, 12 years since, thy father was the Duke of Milan and a prince of power.
Oh, my father. What foul play had we that became from them?
My brother and my uncle called Antonio. I pray thee mark me, that a brother should be so perfidious. The government I cast upon my brother, and to my state grew stranger, being transported and wrapped in secret studies. The king of Naples, being an enemy to me inveterate, hearkens my brother's suit to presently extirpate me and mine out of the dukedom, and confer fair Milan with all the honors on my brother. Whereon a treacherous army levied, one midnight fated to the purpose, did Antonio open the gates of Milan, and in the dead of darkness the ministers for the purpose hurried thence me and thy crying self.
Alack, for pity.
They hurried us aboard a bark, bore us some leagues to sea, where they prepared a rotten carcass of a boat, not rig, nor tackle, sail, nor mast. The very rats instinctively had quitted. There they hoisted us to cry to the sea that roared to us.
How came we ashore?
By providence divine. Some food we had, and some fresh water that a noble Neapolitan Gonzalo did give us. Knowing I loved my books, he furnished me from mine own library with volumes that I prize above my dukedom.
Would I might but ever see that man.
Here in this island we arrived, and here have I, thy schoolmaster, made thee more profit than other princesses can, that have more time for vainer hours, and tutors not so careful.
Heaven thank you for it.
Although Prospero's first task was the upbringing and education of his daughter Miranda, yet in his kindness he found time to teach that strange creation Caliban how to live more comfortably, and above all, how to speak. One day, by chance, Prospero discovered an exquisite spirit of the supernatural world, a former servant of the dead witch Sycorax. This was the mischievous, delicate, frolicsome, childlike sprite, Ariel. Ariel, the ethereal personification of will and accomplishment with the lightning speed. Prospero, having released him from his prison in a cloven pine, Ariel swears lasting obedience. He fills the isle with sweet music. He revels in his fun. On a summons from Prospero, he appears.
Oh, hail, great master! Grace, hail! I come to answer thy best pleasure. I come from the deep nook, where once thou call'st me up at midnight to fetch dew from the still vexed Bermoothes. I come to answer thy best pleasure. Seek to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding tosk Ariel and all his gaiety.
With a dainty servant such as this, a featherless angel, as he has been called, Prospero developed great knowledge of magic from his rare books and attained great power. With Ariel's help, he could even control the elements. One day, Ariel brings Prospero startling news. The very two villains who had deposed him and callously set him and his daughter adrift, Antonio and the King of Naples, are at that moment traveling on the high seas. Prospero calls Ariel to him. Go, Ariel, he says, and create such a tempest upon the seas that my enemies will be shipwrecked and cast ashore here. Such a storm does Ariel create. The wind howls, the thunder roars, the waves roll like mountains. The ship begins to sink. The passengers cast themselves into the sea and struggle to make the shore of the island. Ariel, under Prospero's orders, is careful that each passenger and member of the crew reaches land safely, though on different parts of the island. Prospero, at last, has his enemies in his power. The King of Naples' son, Prince Ferdinand, is one of the castaways. If my daughter Miranda should marry Ferdinand, muses Prospero, she would one day become both Duchess of Milan and Queen of Naples, occupying the thrones of both my enemies. Might not this be a quaint beginning to revenge? Prospero directs Ariel to bring Prince Ferdinand to him, to lure him across the island with a song.
sounds no more. And sure it waits upon some god of the island. Sitting on a bank, weeping again the king my father's wreck, this music crept by me upon the waters, allaying both their fury and my passion with its sweet air. Thence I followed it, or it hath drawn me rather, but 'tis gone. No, it begins again.
Thy father lies. Full fathom high, thy father lies. Of his bones is cold made, those of those, this world is
Lured on by aerial song, Prince Ferdinand nears the place where Prospero and Miranda stand. And Miranda, who has never before seen any man except her father, looks at the young prince in wonder.
What is? A spirit? Lord, how it looks about. Believe me, sir, it carries a brave form. But 'tis a spirit.
No, wench, it eats and sleeps and has such sense as we have, son. This gallant which thou seest was in the wreck. He hath lost his fellows and strays about to find them.
I might call him a thing divine. For nothing natural I ever saw so noble.
It goes on, I see, as my soul prompts it. Spirit, fine spirit, I'll free thee within 2 days for this.
Oh, most sure the goddess on whom these airs attend. Vouchsafe my prayer may know if you remain upon this island. My prime request, which I do last pronounce, is, oh, you wonder, if you be maid or no.
No wonder, sir, but certainly amazed.
My language, heavens.
At first sight they have changed eyes. They are both in either's powers. But this swift business I must uneasy make, lest too light winning make the prize light. A word, good sir. I appear you have done yourself some wrong. A word.
Why speaks my father so ungently?
I charge thee, Ferdinand, that thou attend me. Thou dost here usurp the name thou owest not, and hast put thyself upon this island as a spy, to win it from me, the Lord on.
No, as I am a man.
There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple. If the ill spirit had so fair a house, good things will strive to dwell with it.
Follow me, sir. Daughter, speak not you for him. He is a traitor. Come. I'll manacle thy neck and feet together. Sea water shalt thou drink. Thy food shall be the fresh brook mussels, withered roots, and husks wherein the acorn cradled. Follow.
No, I will resist such entertainment till mine enemy has more power.
Oh, dear father, make not too rash a trial of him, for he is gentle and not fearful.
Put thy sword up, traitor, who makest a show but darest not strike. Thy conscience is so possessed with guilt. Come from thy ward, for I can here disarm thee with this stick, and make thy weapon drop.
Beseech you, father.
Hang not on my garments.
Sir, have pity, I'll be his shoulder.
Silence! One word more shall make me chide thee, if not hate thee. Come on, sir, obey. I cast a magic spell upon thy limbs. Thy nerves are in their infancy again, and have no vigor in them.
So they are. My spirits, as in a dream, are all bound up. My father's loss, the weakness which I feel, the wreck of all my friends, nor this man's threats to whom I'm subdued, are but light to me. Might I but through my prison once a day behold this maid.
Come, sir, follow. Speak not for him, Miranda.
Meanwhile, Ferdinand's father, Alonso, King of Naples, sits on the shore of a different part of the island with Prospero's brother Antonio and his own brother Sebastian, and Gonzalo, the kindly old nobleman who had helped Prospero and Miranda many years before. As Alonso sits bowed in grief, Gonzalo attempts to console him.
Beseech you, sir, be merry. You have cause, so have we all of joy,
for our escape is much beyond our loss. Our hint of woe is common. Every day some sailor's wife, the master of some merchant, and the merchant have just our theme of woe. But for the miracle, I mean our preservation.
Prithee, peace. He receives comfort like cold porridge.
The visitor will not give him more, so...
Look, he's winding up the watch of his whip. By and by it'll strike.
Sir.
One, tell.
Though this island seem to be desert, uninhabitable and almost inaccessible, yet the air breathes upon us here most sweetly, and here is everything advantageous to life.
If but one of his pockets could speak, would it not say he lies?
Methinks our garments are now as fresh as when we put them on first.
Oh, what impossible matter will he make easy next?
I think he'll carry this island home in his pocket and give it to his son for an apple.
And sowing the kernels of it in the sea, bring forth more islands.
Sir, we were talking that our garments seem now as fresh as when we were at Tunis at the marriage of your daughter, who is now queen.
You cram these words into mine ears against the stomach of my sense. Would I had never married my daughter there, for coming thence my son is lost. Oh, thou mine heir of Naples and of Milan, what strange fish hath made his meal on thee?
Sir, he may live. I saw him beat the surges under him and ride upon their backs, his bold head above the contentious waves he kept.
No, he's gone.
It is foul weather in us all, good sir, when you are cloudy.
Foul weather?
Very foul.
Had I plantation of this isle, my lord?
He'd sowed with nettle seed.
Or docks, or mallows.
And were the king on't, what would I do?
Escape being drunk for want of wine.
In the commonwealth, I would by countries execute all things. For no kind of traffic would I admit, no name of magistrate. Letter should not be known, riches, poverty, and use of service, none. Contract, succession, born, bound of land, tilth, vineyard, none. No use of metal, corn, or wine, or oil, no occupation, all men idle, all, and women too, but innocent and pure, no sovereignty.
Yet he would be king on't.
The latter end of his commonwealth forgets the beginning.
I would with such perfection govern, sir, to excel the golden age.
Save his majesty.
Long live Gonzalo.
And do you mark me,
Prithee no more. Thou dost talk nothing to me.
On another part of the island, Caliban grumbles over his menial tasks demanded of him by Prospero in punishment for his attempted violation of Miranda. Enraged, the bestial creature curses.
The infections that the sun sucks up from bogs, fens, flats on Prospero fall, and make him by inch meal a disease. His spirits hear me, and yet I needs must curse. But they'll nor pinch, fright me with urchin shows, pitch me in the mire, nor lead me like a firebrand in the dark out of me way, unless he bid them. But for every trifle they are set upon me, sometimes like apes that mow and chutter at me, and after bite me. Sometime am I all wound round with adders, who with cloven tongues do hiss me into madness.
Caliban's cursing is interrupted by the approach of Trinculo, King Alonso's jester, who, since the Tempest, has been vainly searching the island for his lost shipmates.
Oh, here's neither bush nor shrub to bear off any weather at all, and another storm brewing. Oh, I hear it sing in the wind. I know not where to hide my head.
Lo. Here comes the spirit of Prospero's, and to torment me for bringing wood in slowly, I'll fall flat. Perchance he will not mind me.
What have we here? A man or a fish? Dead or alive? A fish. He smells like a fish. A very ancient and fish-like smell. A strange fish. Legs like a man and fins like arms. Oh, mummy trough. This is no fish, but an islander that has lately suffered by a thunderbolt. Oh, the storm has come again. My best way is to creep under his cloak. There is no other shelter hereabout. Oh, misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows.
Trinculo huddles beneath Caliban's cloak. Caliban, believing him to be some punishing spirit of Prospero's, lies still as death, paralyzed with fear. When through the woods, a second man approaches.
I shall no more to see. Here shall I die a show. It's a scurvy tune to sing at a man's funeral. Well, here's my comfort.
That was the voice of Stefano, the king's butler, one survivor of the wreck who cared very little about his predicament. For Stefano had floated to land on a barrel of wine, and having tugged it ashore, promptly started to sample its contents.
Master the swabber, the pole and I, the gunner and his mate, Lord Mull make Marion and Master I, but none of us cares for Kate. Do not torment me! Oh! What's the matter? Have we devils here? The spirit torments me. This is some monster of the isle with 4 legs, who hath got, as I take it, an ague. Where the devil should he learn our language?
Do not torment me, prithee. I'll bring me wood home faster.
He's in his fit now, and does not talk after the wisest. He shall taste of my bottle. If he have never drunk wine afore, it'll go near to remove his fit.
Thou dost me but little hurt, thou wilt anon. I know it by thy trembling.
Come on your ways. Open your mouth. Here is that which will give language to you, cat. Open your mouth. This will shake your shaking, I can tell you, and that soundly. Open your chaps again.
Oh, that voice? It should be. Oh, but he's drowned, and these are devils. Oh, defend me.
4 legs and 2 voices? The most delicate monster. If all the wine in my bottle will recover him, I will help his ague. Come, drink. Amen. I'll pour some in thy other mouth.
Stefano!
Doth thy other mouth call me? Mercy, this is the devil and no monster. I will leave him.
Stefano! If thou be a Stefano, touch me and speak to me, for I am Trinculo. Oh, be not afeard, thy good friend, Trinculo.
If thou beest Trinculo, come forth. I'll pull thee by the lesser legs. If any be Trinculo's legs, these are they. Thou art very Trinculo indeed. How camest thou to be in the siege of this mooncalf?
I took him to be killed with a thunderstroke. But art thou not drowned, Stefano?
No.
I hope now that thou art not drowned.
No.
And art thou living, Stefano? Oh, Stefano! 2 Neapolitans escaped.
Prithee, do not turn me about. My stomach is not constant.
These be fine things, and if they be not sprites, that's a brave god, and bears celestial liquor. I'll kneel to him.
Trinculo, how didst thou escape? How camest thou hither? Swear by this bottle how thou camest hither. I escaped upon a butt of sack which the sailors heaved overboard. By this bottle, which I made of the bark of a tree with my own hands since I was cast ashore.
I'll swear upon that bottle to be thy true subject, for the liquor is not earthly.
Trinculo, swear then how thou escaped.
I swam ashore, man, like a duck. I can swim like a duck, I'll be sworn. Oh, Stefano, hast any more of this?
The whole butt, man. My cellar is in the rock by the seaside where my wine is hid. How now, mooncalf? How dost thine ague?
Hast thou not dropped from heaven?
Out of the moon, I do assure thee. I was the man in the moon when time was.
I've seen thee in her, and I do adore thee.
Come, swear to that on my bottle. I will furnish it anon with new contents. Swear.
By this good light, this is a very shallow monster. I afeared of him. A very weak monster. The man in the moon. A most poor, credulous monster.
I'll show thee every fertile inch of the island, and I will kiss thy foot. I pray thee be my God.
By this light, a most perfidious and drunken monster. When God's asleep, he'll rob his bottle.
I'll kiss thy foot. I'll swear myself thy subject.
Come then down and swear.
And I'll show thee the best springs. I'll pluck thee berries. I'll fish for thee and get thee wood enough. A plague upon the tyrant that I serve. I'll bear him no more sticks, but follow thee, thou wondrous man.
A most ridiculous monster, to make a wonder of a poor drunkard.
I prithee, let me bring thee where crabs grow, and I with my long nails will dig thee pig nuts, show thee a jay's nest, and instruct thee how to snare the nimble marmoset. I'll bring thee to clustering filberts, and sometimes I'll get the young scammels from the rocks. Wilt thou go with me?
I prithee now, lead the way without any more talk. Trinculo, the king, and all our company else being drowned, we will inherit here. Here. Prepare my bottle. Fellow Trinculo, we'll fill him by and by again.
Farewell, master. Farewell.
A howling monster, a drunken monster.
No more dams I'll make for fish. No fetching firing at requiring. No straight trencher. No wasted.
No.
Ban. Caliban has a new master. Get a new man.
Was number 7 in the Blue Network's Shakespeare series and was the final installment. Starring Sir Cedric Hardwicke, The Tempest aired on November the 24th, 1940. Sir Cedric Hardwicke was created a Knight Bachelor in the 1934 King's New Year's Honours List for his services to drama. When he was knighted, the Hard of Hearing King George V announced, after dubbing the leading actor, "Rise, Sir Cedric Pickwick." And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents Cedric Hardwicke in the conclusion of The Tempest.
Folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
Listen up, maggots! Every time you buy a book at Amazon, Jeff Bezos gets money to add to his army of Terminator robots. Now you tell me, what kind of patriot does that? Certainly not the kind that listens to the Mad Church Show! You want to see the world now, don't you?
Come with me if you want to read.
That's why you're going to shop for books in the Founders Trading Post store at shop.mikechurch.com. Be a hero, save the free world, and as for Bezos...
Put him in the chopper.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones.
Present.
Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I am afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his 2nd cup of Abbey Roast.
What does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hey, my pitmaster bros, it's summer, and I want to make sure you have everything you need to rule your family's barbecue taste buds. Remember to smoke your meats at low temps for long times with southern hardwoods like pecan and mesquite. And to make sure you've got the best blend of seasoning there is, stock up on my award-winning Beast and Butt Rub. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for just $20, our biggest discount ever. To claim this deal and get my new 50/50 sweet and fire rib recipe, head on over to shop.mikechurch.com. That's shop.mikechurch.com.
Temperatures are heating up, and so are the deals at Bulldog Kia. Hi, I'm Seth Greenwald, the General Sales Manager at Bulldog Kia, and I'm excited to share with you some great offers we have running all summer long at Bulldog Kia. During the summer sales event, you can get a brand new 2024 Kia Forte for $1,750 off. That's a Bulldog Kia discount of $1,000 and Kia customer cash of $750. The Kia Forte is an excellent vehicle and definitely one of our most popular sedans. With over 20 new 2024 Kia Fortes in stock, you have a great selection to choose from. Check us out at bulldogkia.com or visit us in person on Atlanta Highway in Athens. We look forward to helping you find a great new Kia Forte for a great price during our summer sales event. We'll see you at Bulldog Kia.
Dealer retains all rebates and incentives. Taxes, tag, title, and fees not included. Example stock number K24147M. MSRP $21,615 with sales price of $19,865 on select models only while supplies last. Summer sales event ends September 3rd, 2024. See dealer for details.
In 4 years of hosting Free Farm Fridays here on the Crusade Radio Network, I've been blessed to meet so many great people who've discovered that a flourishing future must be inspired by what flourished in the past. And one of the most important players in this discovery are the men, women, and families of the Catholic Land Movement. If you'd like to meet some of these folks, then make plans to attend their Midwest Appalachia Conference, September 13th to 15th at the Edelweiss House in Greenburgh, Indiana. For details and tickets, go to CatholicLandMovement.info. That's CatholicLandMovement.info, and tell them the King Dude sent you.
Hello, Crusaders. I'm Tommy.
And I'm Rick.
I can't wait to hear more of that William Shake and Bake.
Tommy, his name is William Shakespeare.
Are you sure?
Trust me, I am an expert in names. Julius Caesar, Henry V, Romeo and Juliet.
You sure are smart.
I know, Tommy.
Hey folks, back in the day when women were women and men weren't, you only needed a half a dozen resources to keep up with the news and get reliable insight and commentary. Now with literally hundreds of thousands of choices, it's almost impossible to stay informed without previewing and fact-checking till your eyes turn MAGA red. That's why you should sign up for my new daily email newsletter, the Daily Truth Trilogy, with my quote of the day, lead show topic, and 3 stories you can't do without. Subscribing is easy and free at mikechurch.com/dude.
Join us in beautiful Richmond, New Hampshire this autumn for St. Benedict Center's annual conference, October 11 and 12. This is Brother Andre Marie of Reconquest. I'll be there, and so will Mike Church. Our other speakers are no strangers to these airwaves either. Charles Colomb, Commander John Sharp, C.J. Doyle, and Sisters Maria Filomena and Marie Gabrielle. Come stimulate your intellect, motivate your will, and enjoy Catholic camaraderie with us this fall. Go to Catholicism.org/conference. That's Catholicism.org/conference.
Did you know that a Make America Great Again cap is now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap, the next best thing, for free. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership that includes all my podcasts, the 24/7 premium live stream, and much more. And the cap is yours for free. We'll even throw in a POTUS 45% discount. There's only 24 free caps available, so you gotta act now. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer.
Was number 7 in the Blue Network's Shakespeare series and was the final installment. Starring Sir Cedric Hardwicke, The Tempest aired on November the 24th, 1940. Sir Cedric Hardwicke was created a Knight Bachelor in the 1934 King's New Year's Honours List for his services to drama. When he was knighted, the Hard of Hearing King George V announced, after dubbing the leading actor, "Rise, Sir Cedric Pickwick." And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents Cedric Hardwicke in the conclusion of The Tempest.
Meanwhile, as Caliban deserts his labors, Ferdinand works diligently at his. For Prospero, to test the mettle of his love for Miranda, has set him to hard labor, scarcely befitting his rank.
This my mean task would be as heavy to me as odious, but the mistress which I serve quickens what's dead, and makes my labors pleasures. I must remove some thousands of these logs and pile them up upon a soaring junction. My sweet mistress weeps when she sees me work. I forget, but these sweet thoughts do even refresh my labors.
Alas, now pray you work not so hard. I would the lightning had burnt up those logs that you're enjoined to pile. Pray set it down and rest you. My father is hard at study. Pray now rest yourself. He's safe for these 3 hours.
Oh, most dear mistress, the sun will set before I shall discharge what I must strive to do.
If you'll sit down, I'll bear your logs the while. Pray give me that. I'll carry it to the pile.
No, precious creature. I'd rather crack my sinews, break my back, than you should such dishonor undergo while I sit lazy by.
It would become me as well as it does you. And I should do it with much more ease, for my goodwill is to it, and yours it is against. You look wearily.
No, noble mistress. 'Tis fresh morning with me when you are by at night. I do beseech you, chiefly that I might set it in my prayers. What is your name?
Miranda. Oh, my father, I have broke your hest to say so.
Admired Miranda. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest to the world. For several virtues have I liked several women, never any with so full soul. But some defect in her did quarrel with the noblest grace she owed, and put it to the foil. But you, oh, you, so perfect and so peerless, are created of every creature's best.
How features are abroad, I am skilless of. But by my modesty, the jewel in my dower, I would not wish any companion in the world but you. Nor can imagination form a shape besides yourself to like of.
Hear my soul speak. The very instant I saw you did my heart fly to your service.
Do you love me?
Oh, heaven, oh, earth, bear witness to this sound. I, beyond all limit of what else in the world, do love, prize, honor you.
I am a fool to weep at what I'm glad of.
Wherefore weep you?
At mine unworthiness, that dare not offer what I desire to give, and much less take what I shall die to want. But this is trifling, and all the more it seeks to hide itself the bigger bulk it shows. Hence bashful cunning, and prompt me plain and holy innocence. I am your wife, if you will marry me. If not, I'll die your maid. To be your fellow you may deny me, but I'll be your servant whether you will or no.
My mistress, dearest, and I thus humble ever.
My husband, then?
I, with a heart as willing as bondage ere of freedom. Here's my hand.
And mine, with my heart in it.
On another part of the island, sprawled out before a great cask of wine, are those 3 bibulous companions, Stefano, Trinculo, and the quaint monster Caliban.
Tell not me. When the butt is out, we will drink water. Not a drop before. Servant monster, drink to me.
Servant monster? Oh, the folly of this island. They say there's but 5 upon this isle. We are 3 of them. If the other 2 be brain like us, the state totters.
Drink, servant monster, when I bid thee. Thy eyes are almost set in thy head.
Well, where should they be set else? He were a brave monster indeed if they were set in his tail.
Thou shalt be my lieutenant, monster. Or my stand. Mooncock, speak once in thy life if thou beest a good mooncock.
How dost thy honor? Let me lick thy shoe. I'll not serve him. He is not valiant.
Thou liest, most ignorant monster. Oh, I'm encased of just la constable. Why, thou debauched fish, thou. Was there ever a man a coward that has drunk so much sack as I today? Wilt thou tell a monstrous lie, being but half a fish and half a monster?
Lo, how he mocks me. Wilt thou let him, my lord?
Lord, quotha! That a monster should be such a natural...
Lo, again! Bite him to death, I prithee.
Trinculo, keep a good tongue in your head. If you prove a mutineer, the next tree. The poor monster's my subject, and he shall not suffer indignity.
I thank me, noble lord. Wilt thou be pleased to hearken once again to the suit that I made to thee?
Marry, will I?
Nay, as I told thee, 'tis a custom with Prospero in the afternoon to sleep. There, thou mayest brain him, having first seized his books, or with a log, batter his skull, or punch him with a stake, or cut his weasand with thy knife.
Monster, I will kill this man. His daughter and I will be king and queen, save our graces. And Trinculo and thyself shall be viceroys. Dost thou like the plot, Trinculo?
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
As the conspirators plan their treachery, Ariel overhears them and brings back news of their plot to his master. Prospero, however, has more important business at the moment than dealing with the three drunkards, for he has decided to have his brother Antonio and Alonso brought before him so that he might confront them with their crimes against Miranda and himself. It is to this end that he dispatches Ariel on an important mission.
By Lakin, I can go no further, sir. By your patience, I needs must rest me.
Old lord, I cannot blame thee. Sit down and rest. Even here I will put off my hope and keep it no longer for my flatterer. My son is drowned whom thus we stray to find, and the sea mocks our frustrate search on land. Well, let him go. What harmony is this? My good friends, hark! Marvelous sweet music.
As Alonso and his companions watched, strange shapes, like neither man nor beast, materialize from the air, and straightway begin to prepare a banquet. Foods, viands, steaming dishes, even the table itself appears before them. The preparations for a feast concluded, the weird shapes gently salute their awestruck spectators, and with gestures invite them to dine. Alonso is the first to step forward, and as he does so, the shapes suddenly vanish.
Give us, kind, keep us, heavens. What were these?
A living drollery. Now I will believe that there are unicorns, that in Arabia there is one tree, the phoenix throne, one phoenix at this hour reigning there.
They vanish strangely.
As the spirits vanish, Ariel appears, not in his familiar boyish form, but in the horrible shape of a vulture. Like a bolt of lightning from the sky, he descends, hovering above the great banquet table, clapping his wings.
You are three men of sin, whom destiny has caused to be belched up upon this island, where man does not inhabit. I and my fellows are ministers of fate, and you, amongst men being most unfit to live, we are made mad! And even with such like valor, men hang and drown their brothers, sir!
In the name of something holy, sir, why stand you in this strange stare?
Oh, it is monstrous, monstrous. Methought the billows spoke and told me of it. The winds did sing it to me, and the thunder, that deep and dreadful organ pipe, pronounced the name of Prosper. It did base my trespass. Therefore my son in the ooze is bedded, and I'll seek him deeper than e'er promise sounded, and with him there lie muddy.
Before the cave, hand in hand, stand Ferdinand and Miranda, facing a now smiling Prospero.
If I have too austerely punished you, your compensation makes amends. For I have given you here a thread of mine own life. All thy vexations were but my trials of thy love, and thou hast strangely stood the test. Here afore heaven I ratify this my rich gift, my daughter Miranda. Oh, Ferdinand, do not smile at me that I boast her of, for thou shalt find she will outstrip all praise, and make it halt behind her.
I do believe it, against an oracle.
Then as my gift and thine own acquisition worthily purchased, take my daughter. Sit then and talk with her. She is thine own. And for your entertainment I'll bestow upon your eyes some vanity of my art.
True to his word, Prospero calls forth nymphs and goddesses to dance and sing and give a marriage blessing to the young lovers. Enraptured, Ferdinand and Miranda watch till the players in the scene fade slowly from sight like a spent vision.
Our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Sir, I am vexed. If you be pleased, retire into my cell and there repose. A turn or two I'll walk to still my beating mind.
We wish your peace.
I had forgot that foul conspiracy of the beast Caliban and his confederates against my life. The minute of their plot is almost come. Come with a thought, Ariel, come.
My thoughts I cleave to. What's thy pleasure?
Spirit, we must prepare to meet with Caliban.
Aye, my commander.
Say again, where didst thou leave these varlets?
I told you, sir. In a filthy, mantled pool beyond your cell. They're dancing up to the chin.
This was well done, my bird. Thy shape invisible retain thou still.
Aye, master.
The finery in my house, go bring it hither, for bait to catch these thieves.
I go.
I'll plague them all, even to roaring.
As a decoy to lure the three drunken conspirators away from their murderous purpose, Prospero and Ariel hang out a line, and on it the richest garments they can find. Silken doublets, robes of state. These they put in plain sight, then quickly hide themselves as the would-be murderers approach.
Pray you, tread softly, that the blind mole may not hear a footfall. We now are near his cell.
Monster, your fairy, which you say is a harmless fairy, has done little better than play the jack with us. Do you hear, monster? If I should take a displeasure against you, look, you...
Oh, thou wert but a lost monster.
Oh, good my lord, give me thy favor still. Speak softly. All's hushed as midnight yet.
Aye, but to lose our bottles in the pool. There is not only disgrace and dishonor in that, monster, but an infinite loss.
Oh, prithee me, king, Be quiet. Seest thou here? This is the mouth of prosperous cell. No noise. And enter. Do that good mischief which may make this island thy known forever, and I thy Caliban, for I thy footlicker.
Give me thy hand. I do begin to have bloody thoughts.
Oh, King Stefano! Oh, dear, oh, worthy Stefano, look what a wardrobe is on the line here.
Let it alone, thou fool. It is but trash.
Oh, monster, we know what belongs to a frippery. Oh, King Stefano.
Put off that gown, Trinculo, by this hand. I'll have that gown.
Thy grace shall have it.
There dropsy drown this fool. What do you mean to dote thus on such luggage? Let's along and do the murder first.
Be you quiet, monster. Mistress Lyde, is not this my jerkin?
Monster, come quickly now and away with the rest.
I'll have none of it. We shall lose our time and all be turned to barnacles or to apes.
Oh, monster, lay to your fingers. Help to bear this away where my hogshead of wine is, or I'll turn you out of my kingdom. Go to. Carry this.
And this.
Aye, and this.
As the three thieves are about to make off with their loot, Prospero calls his avenging spirits to him in the shape of dogs and hounds. After them! Let them be hunted soundly.
As my project gather to a head, my charms crack not, my spirits obey, and time goes upright with his carriage. How's the day?
On the 6th hour, at which time, my lord, you said our work should cease.
I did say so when first I raised the tempest. How fares the king and his followers?
Confined together in the same fashion as you gave in charge all prisoners, sir, in the lime grove which weather fends your cells. They cannot budge till your release. The king, his brother, and yours abide all three distracted, and the remainder mourning over them, brimful of sorrow and dismay. But chiefly him that you term, sir, the good old Lord Gonzalo. His tears run down his beard like winter's drops from leaves of reeds. Your charms so strongly work them, that if you now beheld them, your affections would become tender.
Dost thou think so, spirit?
Mine would, sir. Were I human?
And mine shall. Though with their racks I am struck to the quick, the rarer action is in virtue than in vengeance. They being penitent, the sole drift of my purpose doth extend not a frown further. Go, release them, Ariel. My charms I'll break, their sense I'll restore, and they shall be themselves.
I'll fetch them, sir. I go.
Ye elves of hills, brooks, standing lakes, and groves, and ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, and do fly him when he comes back, and you whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms that rejoice to hear the solemn curfew, by whose aid, weak masters though ye be, I have bedimmed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green sea and the azured vault set roaring war. To the dread rattling thunder have I given fire, the strong base promontory have I made shake, and by the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. But this rough magic I here abjure. And when I have required some heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine end upon their sense that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book.
Soon Ariel returns, leading Antonio, Alonso, Sebastian, and the old Lord Gonzalo. They come forward like men walking in their sleep, neither seeing nor hearing. Ariel leads them inside the magic circle which Prospero had drawn upon the ground.
There stand, for ye are spell-stopped. A solemn air and the best comforter to an unsettled fancy cure thy brain.
the stately music begins slowly to restore their understanding, Prospero retires to the inner cave to dress himself in the robes of state which rightfully belonged to him as Duke of Milan. And as Prospero dressed, the charm cast about Alonso and his companions dissolved. They look about and wonder at the strange cave. Suddenly, Prospero reappears before them.
Behold, Sir King, the wronged Duke of Milan, Prospero. For more assurance that a living prince does now speak to thee, I embrace thy body. And to thee and thy company I bid a hearty welcome.
Whether thou beest Prospero or no, or some enchanted trifle to abuse me, as late I have been, I not know. Thy dukedom I resign, and do entreat thou pardon me my wrongs. But how should Prospero be living and be here?
First, noble Gonzalo, let me embrace thine age, whose honor cannot be measured or confined.
Whether this be or be not, I'll not swear.
You do yet taste some subtleties of the isle that will not let you believe things certain. Welcome, my friends all. For you, most wicked sir, whom to call brother would even infect my mouth, I do forgive thy rankest fault, all of them, and require my dukedom of thee, which perforce I know thou must restore.
If thou beest Prospero, give us particulars of thy preservation, how thou hast met us here, whom 3 hours since were wrecked upon this shore. Where I have lost, how sharp the point of this remembrance is, my dear son, Ferdinand.
I am woe for it, sir.
Irreparable is the loss, and patience says it is past her cure.
Alas, sir, the like loss is mine too.
You, the like loss?
As great to me as late, for I have lost my daughter.
A daughter? Oh, heavens, that they were both living in Naples, the king and queen there. When did you lose your daughter?
In this last tempest. But welcome, Alonso. This cell's my court. Here have I few attendants and subjects, none abroad. Pray you look in.
Thus Prospero directs their attention to the entrance of his cell. Speechless with amazement, they behold there Ferdinand and Miranda playing chess.
If this prove a vision of the island, one dear son shall I twice lose.
Most high miracle.
Father,
my son.
Though the seas threaten, they are merciful. I have cursed them without cause.
Now all the blessings of a glad father compass thee about. Arise and say how thou camest here.
Oh, wonder! How many goodly creatures are there here! How beauteous mankind is! Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
'Tis new to thee.
What is this maid with whom thou wast at play? Your else acquaintance cannot be 3 hours. Is she the goddess that hath severed us and brought us thus together?
Sir, she is mortal, but by immortal providence she's mine. She is the daughter of this famous Duke of Milan, of whom so often I have heard renown but never saw before, of whom I have received a second life and second father this lady makes him to me.
I am hers. But oh, how oddly will it sound that I must ask my child forgiveness.
There, sir, stop. Let us not burthen our remembrances with heaviness that's gone.
I have inly wept, or should have spoke ere this. Look down, you gods, and on this couple drop a blessed crown.
I say amen, Gonzalo.
Sir, all this service have I done since I went?
Yes, Ariel, my tricksy's spirit.
Was it well done?
Bravely, my diligence, and thou shalt be free anon. Sir, I invite your highness and your train to my poor cell, where you shall take your rest for this one night, which part of it I'll waste with such discourse as I not doubt shall make it go quick away. The story of my life, and the particular accidents gone by since I came to this isle. And in the morn, I'll bring you to your ship, and so to Naples, where I have hoped to see the nuptial of these, our dear beloved, solemnized. I'll deliver all, and promise you calm seas, auspicious gales. I, Ariel Chick, that is thy charge. Then to the elements, be free, and fare thou well.
During the past hour, you have heard Shakespeare's The Tempest, as adapted for the air by Charles Newton, with the following cast. Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Prospero; Jessica Tandy, Miranda; Irene Wicker, Ariel; Louis Hector, Caliban; William Podmore, Stefano; Horace Braham, Trinculo; John Abbott, Alonzo; John Moore, Antonio; Carlton Young, Ferdinand; J.P. Wilson, Gonzalo; William Rainey, narrator. Original music composed by Gail Kubick. The orchestra was directed by Joseph Honte.
William Shakespeare's The Tempest. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with Henry V, starring Richard Burton, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues. Starred Richard Burton and John Glover as part of a radio and record series called The Living Shakespeare, which debuted on vinyl in Henry V starred Richard Burton and John Glover as part of a radio and record series called The Living Shakespeare, which debuted on vinyl in 1962. Henry V has become, in the 20th century, one of the most popular of Shakespeare's plays, and it's due largely to the power of patriotism. And it's probably also true of the time it was written. So we know that in the 20th century, it was St. Laurence Olivier's famous full-color film version during World War II that really brought this play back to the pinnacle of popularity, including, of course, some wonderful patriotic speeches by King Henry V himself, especially prior to the Battle of Agincourt. Well, in Shakespeare's own time, this play was written sometime around 1599, when the Earl of Essex was in Ireland. And the Earl of Essex, unlike many of the British incursions into Ireland, he was actually trying to persuade, somewhat more civilly than usual, to woo the Irish into some sort of settlement. And when he returned without a deal, he was much maligned by Elizabeth I. The Earl of Southampton, Shakespeare's patron, was a great friend of the Earl of Essex. And when the Essex Rebellion happened a year or so after this play, the Earl of Southampton, the Earl of Essex was executed, and the Earl of Southampton was thrown in the Tower of London. And there's aspects of Shakespeare's own anger at that in Hamlet. But here, perhaps, we just see the patriotic glow of his patron, Earl of Southampton's friend, the Earl of Essex, leading a military expedition to Ireland. However, within a historical context, which Shakespeare certainly would have known, living much closer to those times than ours, it refers, of course, to the English war in France with the French in the early 15th century, so just under 200 years prior to this. The Battle of Agincourt was fought in 1415. This was at the height of the time when what we might call the cult of England being seen as Our Lady's dowry. In other words, as a special gift to Our Lady, who was seen as England's protectress. So originally Richard II had prayed to her for the defense of the realm against the peasants' uprising in 1381. And just a few years after that, 1389, and a few years after that, in 1415, the Battle of Agincourt, the priest prayed to Our Lady for the protection of the army and the deliverance of victory, as well as praying to St. George and some of the saints of England. Also within this play, we need to see Henry V as being part of a trilogy, the so-called Henriad. Henry IV Part 1, Henry IV Part 2, and Henry V. In the first two parts of the first two plays, Henry V is obviously not Henry V, because Henry IV is on the throne. So he's Prince Hal, and he's reckless and feckless and a man of pleasure and drunkenness and cynicism. And his sidekick is the character of Falstaff, who's very popular, but Shakespeare clearly meant him to be an object of ridicule as well as slapstick, and he is a thinly disguised caricature of the Lollard, that sort of proto-Puritan leader of the Lollards in 100 years or so before the Protestant Reformation, and that was Oldcastle, and Falstaff is referred to as my old lad of the castle, and the various other references made most people agree that Falstaff is a thinly disguised caricature of Oldcastle. And Falstaff is lampooned in another of Shakespeare's plays, my favourite of his comedies, The Merchant of The Merchant of Venice is favourite of my comedies. My second favourite of his comedies, which is The Merry Wives of Windsor, Falstaff is lampooned in that. He's a cynic and a drunkard in Henry IV Part 1 and Henry IV Part 2. In Henry V, when Henry V comes to the throne, he's no longer Prince Hal but King Henry. He basically grows up, accepts and embraces his responsibility as a monarch, turns his back on his days of decadence with Falstaff. So this is the conversion of the king. And although Henry V is a complex character, he's certainly a much more responsible character than Prince Hal in the earlier two plays. And before we actually finish this introduction, I do have to recommend to you, not just we're looking at enjoying the radio performances here, but not just Sir Laurence Olivier's film production of Henry V, but also Kenneth Branagh's wonderful film production of Henry V, and especially if you want to take the shortcut and go to YouTube and put in the wonderful Non Nobis Domine scene at the end of the Battle of Agincourt, where basically Latin chant is overlaid on the aftermath of the battle, and one of the most beautiful scenes in cinema. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Henry V.
For a muse of fire that would ascend to the brightest heaven of invention. A kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Suppose within the girdle of these walls are now confined two mighty monarchies, whose high upreared and abutting fronts the perilous narrow ocean parts asunder. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts. Into 1,000 parts divide one man, and make imaginary puissance. Think when we talk of horses, that you see them, printing their proud hoofs i' the receiving earth. For 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings, carry them here and there, jumping o'er times, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass. For the which supply, admit me chorus to this history, who prologue-like your humble patience pray, gently to hear, kindly to judge our play.
Call in the messenger sent from the Dauphin. Now are we well resolved, and by God's help and yours, the noble sinews of our power, France being ours, will bend it to our oar, or break it all to pieces. Now are we well prepared to know the pleasure of our fair cousin Dauphin, for we hear your greeting is from him, not from the king.
Your Highness, lately sending into France, did claim some certain dukedoms in the right of your great predecessor, King Edward III. In answer of which claim, the Prince our master says that you savour too much of your youth, and bids you be advised. There's naught in France that can be with a nimble galliard one. You cannot revel into dukedoms there. He therefore sends you, meeter for your spirit, this ton of treasure, and in lieu of this desires you let the dukedoms that you claim hear no more of you. This the Dauphin speaks.
What treasure, uncle?
Tennis balls, my liege.
We are glad the Dauphin is so pleasant with us. His present and your pains we thank you for. When we have matched our rackets to these balls, we will in France, by God's grace, play a set shall strike his father's crown into the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such a wrangler that all the courts of France will be disturbed with chases. And tell the pleasant prince, this mock of his hath turned his balls to gunstones, and his soul shall stand sword charged for the wasteful vengeance that shall fly with them. For many 1,000 widows shall this his mock out of their dear husbands, mock mothers from their sons, mock castles down, and some are yet ungotten and unborn, that shall have cause to curse the Dauphin's scorn. Convey them with safe conduct. Very well.
Now all the youth of England are on fire, and silken dalliance in the wardrobe lies. Now thrive the armourers, and honour's thought reigns solely in the breast of every man. The French, advised by good intelligence of this most dreadful preparation, shake in their fear, and with pale policy seek to divert the English purposes.
Thus comes the English with full power upon us, and more than carefully it us concerns to answer royally in our defences. Therefore the Dukes of Berry and of Bretagne, of Brabant and of Orleans shall make forth. And you, Prince Dauphin, with all swift dispatch, to line and new repair our towns of war with men of courage and with means defendant. For England his approaches makes as fierce as waters to the sucking of a gulf.
My most redoubted father, it is most meet we arm us against the foe, and let us do it with no show of fear, no, with no more than if we heard that England were busied with a Whitsun morris dance, for my good liege, she is so idly kinged, her sceptre so fantastically borne by a vain, giddy, shallow, humorous youth, that fear attends her not.
Oh, peace, Prince Dauphin. You are too much mistaken in this king. Question your grace the late ambassadors, with what great state he heard their embassy, how well supplied with noble counsellors, how modest in exception, and withal how terrible in constant resolution.
Well, 'tis not so, my lord high constable, but though we think it so, it is no matter. In cases of defence, 'tis best to weigh the enemy more mighty than he seems, so the proportions of defence are filled, which of a weak and niggardly projection doth like a miser spoil his coat with scanting a little cloth.
Think we King Harry strong. And princes, look you strongly armed to meet him. The kindred of him have been fleshed upon us, and he is bred out of that bloody strain that haunted us in our familiar paths. Witness our too much memorable shame when Cressy battle fatally was struck, and all our princes captive by the hand of that black name, Edward, Black Prince of Wales. Ambassadors from Harry, King of England, to crave admittance to your majesty. We'll give them present audience. Go and bring them. You see this chase is hotly followed, friend.
Turn head and stop pursuit. For coward dogs most spend their mouths when what they seem to threaten runs far before them. Good my sovereign, take up the English short, and let them know of what a monarchy you are the head. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile a sin as self-neglecting.
From our brother of England?
From him. And thus he greets your majesty. He wills you in the name of God Almighty that you divest yourself and lay apart the borrowed glories that by gift of heaven, by law of nature and of nations, longs to him and to his heirs, namely the crown and all wide stretched honours that pertain by custom and the ordinance of times unto the crown of France.
Or else what follows?
Bloody constraint. For if you hide the crown even in your hearts, there will he rake for it. Therefore in fierce tempest is he coming, in thunder and in earthquake like a Jove, that if requiring fail, he will compel. This is his claim, his threatening, and my message. Unless the Dauphin be in presence here, to whom expressly I bring greeting to.
I stand here for him. What to him from England?
Scorn and defiance, slight regard, contempt, and anything that may not misbecome the mighty sender doth he prize you at.
Say, if my father render fair return, it is against my will. For I desire nothing but odds with England.
Tomorrow shall you know our mind at full. A night is but small breath and little pause to answer matters of this consequence.
Thus with imagined wing our swift scene flies in motion of no less celerity than that of thought. Suppose that you have seen the well-appointed king at Hampton Pier embark his royalty, and his brave fleet with silken streamers the young Phoebus fanning. Play with your fancies, and in them behold upon the hempen tackle ship boys climbing. Hear the shrill whistle which doth order give to sounds confused. Behold the threadened sails, borne with invisible and creeping wind, draw the huge bottom through the furrowed sea, breasting the lofty surge. Oh, do but think you stand upon the rivage, and behold a city on th' inconstant billows dancing. For so appears this fleet majestical, holding due course to Harfleur. Follow, follow.
Once more unto the breach, dear friends. Once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. Stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favored rage. Then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Let it pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the brow o'erwhelm it as fearfully as doth a galled rock, or hang and jutty his confounded base, swilled with a wild and wasteful ocean. Now set the teeth and stretch the nostril wide. Hold hard the breath and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English, whose blood is fed from fathers of war-proof, fathers that, like so many Alexanders, have in these parts from morn till even fought, and sheath their swords for lack of argument. Dishonour not your mothers. Now attest that those whom you called fathers did beget you. Be copying out of men of grosser blood, and teach them how to war. And you, good yeomen, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the mettle of your posture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not, for there is none of you so mean and base that hath not noble lustre in your eyes. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge cry God for Harry! Harry! England! England! And St. George!
You must come presently to the mines. The Duke of Gloucester would speak with you.
To the mines. Tell you the Duke, it is not so good to come to the mines. For look you, the mines is not according to the disciplines of the war. The concavities of it is not sufficient. For look you, the adversary you may discuss under the Duke, look you, is digged himself 4 yards under the countermine. By Jesus, I think he'll blow a ball if there's not better direction.
The Duke of Gloucester, to whom the order of the siege is given, is altogether directed by an Irishman. A very valiant gentleman, in faith.
Captain MacMorris, is it not?
I think it is.
Oh, by Jesus, he is an ass as in the world. I will verify as much in his beard.
Here he comes. And the Scots captain, Captain Jamie, with him.
I say good day, Captain TWELFTH.
God and your worship, good Captain James.
How now, Captain MacMorris? Have you quit the mines? Have the pioneers given all?
Be Christ, Lord, is ill done. The work is give over. The trumpets sound the retreat. By my hand, I swear, and my father's sword, the work is ill done. It is give over. I would have blown up the town, so Christ save me lot in an hour. Oh, 'tis ill done, 'tis ill done. By my hand, 'tis ill done. Captain McMorris, I beseech you now, will you vouchsafe me, look you, a few disputations with you, as partly touching or concerning the disciplines of the war, the Roman wars, in the way of argument, look you, and friendly communications. Partly to satisfy my opinion, and partly for the satisfaction, look you, of my mind. No, as touching the direction of the military discipline, that is the point.
It will be very good faith, good captains both.
There's no time to discourse, for Christ's sake. The town is besieged, and the trumpet calls us to the beach. And we talk of Christ know nothing. 'Tis shame for us all. So God save me, 'tis shame to stand still.
The town shouts upon.
Captain McMorris, when there is more better opportunity required, look you, I will be as bold as to tell you I know the disciplines of the war, and there is an end.
How yet resolves the governor of the town? If I begin the battery once again, I will not leave the half-achieved Harfleur till in her ashes she lie buried. What say you? Will you yield in this avoid, or guilty in defence be thus destroyed?
Our expectation hath this day an end. The Dauphin, whom of succours we entreated, returns us that his powers are yet not ready to raise so great a siege. Therefore, great King, we yield our town and lives to thy soft mercy. Enter our gates, dispose of us and ours, for we no longer are defensible.
Open your gates.
Come, Uncle Exeter. Go you and enter Harfleur. There remain and fortified strongly against the French. Use mercy to them all. For us, dear uncle, the winter coming on and sickness growing upon our soldiers, we will retire to Calais. Tonight in Harfleur will we be your guest. Tomorrow for the march are we addressed.
In Rouen, the French king's daughter tries to learn English from her maid Alice.
Alice, toi et en Angleterre, tu parles bien le langage. Un peu, madame. Je te prie, m'enseigner. Il faut que j'apprenne à parler. Comment appelez-vous la main en anglais? La main, elle est appelée die Hand. Die Hand. Et les doigts? Les doigts? Ma foi, j'oublie les doigts. Mais je me souviendrai. Les doigts, je pense qu'ils sont appelés die Fingers. Oui, die Fingers. La main, die Hand. Les doigts, die Fingers. Je pense que je suis le bon écolier. J'ai gagné 2 mots d'anglais vitement. Comment appelez-vous les ongles? Les ongles, nous les appelons die nails. Die nails. Écoutez, dites-moi si je parle bien. Die Hand, die Fingers et die nails.
C'est bien dit, madame. Il est fort bon anglais.
Dites-moi l'anglais pour le bras.
Die Arme, madame.
Et le coude?
D'elbow.
D'elbow. Je m'en fais la répétition de tous les mots que vous m'avez appris dès à présent.
Il est trop difficile, madame, comme je pense.
Excusez-moi, Louise, écoutez. Die Hand, die Fingers, die Nails, die Arme, die Bilbo.
Die Elbow, madame.
Oh, Seigneur Dieu, je m'en oublie. Die Elbow. Comment appelez-vous le col?
Die Nick, madame.
Die Nick. Et le menton?
Die Chin.
Die Chin. Le col, die Nick. Le menton, die Chin.
Oui, en vérité, vous prononcez les mots aussi droit que les natifs d'Angleterre.
Je ne doute pas d'apprendre par la grâce de Dieu et en peu de temps.
N'avez-vous pas déjà oublié ce que je vous ai enseigné?
Non, je reste mon. Die Hand, die Fingers, die Nails.
Die Nails, madame.
Die Nails, die Arme, die Elbow.
Sauf votre honneur, die Elbow.
Ah, si, die Elbow, die Nick et die Chin. Comment appelez-vous le pied et la robe?
Le foot et le caul.
Foot et le caul? Seigneur Dieu, ce sont mots de sont mauvais, cautives, gros et impudiques, et non pour les dames d'honneur d'user. Je ne voudrais prononcer ces mots devant les seigneurs de France pour tout le monde. Faut éloquent. Maintenant, je réciterai une autre fois ma leçon ensemble. Die Inkers, die Needs, die Arme, die Elbow, die Sinn, die Foot, le Coude.
Excellent, madame.
Ça fait pour une fois. Allons-nous à dîner.
Meanwhile, King Henry continues his advance into France.
Now, Captain Llewellyn, have you from the bridge?
I assure you, Captain Gower, there is very excellent service committed at the bridge. There is an ancient lieutenant there at the bridge. I think in my very conscience he is as valiant a man as Mark Antony, and he is a man of no estimation in the world, but I did see him do as gallant service.
What do you call him?
He is called Ancient Pistol.
I know him not.
Captain! Captain! There he is!
Captain, I beseech thee to do me favours. Bardolph, a soldier firm and sound of heart, and of buxom valour, hath by cruel fate and giddy fortune's furious fickle wheel that God is blind, that stands upon the rolling restless stone.
But by your patience, Ancient Pistol, Fortune is painted blind with a muffler for her eyes to signify to you that Fortune is blind. And she is also painted with a wheel to signify to you, which is the moral of it, that she is turning and in constant and mutability and variation, and her foot, look you, is fixed upon a spherical stone which rolls and rolls and rolls. In good truth, the poet makes a most excellent description of it. Fortune is an excellent moral.
Fortune is Bardolph's foe, and frowns on him, for he hath stolen a pax, and hanged must I be. Oh, a damned death. Let gallows keep for dog, let men go free. Speak, Captain, for his life, and I will leave the requite.
Ancient Pistol, I do partly understand your meaning.
Why then, rejoice therefore.
Certainly, Ancient, it is not a thing to rejoice at. For if, look you, he were my brother, I would desire the Duke to use his good pleasure and put him to execution, for discipline ought to be used.
Die, and be damned, and Figo, for thy friendship.
Well,
the fate of sin.
Very good.
Why, this is an arrant counterfeit rascal. I remember him now, a bawd, a cutpurse.
I'll assure you I uttered as brave words at the bridge as you shall see on a summer's day. But it is very well. What he spoke to me, that is well, I warrant you, when time shall serve.
The French king sends his herald Montjoy to King Henry.
Thus says my king, say thou to Harry of England, though we seem dead, we did but sleep. Advantage is a better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebuked him at Harfleur, but that we thought not good to bruise an injury till it were full ripe. Now we speak upon our cue, and our voice is imperial. England shall repent his folly, see his weakness, and admire our sufferance. Bid him therefore consider of his ransom, which must proportion the losses we have borne, the subjects we have lost, the disgrace we have digested.
Thou dost thy office fairly. Turn thee back and tell thy king I do not seek him now, but could be willing to march on to Calais without impeachment. For to say the sooth, though 'tis no wisdom to confess so much unto an enemy of craft and vantage, my people are with sickness much enfeebled, my number lessened, and those few I have, almost no better than so many French. Go. Bid thy master well advise himself. If we may pass, we will. If we be hindered, we shall your tawny ground with your red blood discolour. So, Montjoy, fare you well. The sum of all our answer is but this. We would not seek a battle as we are, nor as we are we say we will not shun it. So tell your master.
I shall deliver, sir. Thanks to your majesty.
Now entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp, through the foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire, and through their paly flames each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed in high and boastful neighs, piercing the night's dull ear. And from the tents, the armourers accomplishing the nights with busy hammers closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. The country cocks do crow, the clocks do toll, and the third hour of drowsy morning name. Proud of their numbers, and secure in soul, the confident and over-lusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled, tardy-gated knight, who like a foul and ugly witch doth limp so tediously away. The poor, condemned English, like sacrifices by their watchful fires, sit patiently, and inly ruminate the morning's danger. And their gesture sad, investing lank lean cheeks and war-worn coats, presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. O now who will, behold the royal captain of this ruined band, walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent, let him cry, praise and glory on his head. For forth he goes and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of colour unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks, and overbears a taint with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largesse universal, like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to every one, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night.
Himola!
A friend?
Discuss unto me, art thou officer, or art thou base, common, and popular?
I am a gentleman of the company.
Trail'st thou the puissant pike?
Even so, what are you?
As good a gentleman as the emperor.
Then you are better than the king.
The king's a bawcock and a heart of gold, a lad of life, an imp of fame, a parent's good, a fist most valiant. I kiss his dirty shoe, and from a heartstring I love the lovely bully. What is thy name?
Harry Leroy.
Leroy, a Cornish name. Art thou a Cornish groom?
No, I am a Welshman.
Knowest thou Llewellyn?
Yes.
Tell him I'll knock his neck about his pate upon St. David's Day.
Do not you wear your dagger in your cap that day, lest he knock that about yours.
Art thou his friend?
And his kinsman, too.
The pie goes for thee, then.
I thank you. God be with you.
My name is Pistol Call.
It sorts well with your fierceness.
Ah!
Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be. We have no great cause to desire the approach of day.
We see yonder the beginning of the day, but I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
Good old commander and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our estate?
Even as men wrecked upon a sand that looked to be washed off the next tide.
He hath not told his thought to the king.
No, nor it is not meet he should. For though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me, the element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by, in his nakedness he appears but a man. And though his affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop with a like whim. Therefore when he sees reason of fears as we do, his fears out of doubt be of the same relish as ours are. Yet in reason, no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he by showing it should dishearten his army.
He may show what outward courage he will, but I believe as cold a night as 'tis he could wish himself in Thames up to the neck. So I would he were, and I'd buy him at all adventures, so we were quit here.
By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I think he would not wish himself anywhere but where he is. Farewell. Upon the king, let us our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins lay on the king. We must bear all. Oh, hard condition, twin-born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool whose sense no more can feel but his own bringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect, that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony?
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seeks through the camp to find you.
Good old knight, collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts, possess them not with fear. Take from them now the sense of reckoning if the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them.
Ali!
My brother Gloucester's wife. Aye, I know thy errand. I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things stay for me.
Where is the king? The king himself is rode to view their battle.
Fighting men, they have full 70,000.
There's 5 to 1. Besides, they all are fresh.
God's arm strike with us. 'Tis a fearful odds.
Oh, that we now had here but 1/10,000 of those men in England that do no work today.
What's he that wishes so? My cousin Westmoreland? No, my fair cousin. If we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss, and if to live, the fewer men, the greater share of honour. God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honour, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my coz, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honour as one man more methinks would share from me for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbours and say, tomorrow is Saint Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispian's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whilst any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day!
My sovereign lord, bestir yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battle set and will with all expedients charge on us.
All things are ready if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help from England, coz?
God's will, my liege. Would you and I alone without more help could fight this royal battle?
Why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which like me better than to wish as one. You know your places. God be with you all.
Once more I come to know of thee, King Harry, if for thy ransom thou wilt now compound before thy most assured overthrow.
Good God. Why should they mock poor fellows thus? A man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. And many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which I trust shall witness live in brass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dunghills, they shall be famed, for there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honours reeking up to heaven, leaving their earthly paths to choke your climb, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France.
Let me speak proudly. Tell the constable we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument, I hope we will not fly. And time hath worn us into slovenly. But by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me, yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats of the French soldiers' heads, and turn them out of service. If they do this, as if God please they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou thy labour. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have none, I swear, but these my joints, which if they have as I will leave them, shall yield them little. Tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry, and so fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear herald any more.
I fear thou wilt once more come again for ransom.
Now, soldiers, march away, and how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day.
Starred Richard Burton as Henry V and was directed by John Hale. The 1962 radio version of this play was part of the Living Shakespeare series. In 1965, a complete set of Living Shakespeare LPs and scripts were made available on vinyl. There are 26 in total. Each box set contains between 4 and 6 LPs and booklets, one for each of the plays included, for a total of 26 plays. Young actor Peter Beryl plays 3 parts in this feature. See if you can pick out who they are. And now, patrons of our digital Globe Theatre, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents the conclusion of Henry V.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines? So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at CrusadeChannel.com. Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
All the world's a stage. But there were no live radio players on it until the Crusade Channel came along. You're listening to the world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival on the Crusade Channel.
This is Brother Andre Marie of Reconquest inviting you to join Mike Church and me in beautiful Richmond, New Hampshire this fall for our St. Benedict Center Conference, October 11 and 12. Come learn, pray, and fellowship with us this fall. Go to catholicism.org/conference.
Attention Coffee Police Academy students. We will now call the roll. CPA candidate Jones. Present. Joe Arabica Friday.
Present.
Tommy.
Oh, I'm here, sir. I just can't seem to keep my eyes open since I started drinking this Barrett Bargain Basement Stale Bean Water.
And just why are you violating CPA coffee code SPW1AM?
Well, that's easy. So I can save up money to get into the Coffee Cop Academy.
Son, breaking CPA rules so you can get into CPA is no way to become a coffee cop. Now, I'm afraid we're going to have to...
Uh-oh. Sounds like Lou has found the academy, and he's on his second cup of Abbey Roast.
Well, what does he want?
He wants to know why the CPA didn't recognize his Rougarou nouns.
Rougarou nouns? And I'm the one that rejected his application.
Will Lou the Rougarou have his revenge and grind the coffee cop into espresso? Stay tuned to this station for our next episode. And in the meantime, order Abbey Roast coffee at shop.mikechurch.com.
Did you know that the Rosary began as a tool to give laity a form of common prayer like what was being prayed in monasteries? And monasteries were praying all 150 psalms from the Bible. But most laity couldn't afford a Bible, and most couldn't read, so they began praying the Our Father 150 times a day. Today the Rosary is prayed by millions, and each one is a work of art. There is no finer maker of this art than Maggie O'Connell and the Little Bayou Rosary. Find her Rosary creations today at shop.mikechurch.com.
Did you know that a Make America Great Again cap is now going for $50? Well, listen up. I know where you can get a Make American Talk Radio Great Again cap, the next best thing, for free. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer. Sign up for a 1-year Founders Pass membership that includes all my podcasts, the 24/7 premium live stream, and much more. And the cap is yours for free. We'll even throw in a POTUS 45% discount. There's only 24 free caps available, so you gotta act now. Go to crusadechannel.com/offer.
Listen up, maggots! Every time you buy a book at Scamazon, Jeff Bezos gets money to add to his army of Terminator robots! Now you tell me, what kind of patriot does that? Certainly not the kind that listens to the My Church show! You want to see the world now, don't you?
Come with me if you want to read.
That's why you're going to shop for books in the Founders Trading Post store at shop.mikechurch.com. Be a hero, save the free world, and as for Bezos...
Put him in the chopper.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
Error has no rights in the public square, and you won't hear it here on the Crusade Channel or crusadechannel.com.
Hello, fellow Shakespeareans. Tommy, where are you going with that sheet?
This is my new costume. I'm going to turn it into a toga.
Why a toga?
Because I'm going to recite the best Shakespeare line ever. Étouffé, Bluto.
No, Tommy. It's et tu, Brute.
Et tu, Rick. Et tu, Rick. Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
The High Constable of France, the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, and the Dauphin realize that they have lost the day.
Oh, diable. All is confounded, all. Reproach and everlasting shame sits mocking in our rooms. Oh, Meshach, do not run away.
Why, all our ranks are broke!
Purgeable shame. Let's stab ourselves. These the wretches that we've made a mess for.
Is this the king we sent to for his ransom?
Shame and eternal shame, nothing but shame. Let us die in honor. Once more back again. And he that will not follow Bourbon now, let him go hence. And with his cap in hand, like a base pander, hold the chamber door, whilst by a slave, no gentler than my dog, his fairest daughter is contaminated.
Disorder that hath spoiled us, friend us now. Let us on heaps go offer up our lives.
We are enow yet living in the field to smother up the English in our throngs, if any order might be thought of.
The devil take order now. Out of the throne. Let life be short, else shame will be too long.
But King Henry is not yet certain of victory.
Well have we done thrice, valiant countrymen, but all's not done. Yet keep the French the field.
The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Lives he, good uncle. Thrice within this hour I saw him down, thrice up again and fighting. From helmet to the spur all blood he was.
In which array brave soldier doth he lie, larding the plain. And by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honour-owing wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died, and York, all haggled over, comes to him, where in gore he lay ensteeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did yawn upon his face, and cries aloud, "Tarry, my cousin Suffolk, my soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry. A testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of man in me, and all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears."
I blame you not. But hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will visit you.
Oh! Hark, what new alarm is this saying? The French have reinforced their scattered men.
Kill the boys and the luggage? 'Tis expressly against the law of arms. 'Tis as arrant a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered in your conscience, now is it not?
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive. And the cowardly rascals that ran from the battle have done this slaughter.
I was not angry since I came to France until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen in yon hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field they do offend our sight. If they do neither, we will come to them, and make them scurry away as swift as stones enforce it from the old Assyrian slings. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so.
Here comes the herald of the French, my liege.
His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
How now? What means this herald? Knowst thou not that I have fined these bones of mine for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom?
No, great king. I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field to book our dead, and then to bury them. Sort our nobles from our common men, for many of our princes, woe the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their peasant limbs in blood of princes, and their wounded steeds fret fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage yerk out their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Now give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety, and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no, for yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop o'er the field.
The day is yours.
Praise be God, and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispin Crispianus. Now, herald, are the dead numbered?
Here is the number of the slaughtered French.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain. Where is the number of our English dead? Edward, the Duke of York, Earl of Suffolk, Sir Richard Ketley, Davy Gamp, Esquire. None else of name, and of all other men but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us but to thy arm alone ascribe we all, when without stratagem but in plain shock and even play of battle was ever known so great and little loss on one part and the other. Take it, God, for it is none but thine. It's wonderful. Come, go we in procession to the village, and be it death proclaim it through our host to boast of this, or take that praise from God, which is his only.
Is it not lawful and please your majesty to tell how many is killed?
Yes, Captain, and with this acknowledgment that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience, he did us great good.
Do we all holy rites? Let there be sung non nobis and Te Deum, the dead with charity enclosed in clay. And then to Calais, and to England then, when ere from France arrived, more happy men.
But now behold, in the quick forge and working house of thought, how London doth pour out her citizens. The mayor and all his brethren in best sort, like to the senators of the antique Rome with the plebeians swarming at their heels, go forth and fetch their conquering Caesar in. Now in London place him, as yet the lamentation of the French invites the King of England stay at home, the emperor's coming in behalf of France to order peace between them, and omit all the occurrences whatever chanced till Harry's back return again to France. There must we bring him, and myself have played the interim by remembering you 'tis past. Then brook abridgment, and your eyes advance after your thoughts, straight back again to France.
Why wear you your leek today? St. David's day is past.
There is occasions and causes why and wherefore in all things. I will tell you, as my friend Captain Gower, the rascally scold, beggarly, lousy, plugging knave pistol, which you and yourself and all the world know to be no better than Othello, look you, of no merits, he has come to me and brings me bread and salt yesterday, look you, and bid me eat my leek. He was in a place where I could not breed no contention with him, but I will be so bold as to wear it in my cap till I see him once again,
and then I will tell him a little piece of my desires.
Why, here he comes, swelling like a turkey cock.
There's no matter for his swellings nor his turkey cocks. God bless you, ancient pistol, you scurvy, lousy knave. God bless you.
Hence! I am qualmish with the smell of the leek.
I beseech you heartily, scurvy, lousy knave, at my desires and my requests and my petitions to eat, look you, this leek. Because, look you do not love it, nor your affections and your appetites and your digestions does not agree with it. I would desire you to eat it.
Not for Cadwallader and all his goats.
There is one goat for
You! No!
Will you be so good, Scald Knave, as eat it?
Haste, Trojan! Thou shalt die! No!
You say very true, Scald Knave, when God's will is. I will desire you to live in the meantime and eat your victuals. Come, there is sauce for it. But pray you fall too. If you can mock a leek, you can eat a leek.
Daft, Captain, you have astonished him.
I will say I will make him eat some part of my leek, or I'll beat his pate for days. But I pray you, it is good for your green wound and your bloody coxcomb.
Must I bite?
Yes, certainly, and out of doubt and out of question to unambiguities.
Mine is leek. I will roast horribly then. I eat, and eat, I swear.
Eat, I pray you, will you have some more sauce, dear leek? There is not enough leek to swear by.
Quiet, I catch you. Of the sea I eat.
Much good to you, Scald Knave, heartily. Nay, pray you, run away. The skin is good for your broken coxcomb. When you take occasions to see leeks hereafter, I pray you mock them, that is all. It is good. God be with you and keep you and heal your pate.
Go, you are a counterfeit, cowardly knave. You thought because he could not speak English in the native garb, he could not therefore handle an English cudgel. You find it otherwise, and henceforth let a Welsh correction teach you a good English condition. Fare ye well.
A peace conference is held between the two kings. King Henry is accompanied by the Duke of Exeter and other lords, the King of France by Queen Isabel, their daughter Catherine, the Duke of Burgundy, and others.
Peace to this meeting wherefore we are met, unto our brother France and to our sister health and fair time of day. Joy and good wishes to our most fair and princely cousin, Catherine. And as a branch and member of this royalty by whom this great assembly is contrived, we do salute you, Duke of Burgundy, and princes, French and peers, health to you all.
Right joyous are we to behold your face, most worthy brother England, fairly met. So are you, princes English, every one.
My duty to you both on equal love, great kings of France and England. I have laboured with all my wits, my pains, and strong endeavours, to bring your most imperial majesties unto this bar and royal interview, your mightiness on both parts best can witness. Since then my office hath so far prevailed that face to face and royal eye to eye you have congregated. Let it not disgrace me, if I demand before this royal view what rub or what impediment there is, why that the naked, poor, and mangled piece, dear nurse of arts, plenties, and joyful births, should not in this best garden of the world, our fertile France, put up her lovely visage. Alas, she hath from France too long been chased, and all her husbandry doth lie on heaps, corrupting in its own fertility.
If, Duke of Burgundy, you would the peace whose want gives growth to the imperfections which you have cited, you must buy that peace, with full accord to all our just demands, whose tenures and particular effects you have, and schedule briefly in your hand.
The king hath heard them, to which as yet there is no answer made.
Well, then, the peace which you before so urged lies in his answer.
I have but with a cursory eye or glance the articles. Pleaseth your grace to appoint some of your council presently to sit with us once more, with better heed to resurvey them. We will suddenly pass our accept and peremptory answer.
Brother, we shall. Go unto Exeter, and Brother Clarence, and you, Brother Gloucester, Warwick, and Huntingdon, and go with the king, and take with you free part and ratify, augment, or alter as your wisdom's best shall see advantageable for our dignity, anything in or out of our demands, and we consign thereto. Will you, fair sister, go with the princes or stay here with us?
Our gracious brother, I will go with them. Haply a woman's voice may do some good when articles too nicely urged be stood on.
Yet to leave our cousin Catherine here with us. She is our capital demand, comprised within the full rank of our article. Fair Catherine, and most fair. Will you vouchsafe to teach a soldier terms such as will enter at a lady's ear and plead his love suit to her gentle heart?
Your Majesty shall mock at me. I cannot speak your England.
Oh, fair Catherine, if you will love me soundly with your French heart, I will be glad to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate?
Pardonnez-moi, I cannot tell what is like me.
An angel is like you, Kate, and you are like an angel. I speak to thee plain, soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, to say to thee that I shall die is true, but for thy love by the Lord, no, yet I love thee too. While thou livest, dear Kate, take a fellow of plain and uncoined constancy, for he perforce must do thee right, because he hath not the gift to woo in other places. A good heart, Kate, is the sun and the moon, or rather the sun and not the moon, for it shines bright and never changes, but keeps his course truly. If thou would have such a one, take me, and take me, take a soldier, take a soldier, take a king. And what sayest thou?
Is it possible that I should love the enemy of France?
No, it is not possible that you should love the enemy of France, Kate. But in loving me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine. And Kate, when France is mine, and I am yours, then yours is France, and you are mine.
I cannot tell what is that.
No, Kate. Then I will tell thee in French. Je conçois la possession de France, et quand vous avez la possession de moi, let me see what that sentence must be. Dans votre est France, et vous êtes mienne.
Is as it shall please the roi mon père.
Nay, it will please him well, Kate. It shall please him, Kate.
Then it shall also content me.
Upon that I kiss your hand, and I call you my queen.
Laissez-moi, Seigneur, laissez ma foi.
And I will kiss your lips, Kate.
Mesdames et demoiselles, votre baiser devant leurs noces n'est pas la coutume de France.
Madame, my interpreter, what says she?
That it is not be the fashion for the ladies of France. I cannot tell what is baiser in English.
To kiss.
Your Majesté entendre better que moi.
It is not a fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married, would she say?
Oui, vraiment.
Nice customs, courtesy to great ladies. Dear Kate, you and I cannot be confined within the weakness of the country's fashion. There is more eloquence in the sugar touch of them than the tongues of the French council. Here comes your father.
We have consented to all terms of reason.
Is so, my lords of England?
The king hath granted every article, his daughter first, and then in sequel all according to their firm proposed natures.
Take her, fair son, and from her blood raise up issue to me, that the contending kingdoms of France and England, whose very shores look pale with envy of each other's happiness, may cease their hatred. And this dear conjunction plant neighbourhood and Christian-like accord in their sweet bosoms. That never war advance his bleeding sword twixt England and fair France.
Amen. Now welcome, Kate, and bear me witness all that here I kiss her as my sovereign queen. Prepare we for our marriage, on which day my lord of Burgundy will take your oath and all the peers for surety of our league. Then shall I swear to Kate, and you to me, and may our oaths well kept and prosperous be.
Thus far, with rough and all unable pen, our bending author hath pursued the story. In little room confining mighty men, mangling by starts the full course of their glory. Small time, but in that small, most greatly lived the Star of England.
hope you enjoyed William Shakespeare's Henry V. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with The Merchant of Venice, starring Orson Welles, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
What is past is prologue. That sums up the radio world before the Crusade Channel came along. The world's first Shakespeare Radio Film Festival sums up the radio world afterward.
The Merchant of Venice starred Orson Welles and is part of a 17-part series on Shakespeare's plays and was recorded in 1938. The first thing we have to remember about The Merchant of Venice is that it's a comedy and not a tragedy. It's often seen as a tragedy these days because of what I call the Shylockian heresy. In other words, to make a character in the play who's not the Merchant of Venice. The Merchant of Venice is Antonio. Shylock is a Merchant of Venice, but not the Merchant of Venice. And to make Shylock the main focus of the play, whereas in actual fact, he's only really a central part of the central part of the play, the middle part of the play. And the way I sometimes look at it is if we were to call Dickens's A Christmas Carol Scrooge, nobody would be offended because quite clearly Dickens's A Christmas Carol is about Ebenezer Scrooge, about his conversion, etc. But if we were to change the title of Dickens's Oliver Twist to Fagin, we would obviously be violating the meaning of the work because Fagin is only a part of the story, albeit an important one, and not the main focus. Shylock is much closer to Fagin than he is to Scrooge as regards the structure of the play. So let's look at it. The play basically works in two directions. It works vertically, what we might call the moral dimension, where the edifying action, which is closer to heaven, takes place in a place called Belmont, which means, of course, beautiful mountain. This is where the wonderful Portia lives. And this is a place of edification, a place of prayer, a place of true virtue and true reason, a place of Christian philosophy and orthodoxy. And then below that, at the level of the gutter, is Venice. And Venice is where all the venial things happen, all the things that are just part of the world that are secular. And Shylock lives in that world. Antonio and Bassanio are, if you like, oscillate between the two worlds. They live in the gutter of Venice, but they are elevated towards a desire for the goodness, truth, and beauty of Belmont. And then the horizontal aspect of the plot is that it basically fits into three tests. So the first is the test of the caskets. The second part is the test of the trial, which is the testing of Shylock. So Shylock's only part of one of the three tests. He's not part of the other two. So the first is the test of the caskets, the second is the test of the trial, and the third is the test of the rings. So with vertical, Belmont, the place of virtue, the place of goodness, truth, and beauty, Venice, the place of the secular gutter, and the three tests, all of which basically are teaching us virtue. So in the first test, the test of the caskets, that Bassanio has to prove himself worthy of the virtuous Portia and the wise Portia by choosing the correct casket. The gold and silver caskets are worldly choices, secular choices, if you like, Venice choices. The lead casket, which of course is meant to remind us of a coffin and of the memento mori, the reminder of death, and the four last things that the memento mori is meant to remind us of: death, judgment, heaven, and hell. That Bassanio passes that test. He is willing to lay down his life, to die to himself, that he may be worthy of the noble and wise Portia. The second part of the second test is the test of the trial of Shylock. And the key thing here, by the way, which we do have to understand, is that Shylock is a Jew in the play in the literal meaning, and there's an awful lot of sympathy for Shylock, especially post-Hitler, etc. And the play is often called anti-Semitic. But on the deeper level, Shylock's only a Jew on the literal level, on the allegorical level, on the level of which the play is moving in its deepest levels of meaning. Shylock is a Puritan. And we need to explain this in the sense that money lending, usury, was condemned by the church, has been condemned by the church since the earliest councils of the church, and was still condemned by the church in Shakespeare's time, whereas Calvin had permitted usury. So in England, there were virtually no Jews, that they'd been expelled several hundred years before by King Edward I. So Shakespeare and his audience would know very few Jews, but they would know Puritan moneylenders. And Shakespeare was not allowed to talk about contemporary religion and politics on the stage because it was against the law and punishable by imprisonment. That's why he sets his plays in foreign countries or the past. But he's always talking about contemporary issues. Well, here he sets it in a foreign country, in Venice, but he presents us with someone who is superficially a Jew, but which his audience would recognize as the Puritan moneylenders that can be seen all over the streets of London. And Shylock is Portia tries to teach him the necessity of mercy, and he refuses to learn the test of mercy and falls into his own trap in consequence. Portia is actually trying to help him escape that trap, but he is too hard-headed to listen. And the final test is the test of the rings, where basically Bassanio is shown to be weak, feckless, breaks his vow to Portia, is unfaithful to that vow, and Portia shows to Bassanio the mercy of forgiveness, even though he had failed her, which was lacking in Shylock. So, and at the end of the play, we have this wonderful depiction of the music of the spheres. Mark the music, says Lorenzo, which is one of the most wonderful anti-Puritan statements in the theatre. The Puritans were against the use of music in the liturgy, against dancing, against singing. And what Lorenzo tells us at the end, basically, that anyone who does not like music is fit only for treasons, stratagems, and spoils. They should not be trusted. And on that happy note, the play actually ends happily with a double marriage. It is a comedy and not a tragedy, and one of Shakespeare's most profound plays and most enjoyable. And now, the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice.
Act 1, Scene 1, Venice, a street. Enter Antonio, Salarino, and Solanio.
In sooth, I know not why I am so sad. It wearies me. You say it wearies you. But how I caught it, found it, or came by it, what stuff 'tis made of, whereof it is born, I am to learn. And such a want-wit sadness makes of me that I have much ado to know myself.
Your mind is tossing on the ocean.
Believe me, sir, had I such venture forth, the better part of my affections would be with my hopes abroad. I know Antonio is sad to think upon his merchandise.
Believe me, no, I thank my fortune for it. My ventures are not in one bottom trusted, nor to one place, nor is my whole estate upon the fortune of this present year. Therefore, my merchandise makes me not sad.
Why, then you are in love.
Ah, five.
Not in love, neither. Then let us say you are sad because you are not married. And 'twere as easy for you to laugh and leap and say you are merry because you are not sad. Now, by two-headed Janus, nature hath framed strange fellows in her time. Some that will evermore peep through their eyes and laugh like parrots at a bagpiper, and others of such vinegar aspect that they'll not show their teeth in way of smile, though Nestor swear the jest be laughable.
Here comes Bassanio, your most noble kinsman, Gratiano and Lorenzo. Fare ye well. We'll leave you now with better company.
Solanio and Salarino exit. Enter Bassanio, Gratiano, and Lorenzo.
Lord Bassanio, since you have found Antonio, we too will leave you. But at dinner time, I pray you have in mind where we must meet.
I will not fail you. You look not well, Signor Antonio. You have too much respect upon the world. They lose it that buy it with much care. Believe me, you are marvelously changed.
I hold the world, but as the world, Gratiano, a stage where every man must play a part, and mine a sad one.
Let me play the fool. With mirth and laughter let old wrinkles come, and let my liver rather heat with wine, and my heart cool with mortifying groans. Why should a man whose blood is warm within sit like his grandsire cut in alabaster, sleep when he wakes, and creep into the jaundice by being peevish? I tell thee what, Antonio, I love thee, and it is my love that speaks. There are a sort of men whose visages do cream and mantle like a standing pond, and to a willful stillness entertain, with purpose, to be dressed in an opinion of wisdom, gravity, profound conceit, as who should say, I am Sir Oracle, and when I ope my lips, let no dog bark. Oh, my Antonio, I do know of these that therefore only are reputed wise for saying nothing. When I'm very sure, if they should speak, would almost damn those ears which, hearing them, would call their brothers fools. I'll tell thee more of this another time. Come, good Lorenzo, fare you well a while. I'll end my exhortation after dinner.
Well, we leave you then till dinner time. I must be one of these same dumb wise men, for Gratiano never lets me speak.
Well, keep me company but 2 years more, thou shalt not know the sound of thine own tongue.
Exit Gratiano and Lorenzo.
Is that anything now?
Gratiano speaks an infinite deal of nothing, more than any other man in Venice.
Well, tell me now, what lady is the same to whom you swore a secret pilgrimage that you today promised to tell me of?
'Tis not unknown to you, Antonio, how much I have disabled my estate. To you, Antonio, I owe the most in money and in love. And from your love I have a warranty to unburthen all my plots and purposes, how to get clear of all the debts I owe.
I pray you, good Bassanio, let me know it. And if it stand as you yourself still do within the eye of honor, be assured my purse, my person, my extremest means lie all unlocked to your occasion.
In Belmont is a lady, richly left, and she is fair, and fairer than that word, of wondrous virtues. Sometimes from her eyes I did receive fair, speechless messages. Her name is Portia, nothing undervalued to Cato's daughter, Brutus Portia. Nor is the wide world ignorant of her worth, for the four winds blow in from every coast renowned suitors, and her sunny locks hang on her temples like the golden fleece, which makes her seat of Belmont culture strand, and many Jasons come in quest of her. O my Antonio, had I but the means to hold a rival place with one of them, I have a mind presages me such thrift that I should questionless be fortunate.
Thou knowest that all my fortunes are at sea. Neither have I money nor commodity to raise a present sum. Therefore go forth, try what my credit can in Venice do. That shall be racked even to the uttermost to furnish thee to Belmont, to fair Portia. Go presently, inquire, and so will I, where money is. And I no question make, to have it of my trust, or for my sake.
Act 1, Scene 2, Belmont. A room in Portia's house. Portia is discovered with Nerissa, her lady-in-waiting.
By my troth, Nerissa, my little body is a-weary of this great world.
You would be, sweet madam, if your miseries were in the same abundance as your good fortunes are. And yet, for aught I see, they are as sick that surfeit with too much as they that starve with nothing.
Good sentences and well pronounced. But this reasoning is not in the fashion to choose me a husband. Oh, me, the word choose. I may neither choose whom I would, nor refuse whom I dislike. So is the will of a living daughter curbed by the will of a dead father. Is it not hard, Nerissa, that I cannot choose one, nor refuse none?
Your father was ever virtuous, and holy men at their deaths have good inspirations. Therefore the lottery that he hath devised in these 3 chests of gold, silver, and lead, whereof who chooses his meaning chooses you, will no doubt never be chosen by any rightly, but one who shall rightly love. But what warmth is there in your affection towards any of these princely suitors that are already come?
I pray thee, overname them.
First, there is the Neapolitan prince.
Aye, that's a colt indeed, for he doth nothing but talk of his horse. And he makes it a great appropriation to his own good parts that he can shoe him himself.
Then there is the County Palatine.
He does nothing but frown, as who would say, if you will not have me, choose. I'd rather be married to a death's head with a bone in his mouth than to either of these. God defend me from these two.
How say you by the French lord, Monsieur Le Bon?
God made him, and therefore let him pass for a man. In truth, I know it is a sin to be a mocker, but why, he hath a horse better than the Neapolitans, a better bad habit of frowning than the Count Palatine. He is every man and no man. If I should marry him, I should marry 20 husbands.
How like you the young German, the Duke of Saxon, his nephew?
Very vilely in the morning when he is sober, and most vilely in the afternoon when he is drunk. When he is best, he is little worse than a man, and when he is worst, he is little better than a beast. And the worst fall that ever fell, I hope I shall make shift to go without him.
If he should offer to choose, and choose the right casket, you should refuse to perform your father's will if you should refuse to accept it.
Therefore, for fear of the worst, I pray thee, set a deep glass of Rhenish wine on the contrary casket. For if the devil be within, and that temptation without, I know he will choose it. I will do anything, Nerissa, ere I'll be married to a sponge.
You need not fear, lady, of having any of these lords. They have acquainted me with their determination, which is indeed to return to their home, and to trouble you with no more suit unless you may be won by some other sort than your father's imposition, depending on the casket.
If I live to be as old as Sibylla, I will die as chaste as Diana, unless I be obtained by the manner of my father's will. I'm glad this parcel of words is so reasonable, but there's not one among them but I dote on his very absence, and I pray God grant them a fair departure.
Do you not remember, lady, in your father's time, a Venetian, a scholar in the company of the Marquis of Montferrat?
Yes, it was Bassanio, as I think he was so called.
True, madam. He of all the men that ever my foolish eyes looked upon was the best deserving of fair lady.
I remember him well, and I remember him worthy of thy praise. How now, what news?
The 4 strangers seek for you, madam, to take their leave. And there is a forerunner come from a 5th, the Prince of Morocco, who brings word the prince, his master, will be here tonight.
If I could bid the 5th welcome with so good a heart as I can bid the other 4 farewell, I should be glad of his approach. Come, Nerissa, Sirrah, go before. Whilst we shut the gate upon one wooer, another knocks at the door.
Act 1, Scene 3. Venice, a public place. Enter Bassanio and Shylock. 3,000 ducats. Well?
Aye, sir. For 3 months.
For 3 months. Well?
For the which, as I told you, Antonio shall be bound.
Antonio shall become bound. Will?
Me, stead me? Will you pleasure me? Shall I know your answer?
3,000 ducats for 3 months, and Antonio bound.
Your answer to that?
Antonio is a good man.
Have you heard any imputation to the contrary?
Oh, no. My meaning in saying that he is a good man is to have you understand me that he is sufficient. Yet his means are in supposition. He hath an argosy bound to Tripolis, another to the Indies. I understand, moreover, upon the Rialto he hath a 3rd at Mexico, a 4th for England, and other ventures he hath squandered abroad. What ships are but boards? sailors, but men. There be land rats and water thieves, and land thieves, I mean pirates. And there is the peril of the waters, winds and rocks. The man is notwithstanding sufficient. 3,000 ducats. I think I may take his bond.
Be assured you may.
I will be assured I may, and that I may be assured I will bethink me. May I speak with Antonio?
If it please you to dine with us.
Yes. To smell pork. To eat of the habitation which your prophet, the Nazarite, conjured the devil into. I will buy with you, sell with you, talk with you, walk with you, and so following. But I will not eat with you, drink with you, nor pray with you. Ah, what news on the Rialto? Who is he comes here?
This is Signor Antonio.
Bassanio hurries over to Antonio, who has appeared at a distance. Shylock stands watching them. How like a fawning publican he looks. I hate him, for he's a Christian. But more for that. In low simplicity, he lends out money gratis and brings down the rate of usance here with us in Venice. If I catch him once upon the hip, I will feed fat the ancient grudge I bear him. He hates our sacred nation. He rails, even there where merchants most do congregate, on me, my bargains, and my well-won thrift, which he calls interest. Cursed be my tribe if I forgive him.
Shylock! Do you hear?
I am debating of my present store. By the mere guess of my memory, I cannot instantly raise up the gross of full 3,000 ducats. What of that? Tubal, a wealthy Hebrew of my tribe, will furnish me. Methought, how many months do you desire? Rest you fair, good signor. Your worship was the last man in our mouths.
Shylock, although I neither lend nor borrow by taking nor by giving of excess, yet to supply the ripe wants of my friend, I'll break a custom. Is he yet possessed how much ye would?
Aye, 3,000 ducats.
And for 3 months.
I had forgot. 3 months. You told me so. 3,000 ducats. It's a good round sum. 3 months from 12, then let me see. The rate...
Well, Shylock, shall we be beholding to you?
Signor Antonio, many a time and oft on the Rialto, you have rated me about my money and my usances. Still have I borne it with a patient shrug, for sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. You call me misbeliever, cutthroat dog, and spit upon my Jewish gabardine, and all for the use of that which is mine own. Well, then, it now appears you need my help. So, too, then, you come to me and you say, Shylock, we would have monies. You say so, you that did void your room upon my beard, and put me as you spurn a stranger cur over your threshold. Monies is your suit. What should I say to you? Should I not say, hath a dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend 3,000 ducats? Or shall I bend low, in a bondsman's key with bated breath and whispering humbleness, say this: Fair sir, you spit upon me Wednesday last. You spurned me on such a day. Another time you called me dog. And for these courtesies, I'll lend you thus much money.
I am as like to call thee so again, to spit on thee again, to spurn thee too. If thou wilt lend this money, lend it not as to thy friends, for when did friendship take a breed for barren metal of his friend? But lend it rather to thine enemy, who if he break, thou mayst with better face exact the penalty.
Why, look you how you storm. I would be friends with you, and have your love. Forget the shames that you have stained me with, supply your present wants, and take no doit of usance for my monies. And you'll not hear me. This is kind I offer.
What kindness?
This kindness will I show. Go with me to a notary, seal me there your single bond, and in a merry sport, if you repay me not on such a day, in such a place, such sum or sums as are expressed in the condition, let the forfeit be nominated from an equal pound of your fair flesh, to be cut off and taken in what part of your body pleaseth me.
Content, i' faith. I'll seal to such a bond, and say there is much kindness in the Jew.
You shall not seal to such a bond for me. I'd rather dwell in my necessity.
Why, fear not, man, I will not forfeit it within these 2 months. That's a month before this bond expires. I do expect return of thrice 3 times the value of this bond.
Oh, Father Abram, what these Christians are, whose own hard dealings teaches them suspect the thoughts of others. Pray you, tell me this. If he should break his day, what should I gain by the exaction of the forfeiture? A pound of man's flesh taken from a man is not so estimable, profitable neither, as flesh of muttons, beefs, or goats. I say to by his favor I extend this friendship, if he will take it so, if not adieu. For my love, I pray you, wrong me not.
Yes, Shylock, I will seal unto this bond.
Then meet me forthwith at the notary's, give him direction for this merry bond, and I will go and purse the ducat straight, see to my house left in the fearful guard of an unthrifty knave, and presently I will be with you.
Hie thee, gentle Jew. The Hebrew will turn Christian. He grows kind.
I like not fair turns in a villain's mind.
Come on. In this there can be no dismay. My ships come home a month before the day.
Act 2, Scene 1. Belmont, Portia's house. Portia is receiving a suitor, the Prince of Morocco. He strikes a pose and waits for Portia to say something. She doesn't. He strikes another pose, but still gets no response. Finally, he raises one hand dramatically and delivers a speech.
Mislike me not for my complexion, the shadowed livery of the burnished sun, to whom I am a neighbor and near bred. Bring me the fairest creature northward born, where Phoebus' fire scarce thaws the icicles, and let us make incision for your love, to prove whose blood is reddest, his or mine. I tell thee, lady, this aspect of mine feared the valiant. By my love, I swear the best regarded virgins of our clime have loved it too. I would not change this hue, except to steal your thoughts, my gentle queen.
In terms of choice, I am not solely led by nice direction of a maiden's eyes. But if my father had not scanted me and hedged me by his wit, to yield myself his wife, who wins me by that means I told you, yourself renowned prince, then stood as fair as any comer I have looked on yet for my affection.
Even for that, I thank you. Therefore I pray you lead me to the caskets to try my fortune. By this scimitar that slew the Sophian, a Persian prince, that won 3 fields of Sultan Suleiman, I would outstare the sternest eyes that look, outbrave the heart most daring on the earth, pluck the young sucking cubs from the she-bear, yea, mock the lion when he roars for prey, to win thee, lady. But alas the while, if Hercules and Lichus play at dice, which is the better man, the greater throw may turn by fortune. from the weaker hand. So is Alcides beaten by his page, and so may I, blind fortune leading me, miss that which one unworthier may attain, and die with grieving.
You must take your chance, and either not attempt to choose at all, or swear before you choose, if you choose wrong, never to speak to Lady afterward in way of marriage. Therefore, be advised.
No, will not. Come, bring me unto my chance.
Go, draw aside the curtains and discover the several caskets to this noble prince.
The curtains are pulled. Portia gestures toward the caskets.
Now, make your choice.
The prince examines them one by one, reading the messages which are carved on the lids.
Inscription bears, who chooseth me shall gain what many men desire. The second silver, which this promise carries, who chooseth me shall get as much as he deserves. This third, dull lead with warning, all is blunt. Who chooseth me must give and hazard all he hath. How shall I know if I do choose the right?
The one of them contains my picture, Prince. If you choose that, then I am yours withal.
Some god direct my judgment. Let me see. I will survey the inscriptions back again. What is this leaden casket? Who chooseth me must give and hazard all he hath. Must give? For what? For lead? Hazard for lead. This casket threatens men that hazard all to it in hope of fair advantages. A golden mine stoops not to shows of dross. I then not give nor hazard aught for lead. What says the silver with her virgin hue? Who chooseth me shall get as much as he deserves. As much as I deserve. Why, that's the lady. I do in birth deserve her, and in fortunes, in graces, and in qualities of breeding. But more than these, in love. Who chooseth me shall gain what many men desire. Why, that's the lady. All the world desires her. From the four corners of the earth they come to kiss this shrine, this mortal breathing saint. The Hyrcanian deserts and the vasty wilds of wide Arabia are as thoroughfares now for princes to come view fair Portia. Never so rich a gem was set in worse than gold. Deliver me the key. Here do I choose, and thrive I, as I may.
There, take it, Prince. And if my form lie there, then I am yours.
He takes the key and unlocks the golden chest.
Oh. Hell. What have we here?
He reaches in the casket and withdraws the contents. A human skull with a parchment scroll stuck in the eye socket. The prince glares at it.
Oh, carrion death. Within whose empty eye is a written scroll. I'll read the writing.
Unrolling the scroll, he reads,
All that glisters is not gold. Often have you heard that told. Many a man his life has sold, but my outside to behold. Gilded tombs do worms enfold. Had you been as wise as bold, young in limbs, in judgment old, your answer had not been enscrolled. Fare you well. Your suit is gold.
He throws down the scroll.
Gold indeed, and labor lost. Then farewell heat, and welcome frost.
Bowing before Portia with a tremendous flourish.
Portia, adieu. I have to grieve the heart to take a tedious leave. Thus losers part.
Gathering his robes about him, the Prince of Morocco stalks out, his train following.
A gentle riddance. Draw the curtains, go. Let all of his complexion choose his soul.
Act 2, Scene 2, Venice, a public place. The door in Shylock's house opens, and a servant of Shylock's, Launcelot Gobbo, comes trotting out.
Certainly my conscience will serve me to run from this Jew, my master. The fiend is at mine elbow and tempts me, saying to me, Gobbo, Launcelot Gobbo, good Launcelot, or good Launcelot Gobbo, use your legs, take the start, run away. My conscience says, no, take heed, honest Launcelot. Take heed, honest Gobbo, or as aforesaid, honest Launcelot Gobbo. Being an honest man's son, or rather an honest woman's son. For indeed my father did something smack, something grow too. He had a kind of taste. Well, my conscience says, Launcelot, budge not, budge not. Budge, says the fiend, budge not, says my conscience. Conscience, say I, you counsel well. Fiend, say I, you counsel well. To be ruled by my conscience, I should stay with the Jew, my master, who, God bless the mark, is a kind of devil. And to run away from the Jew, I should be ruled by the fiend, who, saving your reverence, is the devil himself. Certainly, the Jew is the very devil incarnate. And in my conscience is but a kind of hard conscience to offer to counsel me to stay with the Jew. The fiend gives the more friendly counsel. I will run, fiend. My heels are at your command. I will run.
Launcelot starts away and nearly bumps into a little old blind man who gropes into the scene, tapping the ground with a stick and carrying in his other hand a wicker basket covered with a cloth. It is old Gobbo, his father.
Master, young man, I pray you, which is the way to Master Jew?
Launcelot steps back in surprise as he recognizes him.
Ah! Heavens, this is my true begotten father, who being more than sand blind, aye, gravel blind, knows me not. I will try confusions with him.
He goes around behind the old man.
Master, young gentleman, I pray you, which is the way to Master Jew's?
Launcelot grasps him by the shoulders and spins him around first in one direction and then in another, as he pretends to show him the way.
Turn up on your right hand at the next turning, but at the next turning of all, on your left. Marry. At the very next turning, turn of no hand, but turn down indirectly to the Jew's house.
By God, son, this will be a hard way to hit. Can you tell me whether one Launcelot that dwells with him or no?
Talk you of young Master Launcelot? Mark me now. I will raise the very water. Talk you of young Master Launcelot?
No master, sir, but a poor man's son. His father, though I say it, is an honest, exceeding poor man, and God be thanked, well to live.
Well, let his father be what it will. We talk of young Master Launcelot.
Launcelot, and please your mastership.
Ergo, Master Launcelot. Talk not of Master Launcelot, father. For the young gentleman, according to the fates and destinies, and such odd saying, the sisters free, and such branches of learning, is indeed deceased. Or as you would say in plain terms, gone to heaven.
Marry, God forbid. The boy was the very staff of my age, my very prop.
Do I look like a cudgel, or a hover post, a staff, or a prop? Do you know me, father?
Alack, sir, I am sand blind. I know you not.
Nay, indeed, if you had your eyes, you might fail of the knowing me. It's a wise father that knows his own child. Well, old man, I will tell you news of your son. Give me your blessing. Truth will come to light. Murder cannot be hid long. A man's son may, but at length, truth will out.
Pray you, sir, stand up. I am sure you are not Launcelot, my boy.
Pray you, let's have no more fooling about it. But give me your blessing. I am Launcelot, your boy that was, your son that is, your child that shall be.
Gobbo feels over his son's head and shoulders.
I cannot think you are my son.
I know not what I shall think of that. But I am Launcelot the Jew's man. I'm sure Marjorie, your wife, is my mother.
Her name is Marjorie, indeed. I'll be sworn if thou be Launcelot, thou art my own flesh and blood.
He grasps the lock of his son's hair.
Lord worship mighty be. What a beard thou hast got. Thou hast got more hair on thy chin than Dobbin, my fill horse, has on his tail.
It should seem then that Dobbin's tail grows backward. I'm sure he had more hair of his tail than I have of my face when I last saw him.
Lord, how art thou changed? How dost thou and thy master agree?
Old Gobbo holds up his basket.
I have brought him a present. How agree you now?
Well. But for my own part, as I have set up my rest to run away, so I will not rest till I have run some ground. My master's a very Jew. Give him a present, give him a halter. I'm vanished in his service. You may tell everything I have with my ribs. Father, I'm glad you are come. Give me your present to one Master Bassanio, who indeed gives rare new livery. If I serve not him, I will run as far as God has any ground.
Enter Bassanio with 2 of his servants.
Rare fortune. Here comes the man.
Lancelot pushes his father toward Bassanio and the others who are approaching.
To him, father. For I am a Jew if I serve the Jew any longer.
Bassanio is speaking to one of his servants.
You may do so. Let it be so hasted that supper be ready at the farthest by 5 o'clock. See these letters delivered. Put the liveries to making and desire Gratiano to come anon to my lodging.
The servant exits. Lancelot still pushes his old father forward toward Bassanio.
To him, father.
God bless your worship.
He bows in the wrong direction. Lancelot hastily steers him right.
Gramercy, wouldst thou aught with me?
Old Gobbo bows again and indicates the place where he thinks Lancelot is standing.
Here's my son, sir. A poor boy.
Not a poor boy, sir, but the rich Jew's man that would, sir, as my father shall specify.
He hath a great infection, sir, as one would say to serve.
Indeed, the short and long is, I serve the Jew, and have a desire, as my father shall specify.
His master and he, saving your worship's reverence, are scarce cater
To be
cousins.
brief, the very truth is that the Jew, having done me wrong, doth cause me, as my father, being, I hope, an old man, shall fructify unto you.
I have here a dish of doves that I would bestow upon your worship, and my suit
In very
is...
brief, the suit is impertinent to myself, as your worship shall know by this honest old man. And though I say it, though old man, yet poor man, my father.
One speak for both, what would you?
Serve you, sir.
That is the very defect of the matter, sir.
They both bow. Bassanio turns to Lancelot.
I know thee well. Thou hast obtained thy suit. Shylock, thy master, spoke with me this day and hath preferred thee, if it be preferment, to leave a rich Jew's service to become the follower of so poor a gentleman.
The old proverb is very well parted between my master Shylock and you, sir. You have the grace of God, sir, and he hath enough.
Thou speakst it well. Go, father, with thy son. Take leave of thy old master and inquire my lodging out.
To his attendant, Leonardo.
Give him a livery more guarded than his fellows. See it done.
Lancelot takes the old man's arm.
Come.
He leads him to Shylock's house, planting him near the door.
I'll take my leave of the Jew in the twinkling of an eye.
Leaving his father to wait for him, he goes in.
I pray thee, good Leonardo, think on this. These things being bought and orderly bestowed, return in haste. For I do feast tonight my best esteemed acquaintance. Hie thee, go.
My best endeavors shall be done herein.
Bowing, Leonardo starts away. He meets Gratiano.
Where's your master? Yonder, sir, he walks.
Exit
Signor
Leonardo.
Bassanio.
Gratiano hurries over to Bassanio.
Gratiano!
I have a suit to you.
You have obtained it.
You must not deny me. I must go with you to Belmont.
Why, then, you must. But hear thee, Gratiano. Pray thee, take pain to allay with some cold drops of modesty thy skipping spirit, that through thy wild behavior I be misconstrued in the place I go to and lose my hopes.
Signor Bassanio, hear me. If I do not put on a sober habit, talk with respect, and swear, but now and then, wear prayer books in my pocket, look demurely, nay more, while grace is saying, with mine eyes thus with my hat, and sigh and say, Amen. Never trust me more.
Well, we shall see your bearing.
Nay, but I bar tonight. You shall not gauge me by what we do tonight.
No, that were pity. I would entreat you rather to put on your boldest suit of mirth, for we have friends that purpose merriment. But fare you well. I have some business.
And I must to Lorenzo and the rest. We will visit you at supper time.
Exit Bassanio and Gratiano in opposite directions. For a moment, old Gobbo is left standing alone by Shylock's house. Then the door opens, and Lancelot comes out, carrying a knotted handkerchief full of his belongings. He is followed by Shylock's daughter, Jessica.
I'm sorry thou wilt leave my father so. Our house is hell, and thou, a merry devil, didst rob it of some taste of tediousness. But fare thee well. There is a ducat for thee. And Lancelot, soon at supper shalt thou see Lorenzo, who is our new master's guest. Give him this letter. Do it secretly. And so farewell. I would not have my father see me and talk with thee.
Lancelot is overcome.
And your tears exhibit my tongue, most beautiful pagan, most sweet Jew. But these foolish drops do something, drown my manly spirit.
He runs off a ways, stops, remembering his father, returns, seizes old Gobbo by the arm, and hurries off with him. Jessica stands in the doorway, waving goodbye.
Farewell, good Lancelot. Alack, what heinous sin is it in me to be ashamed to be my father's child. But though I am a daughter to his blood, I am not to his manners. Oh, Lorenzo, if thou keep promise, I shall end this strife, become a Christian, and thy loving wife.
Act 2, Scene 3, Venice, a street. Enter Graciano, Lorenzo, Salarino, and Solanio.
Nay, we will slink away in supper time, disguise us at my lodging, and return all in an hour. We have not made good preparation.
We have not spoken yet of torchbearers. 'Tis vile, unless it may be quaintly ordered, and better in my mind not undertook.
'Tis now but 4 o'clock. We have 2 hours to furnish.
Lancelot hurries up carrying Jessica's letter. With a little bow, he gives it to Lorenzo.
Friend Lancelot, what's the news?
And it shall please you to break up this. It shall seem to signify.
I know the hand, and fate is a fair hand. And whiter than the paper it writ on is the fair hand that writ.
Love news and faith.
Lancelot bows again and starts
By
away.
your leave, sir.
Whither goest thou?
Marry, sir, to bid my old master, the Jew, to sup tonight with my new master, the Christian.
Hold here, take this.
He tosses Lancelot a coin and is repaid with still another bow.
Tell gentle Jessica I will not fail her.
Speak it privately.
Lancelot runs off. Lorenzo turns to Solanio and Salarino.
Go, gentlemen. Will you prepare you for this mass tonight? I am provided of a torchbearer.
Aye, Mary, I'll be gone about it straight.
And so will I. Meet me and Graciano at Graciano's lodging some hour hence.
'Tis good we do so.
Exu and Salarino and Solanio.
Was not that letter from fair Jessica?
I must needs tell you all. She hath directed how I shall take her from her father's house, what gold and jewels she is furnished with, what page's suit she hath in readiness. If e'er the Jew, her father, come to heaven, it will be for his gentle daughter's sake. And never dare misfortune cross her foot, unless she do it under this excuse, that she is issue to a faithless Jew.
Taking his arm, starting off with him, handing him the letter.
Come, go with me. Peruse this as thou goest. Fair Jessica shall be my torchbearer.
Act 2, Scene 4, Venice, a public place. Shylock enters and crosses to his house, Lancelot running in front of him.
Well, I shall see. Thy eyes shall be thy judge. The difference of old Shylock and Bassanio.
Going up to the door, knocking and calling out.
What, Jessica? Thou shalt not gormandize as thou hast done with me. What, Jessica? And sleep and snore and rend a paraloft. Why, Jessica, I say.
Why, Jessica?
Who bids thee call? I do not bid thee call.
Your worship was wont to tell me that I could do nothing without bidding.
Shylock glares at him, and Lancelot dances away, smothering his derisive laughter. The door opens, and Jessica comes out.
Call you? What is your will?
I am bid forth to supper, Jessica. There are my keys. But wherefore should I go? I am not bid for love. They flatter me. But yet I'll go in hate. To feed upon the prodigal Christian. Jessica, my girl, up to my house. Right loath to go. There is some ill a-brewing towards my rest. For I did dream of money bags tonight.
I beseech you, sir, go. My young master doth expect your reproach.
So do I his.
They have conspired together. I will not say you shall see a mass, but if you do, then it was not for nothing that my nose fell a-bleeding on Black Monday last at 6 o'clock in the morning.
What? For their masks. Hear you me, Jessica? Lock up my doors. When you hear the drum, the vile squealing of the wry-necked fife, clamor not you up to the casements then, nor thrust your head into the public street to gaze on Christian fools with varnished faces, but stop my house's ears. I mean my casements. Let not the sound of shallow foppery enter my sober house. I, Jacob's staff, I swear I have no mind of feasting forth tonight. But I will go. Go you before me, Sirrah. Say I will come.
I will go before, sir.
Shylock disappears into his house. Lancelot skips over to Jessica.
Mistress, look out at window for all this.
Shylock comes out the door. He looks suspiciously at Lancelot, who dances around him, singing.
There will come a Christian by, will be worth a Jewish eye.
Whistling the tune, Lancelot vanishes in the distance.
What says that fool of Hagar's offspring, huh?
His words were farewell, mistress, nothing else.
hatch is kind enough, but a huge feeder. Snail slow in profit, and he sleeps by day more than the wildcat. Drones hive not with me. Therefore I part with him, and part with him to one that I would have him help to waste his borrowed purse.
Shylock stands for a time lost in his own thoughts. Then, faintly from over the canal, comes the sound of music. He looks up abruptly.
Well, Jessica, go in. Perhaps I will return immediately.
Sighing, Jessica goes inside, closing the door after her. Shylock waits until he hears the click of the bolts shutting inside his house. Then he turns and walks slowly away. The dusk has deepened into early evening, and now the music and the sounds of gaiety grow louder. Presently, a little band of revelers, young ladies and gentlemen of Venice, masked and fantastically costumed, hurry down the street bound for some party. As they go off, laughing and joking among themselves and followed by their page boys carrying torches, they pass Salarino and Gratiano, who enter in bright masks and cloaks.
This is the penthouse under which Lorenzo desired us to make stand. His hour is almost past. And it is a marvel he outdwells his hour. For lovers ever run before the clock.
Lorenzo appears and comes up to them. He's masked.
Sweet friends, your patience for my long abode. Not I, but my affairs have made you wait. Here dwells my father Jew. Oh, who's within?
The casements swing open, and Jessica, dressed in the costume of a page boy, looks down at him.
Who are you? Tell me for more certainty. Albeit I'll swear that I do know your tongue.
Lorenzo, and I love.
Lorenzo, certain in my love indeed. For who love I so much? And now, who knows but you, Lorenzo, whether I am yours?
Heaven and thy thought are witness that thou art.
Here, catch this casket.
She drops it into Lorenzo's hands.
It is worth the pains. I'm glad 'tis night. You do not look on me, for I am much ashamed of my exchange. But love is blind, and lovers cannot see the pretty follies that themselves commit. For if they could, Cupid himself would blush to see me thus transform it to a boy.
Descend, for you must be my torch-bearer.
What? Must I hold a candle to my shame? They in themselves, good sooth, are too light. Why, it is an office of discovery, love, and I should be obscure.
So are you, sweet, even in the lovely garnish of a boy. Come at once, for the close night doth play the runaway, and we are stayed for at Bassanio's feast.
I will make fast the doors and gild myself with some more ducats, and be with you straight.
She closes the windows. Lorenzo goes over to his friends.
Now by my hood, a Gentile and no Jew.
Oh, beshrew me, but I love her heartily. For she is wise, if I can judge of her. And fair she is, if that mine eyes be true. And true she is, as she hath proved herself. And therefore, like herself, wise, fair, and true, shall she be placed in my constant soul.
Jessica comes out the door.
What, art thou come?
He trades the jewel case for the torch Gratiano has been carrying and goes with it to Jessica. Placing his arm around her and covering with a part of his cloak, he steals a kiss.
On, gentlemen, away!
They run off together. Merrymakers crowd the streets, frolicking before the sober house of the Jew. Then the gaiety removes to another side of the city. A pause. And Shylock, returning early from the Christian's feast, walks slowly to his door. He knocks. He stands there, motionless, waiting.
Who knows but you, Lorenzo, whether I am yours?
Heaven and thy thought are witness that thou art.
Here, catch this casket.
She drops it into Lorenzo's hands.
It is worth the pains. I'm glad 'tis night. You do not look on me, for I am much ashamed of my exchange. But love is blind, and lovers cannot see the pretty follies that themselves commit. For if they could, Cupid himself would blush to see me thus transform it to a boy.
Descend, for you must be my torch-bearer.
What? Must I hold a candle to my shame? They in themselves, good sooth, are too light. Why, it is an office of discovery, love, and I should be obscure.
So are you, sweet, even in the lovely garnish of a boy. Come at once, for the close night doth play the runaway, and we are stayed for at Bassanio's feast.
I will make fast the doors and gild myself with some more ducats, and be with you straight.
She closes the windows. Lorenzo goes over to his friends.
Now by my hood, a Gentile and no Jew.
Oh, beshrew me, but I love her heartily. For she is wise, if I can judge of her. And fair she is, if that mine eyes be true. And true she is, as she hath proved herself.
and therefore, like herself, wise, fair, and true, shall she be placed in my constant soul.
Jessica comes out the door.
What, art thou come?
He trades the jewel case for the torch Graciano has been carrying and goes with it to Jessica, placing his arm around her and covering with a part of his cloak. He steals a kiss.
On, gentlemen, away!
They run off together. Merrymakers crowd the streets, frolicking before the sober house of the Jew. Then the gaiety removes to another side of the city. A pause. And Shylock, returning early from the Christian's feast, walks slowly to his door. He knocks. He stands there, motionless, waiting.
We hope you enjoyed William Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns in a few moments with the most well-known of Shakespeare's plays, Romeo and Juliet, featuring yeoman performances from little-known actors and actresses when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
Hey, Richard, does this maketh thy looketh like a tactical Shakespearean actor?
I actually think it makes you sound like a... Tommy, where did you get the red, white, and blue camouflage English clothes?
On the internet.
You know how to use the internet.
Yeah. How else will I listen to the Shakespearean Radio Fest this Labor Day?
So let me ask you this. Why the ridiculous costume?
I figured I could practice my lines while I listen to that Shakespeare fella's plays.
Practice your lines. So you're telling me somebody actually casts you in a play?
They sure did.
Out of curiosity, what play are you in?
MACBETH.
I should have known. Wait. Is there a part for me?
Heck yeah. We need someone to play Macduff.
Count me in, Tommy.
Catch the 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest this Saturday and Labor Day from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. Central. And the entire Radio Film Festival is available as a podcast at shop.mikechurch.com. The 3rd Annual Shakespeare Radio Film Fest is heard exclusively here at crusadechannel.com.
The following version of Romeo and Juliet features a yeoman cast of very little known studio actors and was broadcast on November the 24th, 1936. I would recommend for a fuller understanding of Romeo and Juliet, because I'm only obviously going to give a brief introduction here of maybe 10 minutes or so. My book, Shakespeare on Love, which is subtitled Seeing the Catholic Presence in Romeo and Juliet, in order to actually show scene by scene, from Act 1, Scene 1 to Act 5, the integrated aspect of a Catholic philosophy of love and what it means in the play. So the first thing we have to understand is what is love. And many modern critics think that Romeo and Juliet are in love. And what Shakespeare's doing in the play is to show us the difference between love as a Christian understands it, which is a rational choice to lay down our lives for the beloved, even if the beloved is our enemy, versus a view of love which is all about emotions and feelings, which is therefore irrational. So the two things are diametrically opposed. And what Romeo and Juliet is about is showing, if you have the absence of a Christian understanding of love, which is self-sacrificial, and have an understanding of love which is based purely upon feeling and emotion, you have a destructive whirlwind, maelstrom, which leads ultimately to death and destruction. So although many people might think that Romeo and Juliet is the greatest love story ever told, it actually is a cautionary tale about the absence of true love in the pursuit of the ultimately selfish desire for self-gratification of the passions through eros. So again, in my book, I begin chapter 1 with a chapter called Creative Revision and Critical Misreading to address this issue. Romeo's irrational understanding of love is epitomized in the line he speaks when he says that he has a madness most discreet. His love is a madness. It prefers the darkness to the light. When he's obsessed with an earlier love before he meets Juliet, he doesn't want to come out during the day. He prefers the darkness to the light. It's all about feelings and emotions. It's a madness most discreet. And as regards Juliet, we need to realize that Shakespeare made her younger than the source poem from which he takes the plot. In Shakespeare makes her only 13 years old. And, it's often said that, well, that was common in those days for 13-year-olds to get married. Well, in actual fact, that's nonsense. So there's been some good, solid historical research. The average age for women to get married in the late 1590s, when this play was written, in late Elizabethan England, women got married on average in their early 20s. Men got married on average in their mid-20s. Marriage under the age of 16 was almost unheard of, and if it was allowed, it was a contract which was not consummated until the spouses reached the age of 16. So to be 13, that Juliet is a child, and it's even thought that probably that boys and girls reach puberty at a later age. So a 13-year-old in Shakespeare's time would seem even younger than a 13-year-old today. We should also bear in mind that when Shakespeare wrote this play, his own daughter was 13 years old. So he's writing as the father of a teenage girl. That should be borne in mind. And there's a line in it, too soon marred are those so early made. Juliet is a child, and she's not ready for the world into which she's thrust and thrown. And the reason she's thrust and thrown to that world is because of neglect by her parents. In the balcony scene, the famous balcony scene, we see that Romeo, who's older than Juliet, is old enough to beat the fearsome Tybalt in the sword fight. He's clearly an adult. Probably, let's say he's 18. He's about 5 years older than she is, more experienced, as we can tell from his rapport with characters like Mercutio. That he's a seducer of this innocent girl. He says at the beginning of the balcony scene that chastity is stupid. That the envious moon, the goddess of chastity, should be cast out. And it's all sort of basically a worship of Venus as opposed to Diana. In other words, the goddess of erotic love as opposed to the goddess of chastity. It's a contempt for the virgin. And at the beginning, Juliet is very virtuous, but she's seduced and she literally falls. Not literally, she doesn't fall. She metaphorically, morally falls from the balcony. This is her fall, and from that moment onwards, she's in big trouble because she also starts pursuing her reckless and mindless passion rather than the path of reason and virtue. Then we have the character of Friar Lawrence, and Friar Lawrence is a complex character. Virtually all the words of wisdom in the play, there are very few words of wisdom by anybody in the play except for Friar Lawrence, show the Christian dimension in the play, the Christian philosophy in the play. And yet he's a man who's a bit of a coward, and he's also short-sighted. And he confesses at the end of the play that it was his own naivete, his own foolishness that led to the chain of events that led to the deaths of so many characters. And he says, basically, do with me as thou wilt, if I'm guilty. And the prince says, we still have known thee for a holy man, that for all of his faults, Friar Lawrence is clearly a holy and well-meaning man who has a good, solid philosophy, but some, should we say, personality flaws, such as cowardice. For instance, one thing that Friar Lawrence tells the lovers, Romeo and Juliet, that violent delights have violent ends. That if your passions are violent and reckless, the consequences will be violent and reckless. But the response of the lovers is like another line, if love be blind, it best agrees with night. These are quotes from the plays. For love be blind, it best agrees with night. That love is blindness. It doesn't see. It's reckless. It just goes fearlessly into the dark. And throughout the play, there's this, in connection with this destructive form of emotion-driven, ultimately pride-driven love, it's most at home in the dark. It's a place that's comfortable with nighttime and doesn't like the sun. And then we have the idolatry of the two lovers. So Romeo says, heaven is here where Juliet lives. So the only heaven that Romeo is interested in is Juliet. And then another line right at the end where they're basically committing suicide. O mischief, thou art swift. That basically the whole of this play is set within the space of a few days. Once the lovers fall head over heels, they literally somersault towards destruction. The whole thing is at a breathless pace. We can't catch our breath any more than the characters Romeo and Juliet do as they head and hurtle down to their destruction. The death itself, that Juliet stabs herself with Romeo's dagger, that's a phallic imagery that basically in embracing sexual passion to the exclusion of chastity, she had killed herself. She had died, if you like, in the sense of mortal sin before stabbing herself with Romeo's dagger. And poison, which is often synonymous with sin in Shakespeare, especially in Hamlet, is the means by which Romeo kills himself. And then the end of the play, this sight of death is as a bell. In other words, this is a wake-up call. This is a warning. This is a cautionary tale. The bell is the bell of doom, but it's also the bell of repentance and the bell of hope. So I suppose the final question would be, does Romeo and Juliet have a happy ending? Well, if two characters can live sinfully and in defiance of the moral law and live happily ever after, that would be an unhappy ending, because it would mean that chaos and anarchy was prevalent. But if the path of sin leads to destruction and lessons are learned, then that is actually an edifying end to any tragedy. So it is a tragedy, but as in all true tragedies, there is a catharsis, something edifying, which points us towards a deeper truth, and that deeper truth is a deeper happiness. And on that note, we'll end our introductory words on Romeo and Juliet. And now, the Crusade Channel Shakespeare Radio Film Festival presents William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet.
American School of the Air takes pleasure in presenting the most celebrated love story of all literature, The Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. In this special radio adaptation of Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare, the American School of the Air presents two of the most famous lovers and some of the most beautiful lines in the scroll of English literature. The scene is laid in the ancient city of Verona, where two of its noblest houses, the Montagues and the Capulets, have for generations been nursing a family feud. As the curtain rises, we find young Benvolio of the House of Montague and young Tybalt of the House of Capulet and their servants fighting on the streets of Verona. Old Montague and Capulet themselves, attracted by the clamor of the fray, attempt to join the fight when Aeschylus, Prince of Verona, rides up with the guard and disperses them. Aeschylus, enraged by this fresh outburst, threatens that if any of either family shall ever again disturb the peace, that man shall die. The crowd breaks up and goes its separate ways. Romeo plans with Benvolio to become an uninvited guest at a masquerade ball given at the House of Capulet. It is the night of the ball. The festive board has been cleared for dancing, and the hundreds of torches illuminating the great hall flicker like burning diamonds to the music pulsing on the air. Romeo, masked, comes upon Juliet and speaks to her.
If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle sign is this: my lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows amiss. For saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss.
Have not saints lips, and holy palmers too?
Aye, pilgrim, lips that they must use in prayer.
Ah, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray, grant thou, lest faith turn to despair.
Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake.
Then move not, while my prayer's effect I take. Thus from my lips, by yours, my sin is purged.
Then have my lips the sin that they have took.
Sin from my lips? Oh, trespass sweetly urged. Give me my sin again.
You kiss by the book.
Madam, your mother craves a word with you.
I must away, sir. Rest you merry.
What is a mother?
Marry, bachelor. Her mother is a lady of the house, and a good lady, and a wise and virtuous. I nursed her daughter that you talked withal.
Is she a Capulet? Oh, dear Count, my life is my foe's debt.
Romeo, away, be gone. This falleth at the bed.
Come hither, nurse. What is yon gentleman, he that would not dance?
I know not.
Go, ask his name. If he be married, my grace is like to be my wedding bed.
Julius, his name is Romeo, and a Montague, the only son of your great enemy.
My only love, sprung from my only hate.
Thus did Romeo and Juliet consummate their first interview by falling madly in love with each other. And though between their love there rose the spiked wall of family hatred, Romeo promptly set about to destroy that barrier. And thus brooding, he kept to himself, avoiding his two best friends, Benvolio and the hot-headed gay Mercutio. As the scene opens, Romeo, seeking a glimpse of Juliet, has climbed a wall enclosing the orchard of Capulet, and now steals toward the house and Juliet's balcony, silvered by moonlight. Abruptly he halts, for there at her window stands Juliet.
Soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. The brightness of her cheek would shame the stars, as daylight doth a lamp. Her eyes in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. And see how she leans a cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. She speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel. For thou art as glorious to this night being o'er my head as the winged messenger of heaven.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. What's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection, which he owes without that title. O Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
What man art thou that thus the screened night so stumblest on my counsel?
By a name. I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself because it is an enemy to thee.
Mine ears have not yet drunk 100 words of that tongue's utterance, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo and a Montague?
Neither, fair saint, if either thee dislike.
How camest thou hither? Tell me, and wherefore? By whose direction foundst thou out this place?
By love, who first did prompt me to inquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, yet wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with the farthest sea. I would adventure for such merchandise.
Thou know'st the mask of night is on my face. Else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. Yet if thou swear, some may prove false, that lovers' perjuries, they say, Jove loves. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully. Or if thou thinkst I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be perverse and bid thee nay, so thou wilt woo. Else, not for the will. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond, and therefore thou mayst think my behavior light, but trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheardst still I was ware. My true love's passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light, lover, which the dark night hath so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all. Or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which is the God of my idolatry, and I'll believe.
If my heart's dear
Do
love...
not swear. Although I joy in thee, I have no joy in this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden. Sweet. Good night. Good night, Juliet. And non goodness. Sweet Montague, be true. Stay but a little, and I'll come again.
Oh, blessed, blessed night. I'm a feared being a knight. All this is but a dream. Too flattering sweet to be substantial.
We will, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose, marriage, send me word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time they will perform the rites, and all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
Madam!
I come anon, but if thou mean'st not well, I do beseech.
Madam!
By and by I come to cease thy suit, and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow will I send. 1,000 times. Good night.
1,000 times the word toward thy light.
Romeo.
My dear.
I have forgot why I did call thee back.
Let me stand here till thou rememberest.
I shall forget to have thee still stand there, remembering how I love thy company.
And I'll still stay to have thee still forget, forgetting any other home but this.
'Tis almost morning. I would have thee gone, and yet no further than a wanton's bird who lets it hop a little from her hand, so loving jealous of his liberty.
I would thy bird.
Sweet, so would I. Yet I should kill thee with much cherishing. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
And so Romeo fled with the sinking moon to seek the cell of his spiritual father, Friar Lawrence, and in him confided his love of Capulet's lovely daughter, and arranged for the good friar to wed them on the morrow. And on the morrow did Friar Lawrence join in secret wedlock the son of Montague and the daughter of Capulet, Romeo and Juliet. While on the streets of Verona, hot-headed young Tybalt, Juliet's vengeful cousin, still smarting over Romeo's daring to appear in Capulet's house, sought Romeo everywhere. As the third act of Shakespeare's immortal drama opens, we find Tybalt inquiring of Benvolio and Mercutio Romeo's whereabouts. Suddenly, Romeo appears on the scene, and Tybalt turns from Romeo's friends to Romeo himself.
Romeo, the hate I bear thee can afford no better term than this. Thou art a villain.
Tybalt, the reason I have to love thee doth much excuse the appertaining rage to such a greeting. Villain am I none. Therefore, for well, I see thou knowest me not.
Boy, this shall not excuse the injuries that thou hast done me. Therefore, turn and draw.
I do protest I never injured thee, but love thee better than thou canst devise, till thou shalt know the reason of my love. And so, good Capulet, which name I tender as dearly as my own, be satisfied.
Oh, calm, dishonorable, vile submission. Tybalt, you rat-catcher, will you walk? What wouldst thou have with me? Good king of cats, nothing but one of your 9 lives. I'm for you.
Gentle Mercutio, put thy rapier up.
Hurry, O Papado.
Draw, Benvolio. I will beat down their weapons. Gentlemen, for shame. Forbear this outrage. Tybalt, Mercutio! The prince expressly has forbidden banding in Verona streets. Oh, Tybalt, good Mercutio!
A plague of both your houses! I'm sped. He be gone and hath nothing. Where's my page? Go, villain.
Let your surgeon. Courage, man. The hurt cannot be much.
No, 'tis not so deep as a well. Not so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough. 'Twill serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man. I'm fertile one for this world. A plague of both your houses.
Old man.
Zounds, a dog, a rat, a mouse, a cat, a scratcher man to death, a braggart rogue, and a villain.
Mercutio.
Why the devil came you between us? I was hurt on your arm.
I thought all for the best.
Help me into some house, Benvolio. I shall faint. A plague of both your houses. They've made worms meat of me. I have it. And some, too. Your house.
Tybalt, that an hour hath been my kinsman. Oh, sweet Juliet, thy beauty hath made me effeminate, and in my temper softened valor steel.
Oh, Romeo, brave Mercutio is dead.
Oh! This day's black fate on more days doth depend. This but begins the woe, others must end.
Oh, here comes the furious Tybalt back again.
Alive, in triumph, and Mercutio slain. Now, Tybalt, Mercutio's soul is but a little way above our heads, staying for thine to keep him company.
Thou wretched boy that didst first consort him here, shalt with him hence.
This shall determine that.
Keep down your sword!
the citizens are up on Sybil's slain. Stand not amazed. The prince will doom thee to death if thou art taken. Hence, begone, away!
Ah, unfortunate fool.
And fortune's fool was he in truth, this son of Montague. For now was he banished by the Prince of Verona from the city on pain of death, banished from his dear love and bride, Julius. Romeo found temporary refuge in the cell of his confessor, Friar Lawrence, where, stricken by grief, he feared Juliet's love has turned to hate by his killing of her cousin, Tybalt. But Juliet, after the first shock of grief, sent her nurse to Romeo's hiding place, bidding him come to her that night of their rendezvous in her chamber, ere he leaves for Mantua and exile. He speeds to her side, and the happy hours swiftly pass.
Begun. It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale and not the lark that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Nightly she sings on yon pomegranate tree. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
It was the lark, the herald of morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain top. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Madam, yes, your beauty brother is coming to your chamber. The day is broke. Beware him. Look about. Then you know, let day in, and let life out.
Farewell. Farewell. One kiss and I'll descend.
Art thou gone so? My lord, my love, my friend. Oh, think'st thou we shall ever meet again? O God, I have an ill divining soul. Methinks I see thee now, thou art below as one dead in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails, or thou lookst pale.
And trust me, love, in my eyes, so do you. Adieu.
Adieu.
Oh, daughter, are you up?
How now, Juliet? Ever more weeping for your cousin's death? I'll tell thee joyful tidings, girl.
Joy comes well in such a needy time. What are they, I beseech your ladyship?
No, my child, early next Thursday morn, the gallant, young, and noble gentleman, the Count of Pearce, at St. Peter's Church, shall happily make thee there a joyful bride.
Now, by St. Peter's Church and Peter too, he shall not make me there a joyful bride. I wonder at the taste that I must wed he that should be husband comes to woo. I pray you tell my lord and father, madam, I will not marry it.
Here comes your father. Tell him so yourself, and see how he will take it at your hands.
How now, wife? Have you delivered to her our decree?
Aye, sir, but she will none. She gives you thanks. I wish the fool were married to her grave.
How now, what is this? Thank me, no thanking. But settle your fine joints against Thursday next to go with Paris to the Peter's Church, or I will drag thee on a hurdle thither.
Good father, I beseech you on my knees. Hear me with patience, but to speak a word.
Hang thee, young baggage, disobedient wretch. I tell thee what, get thee to church on Thursday, or never after look on me again.
And thus was Juliet reviled by her parents, and threatened with disinheritance if she should refuse the hand of the noble Pearce. When they had gone, her old nurse counseled that as Romeo was banished for life, what harm in marrying Pearce? But Juliet, bitterly rejecting this cynic counsel, said to the cell of Friar Lawrence for a solution to her unhappy dilemma.
Friar Lawrence, oh, shut the door. When thou hast done so, come weep with me. Past hope, past cure, past help.
Ah, Juliet, I already know thy grief. It strains me past the compass of my wits. I hear thou must on Thursday next be married to County Paris.
Tell me not, Friar, how that thou hearest of this, unless thou tell me how I may prevent. Be not so long to speak. I long to die, but thou speak not of remedy.
Oh, daughter, I do spy a kind of hope, which craves as desperate an execution as that is desperate which we would prevent. And if thou darest, I'll give thee remedy.
Oh, bid me leap, rather than marry Pearce from off the battlements of yonder tower.
Oh, then, tomorrow, let not my nurse lie with thee in thy chamber. Take thou this vial. Being then in bed, this distilled liquor drink thou off, when presently through all thy veins shall run a cold and drowsy humour. For no pulse shall keep his native progress, but surcease. No warmth, no breath shall testify thou livest. And in this borrowed likeness of shrunk death, thou shalt continue 42 hours, and then awake, as from a pleasant sleep. Thou shalt be borne to that same ancient vault where all the kindred of the Capulets lie. In the meantime shall Romeo by my letters know our drift, and hither shall he come.
Give me.
Hold, get you gone. Be strong and prosperous in this resolve.
Love, give me strength, and strength shall help us forth. Farewell, dear father.
And so was the brother friar sped by Friar Lawrence to nearby Mantua to acquaint Romeo of his scheme, while Juliet returned to her parents with a smiling face, gave consent to their desires, and bade them speed the wedding feast. But on the wedding eve, ere she laid herself to sleep, she drank the potion given her by Friar Lawrence, and fell into that death-like trance the good friar had described. And thus was her wedding day changed to one of mourning, and a day of rejoicing changed to one of sorrow for the house of Capulet. From Verona to Mantua, Romeo's servants brought news of Juliet's apparent death, news that struck Romeo like a burning brand to the very soul. For through a misadventure, Friar Lawrence's messenger had not reached him. Romeo buys poison and hastens in desperation to the Capulet tomb in Verona. But at that self-same moment in the docks and night-cloaked churchyard, both Paris and Romeo are creeping toward Juliet's tomb. Paris to strew her grave with flowers and tears. Romeo to take one last look at her and die beside her. Paris hears Romeo approaching and crouches, watching, while Romeo halts beside the tomb and snatches some tools from his accompanying servant.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron. Give me some light. Upon thy life I charge thee. But ere thou hearest or seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me at my course. Therefore, hence, begone.
I will be gone, sir, and then not trouble you.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
By unhallowed toil, vile Montague, can vengeance be pursued further than death? Condemned villain, I do apprehend thee. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man.
I do defy thy conjuration, and apprehend thee for a felon here.
Thou provoke me, then have at thee, boy.
I'm slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.
Let me peruse this face.
The noble
Countess Pearce. Oh, give me thy hand. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. Here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Oh, my love, my wife! Death, that has sucked the honey of thy breath, hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Oh, here will I set at my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of unauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. I look your last. Oh, take your last embrace. And lips, oh, you the doors of breath. Seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct. Come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks thy sea-sick weary bark. Here's to my love. Oh, true apothecary, thy drugs are quick. Thus the kiss, I die.
Infanted be my steed. Jack, what blood is this? What mean these masterless and gory swords to lie discolored by this faceless peace? Romeo! Oh, pale. Well, what? Paris too, and steeped in blood. Oh, what an unkind hour is guilty of this lamentable chance. The lady stirred.
Oh, comfortable sire, where is my lord? I do remember well where I should be. There I am. Where is my Romeo?
I hear some noise. Lady, come from that nest of death, contagion, and unnatural sleep. Come away. Thy husband in thy bosom there lies dead, and Paris too. Come, go, good Juliet. I dare no longer stay.
Oh, get thee hence, for I will not away. But here, a cup closed in my true love's hand. Poison, I see, hath been his timeless end. Oh, chill, drunk all and left no friendly drop to help me after. I will kiss thy lips. Haply some poison yet doth hang on them. Thy lips are warm, then I'll be brief. Oh, happy dagger! This is thy sheep. Oh, there, in my breast, rest, and let me die.
The American School of the Air has just presented an adaptation of William Shakespeare's immortal story, Romeo and Juliet. The next adaptation of Shakespeare will be The Taming of the Shrew. Tomorrow, the American School of the Air presents their geography broadcast on Denmark. Further information about programs will be found in the Teacher's Manual and Classroom Guide, copies of which may be procured free of charge by writing to the American School of the Air, 485 Madison Avenue, New York City, New York. is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
There, in my breast, rust, and let me die.
The American School of the Air has just presented an adaptation of William Shakespeare's immortal story, Romeo and Juliet. The next adaptation of Shakespeare will be The Taming of the Shrew. Tomorrow, the American School of the Air presents their geography broadcast on Denmark. Further information about programs will be found in the Teacher's Manual and Classroom Guide, copies of which may be procured free of charge by writing to the American School of the Air, 485 Madison Avenue, New York City, New York. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We hope you enjoyed William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival returns on day 2 of our radio festival with Antony and Cleopatra, starring Peter Finch and Vivian Lee, when the Crusade Channel's Shakespeare Radio Film Festival continues.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival and founder of the Crusade Channel. The Crusade Channel invests lots of time and energy into developing and producing world-class radio programming that defends the good, the true, and the beautiful. We also take great pride in broadcasting these radio gems and offering them to listeners to own and listen to for years to come. That's why we're offering the entire Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, including Joseph Pearce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content and is perfect for homeschoolers teaching Shakespeare. To reserve your copy of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at this incredible 50% discount, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet. That's crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
The Veritas Radio Network is guaranteed the right to offend, annoy, agitate, shout, heresy, and entertain.
You should start programming right now.
Kind of like the cultural sewage served up on Bravo or CMT, only it's on 24 hours a day, except Sundays. When the truth gets you angry and you throw your smartphone, remember, no one is forcing you to listen to the truth on the Veritas Radio Network.
You can't handle the truth!
You're doing that of your own free will. That's what makes this country great and any gay marriage pointless.
That's offensive!
So there isn't much you can do about it, Chowderhead.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Grab a book, take a vow, and conform your mind to reality. Otherwise, you're just another Judas-inspired Karl Marx wannabe, and your children will steal your credit card number to buy tickets to the Miley Cyrus Twerkers Ball.
I came in like a
Are you ready? Let's get it on the Veritas Radio Network's Crusade.
Okay, Mike. Okay, yeah, you made your point, Mike. That's not a problem. Okay, listen, I'm going to be on air in a minute or so. So I'll let them know. I'll let the audience know. Yeah. Okay, Mike. I better go. Thanks, Justin. Hello and welcome to Turley's Believe It or Else with me, your host Kevin Turley, coming to you live from London here on the Crusade Channel, your media home from home this Advent. We are so close to Christmas, I can almost smell the turkey burning. I hope you can too. Thank you so much for joining me today on the final episode of Turley's Believe It or Else. Got a great show for you today. Today we tell the story of the Hollywood legend Steve McQueen. You may have heard of him. But it's an unlikely take on his life with an unexpected ending. Something that you may not have seen. However, if I were to ask you what his most famous film is, it's probably a toss-up between The Magnificent Seven and The Great Escape. Well, the story I'm going to tell you in the second part of tonight's program is Steve McQueen's Greatest Escape. You're not going to want to miss that. Trust me. Stick around. Feel free to join me anytime by calling 844-527-8723. Thank you, Ashley, again for calling in last night. I enjoyed our chat. Love to hear from any of you on this final episode. Call in about anything you like. Just call in, tell me what the weather is like in Texas or in Wisconsin or Ohio or Florida, or wherever you are. Always happy to hear from you. Alternatively, jump into the Crusader Stadium chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. Where already there is a bevy of bodies communicating with each other across thousands of miles in the true Crusader fashion. Go there, let me know what you think. Have your say. I'd love to hear from you. Remember, this show and all the shows on the Crusade Channel are brought to you by you. So there's two things you can do. You can head over to shop.micchurch.com and pick up a few last-minute Christmas presents, or you can hit the donate button in the chat room. That's in the bottom right-hand corner, little $sign. No sum too big, okay? We can deal, I think, with anything from $1 million down, so feel free to use that. I'd love to say we had matching funds tonight. We don't. So any spare change, gladly appreciated. Let's keep the lights on the Crusade Channel next year. Some of us may be departing, but the Crusade Channel continues on its way into the darkness of 2022, spreading the light of truth, the flag of freedom still flying over the radio equivalent of the Alamo, with our own Colonel Travis, Mr. Mike Church, drawing that line in the sand and asking, who's with me? I know you are. Now, a constant feature of this show was that it was interactive, if only through the Divine Mercy Chaplet at 3 p.m. Central. And my offer still stands for one night only, and that is at 3 p.m. Central Time, that's 9 p.m. London time. I will say the Divine Chaplet for you. Yes, you. Let me know if you have any prayer intentions or particular petitions that you want to be included in that, and I'm more than happy for that to take place. Remember, you're all included anyway, but if there's something special you want to be remembered, or someone you want specially to be remembered, then by all means let me know. That is my pleasure to do that, and it's been a great honor and privilege to pray for you and with you in these weeks of Advent. It's hard to believe Advent is drawing to a close. It's so easy at this point to start wishing people happy Christmas and that, and it's understandable because some people we won't see or hear from over the Christmas period. I understand that, but it's still Advent. The mystery is still being unfolded before our very eyes. And tomorrow we start to celebrate the great feast of Christmas, which is a great feast of hope. Let us not forget that Christ came into a world which was filled with pagan despair. And he brought a hope which we Christians take for granted because we've grown up in the years of AD, the years of our Lord. And we take for granted that great light that came into the world. And as the Gospel of John says at the very start, it is a light that the darkness cannot overcome. Let's hold on to that thought as we approach a new year. The darkness cannot overcome, and the darkness cannot win. The light is always greater, the light of Christ, shining in our lives, shining in our hearts. Now,